The thing is, once you're dead, there's no clearing things up. When you're alive, you still have a chance to prove that you weren't guilty. So I was better off being alive than being dead. 80-year-old William George Aarons uttered these words in an interview. On June 5, 1945, 43-year-old Josephine Ross was found brutally murdered in her apartment. Her stab wounds were wrapped in tape, and her head was wrapped in a skirt. Her apartment appeared very messy, but nothing was missing. No fingerprints of the killer were found at the scene. The only clue obtained was the few strands of black hair tightly clutched in her hand. Initially, this case did not attract much attention and did not even make it into the newspapers. Due to the lack of clues, the murder case remained unsolved. It was not until 6 months later that the Chicago police realized this case was just the beginning. On December 10th, the body of 32-year-old Frances Brown was found in the bathroom of her apartment with a bread knife sticking out of her neck. However, this time, a creepy message was scribbled on the wall of Brown's living room with lipstick. "For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more. I cannot control myself." A few days later, local newspapers reported the story of Brown's murder, published photos of the lipstick message, and dubbed the perpetrator the Lipstick Killer. No one wanted a serial killer in their community. In the following weeks, the city was in a state of panic, waiting for the next terrible crime scene to be discovered. People didn't have to wait long. On the morning of January 7th, 1946, at 7:30 a.m., a man named James Degnan discovered that his 6-year-old daughter, Suzanne, was missing from her bedroom. The panicked man called the police. Soon, investigators found a crumpled ransom note outside the little girl's room window. It read, "Prepare $20,000 and wait for my message. For the girl's safety, do not notify the FBI or the police." Around 7 p.m. that night, based on an anonymous tip, the police found Suzanne's head in a sewer in the neighborhood. Soon after, her legs and torso were also discovered in nearby sewers, and her blood was found in the sewer of a basement laundry room in a nearby apartment building. The coroner pointed out that Suzanne's time of death was probably between 12:30 a.m. and 1 a.m. that day. He believed the killer used a very sharp knife to skillfully dismember the body. Therefore, the killer was either someone in a profession that requires anatomical research or someone with an anatomical background. An ordinary doctor could not have such skilled techniques. The handwriting analyst who examined the crumpled ransom note pointed out that its writing style was similar to sheet music, indicating that the killer might have musical skills. There were witnesses who provided clues in all 3 murder cases. One witness claimed to have seen a dark, black-haired, slim man weighing about 190 pounds near Ross's apartment. Another witness claimed to have seen a man aged between 35 and 40, weighing about 140 pounds, leaving Brown's apartment in a panic shortly after he heard a gunshot. The witness in Suzanne's murder case claimed to have seen a man walking towards the apartment building with a shopping bag. He described him as a man aged about 35, 5 feet 9 inches tall, and weighing 170 pounds. Once again, Chicago was embroiled in a sensational crime. As the public reacted to Suzanne's murder with fear and anger, the pressure on the police increased. They were ordered to catch the killer as soon as possible. However, as the police interrogated hundreds of people and conducted polygraph tests on more than 170 individuals, they repeatedly claimed to have arrested the culprit, only to find after further investigation that they were innocent. One of them was 65-year-old Hector Verberg, who was the janitor of the building where Suzanne lived. Because he frequently visited the scene of Suzanne's death, he was identified as the killer. The police then subjected him to 48 hours of violent interrogation to force him to confess to the murders. They continuously beat him, causing him serious injuries. In addition to Verberg's frequent visits to the crime scene, the ransom note was also a factor used by the police to interrogate him. The police believed that the reason the ransom note was dirty was because it was written by dirty hands. They then forced Verberg's wife to admit that her husband was involved in the murder. However, the police overlooked 2 important points. The coroner confirmed that the killer was almost certainly an experienced doctor or butcher with strong writing skills, but Verberg had no butchering experience and he couldn't even write English properly. Later, when Verberg talked about his experience of being interrogated by the police, he said, "Oh, they hanged me up. They blindfolded me. I can't put up my arms. They are sore. They had handcuffs on me for hours and hours. They threw me in the cell and blindfolded me. They handcuffed my hands behind my back and pulled me up on bars until my toes touched the floor. I go to the hospital. Oh, I am so sick. Any more and I would have confessed to anything." Sidney Sherman, a former Marine who had just been discharged, was a person of interest in the case. The police found some blonde hair behind Suzanne's apartment building, along with a wire that they suspected might have been used to strangle Suzanne. Nearby, they also found a handkerchief which they believed might have been used to gag Suzanne. The handkerchief had a name on it, S. Sherman. Investigators thought the killer had accidentally left it behind. They searched the records and found that Sidney Sherman lived nearby. They wanted to interrogate him, but they discovered that the man had moved away and even quit his job without collecting his salary. So, the investigators were convinced that this man was the killer. They conducted a nationwide search and found Sherman in Toledo, Ohio. However, during the interrogation, Sherman denied that the handkerchief was his and explained that he had left Chicago because he had eloped with his girlfriend. The polygraph test confirmed that Sherman was telling the truth. The owner of the handkerchief was eventually identified as Seymour Sherman, who was based in New York and had no idea why his handkerchief was in Chicago. When Suzanne went missing, someone kept making phone calls, claiming to demand a ransom. A local boy named Theodore Campbell provided a clue, saying that Vincent Costello had killed Suzanne. Costello lived nearby and had been convicted of armed robbery at the age of 16. Campbell said that Costello had admitted to kidnapping and killing Suzanne and had asked Campbell to make the ransom calls. However, the polygraph test indicated that neither of the two boys knew the details of the murder, and their information was nothing more than hearsay. Another suspect in the public's eye was a man named Richard Russell Thomas. He was a nurse. Although he lived in Phoenix, Arizona, he was in Chicago when Suzanne was murdered. He was later imprisoned in Arizona for molesting his own daughter. Why did people think Thomas was a suspect? Firstly, his medical skills were sufficient for him to skillfully dissect Suzanne. A handwriting expert also pointed out that there were striking similarities between Thomas's handwriting and that on the ransom note. Although Thomas lived on the south side of Chicago, he also frequently visited a parking lot where Suzanne's arm was found. During the interrogation, he frankly admitted to the murder. However, a man who was caught fleeing from a burglary was identified as the culprit, and Thomas was released. In 1940, to escape his parents' arguments, a 12-year-old boy walked out of his home once again. He wandered aimlessly on the streets, thinking about ways to relieve the pressures of his family life. Once, he stood outside an apartment and stole a dollar bill by reaching through the gap of a chain-locked door. After fleeing, the boy's heart was filled with a sense of thrill. Gradually, he began his career in theft. Within a year, his locker was filled with small amounts of cash, expensive clothes, radios, and firearms. However, no one could have anticipated that a few years later, after being interrogated by the police, the boy would become the culprit behind 3 murders. This boy was William. On June 26, 1946, he planned to take his girlfriend on a date. Initially, he intended to cash a $1,000 savings bond at the post office. Because the amount was large, he brought a revolver for protection. However, when he arrived at the post office, it was already closed. So William prepared to steal again. He stopped in front of an apartment building in the affluent neighborhood where Suzanne had once lived. He then reached his hand into an open apartment door. Just as he had the opportunity to steal something, a tenant discovered him and called the police. The police responded quickly. 2 officers chased William. They drew their pistols, warned the young man, and pulled the trigger. William, frightened by the gunshots, knocked down an officer. The 2 men began to fight. In the end, without a doubt, William was arrested. Over the next 6 days, the police subjected him to brutal interrogation, trying to force him to confess to the 3 murders that had troubled them for so long. While William lay on the ground tending to his injuries, they deprived him of food and sleep and isolated him from his parents, preventing him from meeting a lawyer. During the interrogation, a police officer repeatedly punched William's abdomen. The officer kept talking about the details of the murders, hoping to make William admit to the crimes. On another occasion, 2 psychiatrists, without a search warrant and without the consent of William and his parents, administered a psychiatric drug to William and interrogated him for 3 hours. Subsequently, the police claimed that under the influence of the drug, another personality of William emerged, and he said he had committed the 3 murders. Later, the young man claimed that he did not remember most of that interrogation, and the original police transcript also disappeared. A psychiatrist who participated in the interrogation stated in 1952 that William did not say anything related to the murders. On the 5th day of detention, he was forcibly subjected to a lumbar puncture. A nurse poured ether on William genitals while he was tied to a hospital bed. He was then taken back to the headquarters for a polygraph test, but the police did not announce the results. Meanwhile, the police searched William's room at the university, his parents' home, and the locker he rented at the local train station, all without a search warrant. In the locker, the police found evidence of William's long-term thefts. Apart from that, they did not find anything serious enough to charge him with the murders. Despite the lack of concrete evidence linking him to the murders, such as butchering skills, fingerprints, or handwriting, he was still put on trial. These murder cases also caused a media sensation. He was even publicly declared the culprit before being convicted. A headline read, "The William Story, How He Killed Suzanne Degnan and Two Women." In fact, one of the few pieces of evidence that could tenuously link William to the three murders was the blood-stained fingerprint found on Brown's doorframe. The police compared it with William fingerprints, but it did not match. This is because the FBI standard for a fingerprint match is 12 points of similarity. In addition, when William fingerprints were compared with the two fingerprints and a palm print found on the ransom note, only 9 points matched. So the possibility of William being successfully prosecuted for the murder was slim, as the police's evidence was just partial fingerprints on the ransom note. However, the prosecutor in the area put pressure on the young man. He asked William to sign a plea agreement and persuaded him by saying that if he pleaded guilty, he would only be sentenced to life imprisonment once. William, after experiencing the violent interrogation by the police, was too panic-stricken to start drafting a confession. He said, "As it turned out, the Tribune article was very helpful, as it provided me with a lot of details I didn't know. My attorneys rarely changed anything outright, but I could tell by their faces if I had made a mistake. Or they would say, 'Now, Bill, is that really the way it happened?' Then I would change my story because, obviously, it went against what was known in the Tribune." On July 12, 1946, 17 days after his arrest, William was charged with attempted murder, robbery, 23 counts of burglary, and 3 counts of murder. Despite his insistence on his innocence, on August 7th, he accepted the plea agreement offered by the prosecutor to avoid the electric chair. In the end, he was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences. That night, he attempted to hang himself in his cell. Although he was saved, he said, "Desperation drove me to attempt suicide. Everyone believed I was guilty. If I weren't alive, I felt I could avoid being adjudged guilty by the law and thereby gain some victory. But I wasn't successful even at that. Before I walked into the courtroom, my counsel told me to just enter a plea of guilty and keep my mouth shut afterward. I didn't even have a trial." Later, Josephine Ross's daughter, a victim of the murder, said, "I cannot believe that young William murdered my mother. He just does not fit into the picture of my mother's death. I have looked at all the things William stole, and there was nothing of my mother's among them." In prison, William was a model inmate. In 1972, William became the first prisoner in Illinois history to earn a bachelor's degree. He also engaged in several transactions and helped several inmates obtain their GEDs. In the last years of his life, he was confined to the hospital ward of the minimum security prison at Dixon Correctional Center, suffering from diabetes and confined to a wheelchair. On March 5, 2012, he died in his cell. Because of this case, William's parents divorced and changed their surname, completely severing ties with William. He had been a lonely child since he was young. His father was a day laborer who often spent his meager income socializing with friends, while his mother worked in a bakery. William had to be alone, and then, on the verge of adulthood, he became the culprit of 3 murders, spending his entire life in prison in loneliness. Around 12:30 a.m. on April 17, 1974, a girl was walking towards the train station. Along the way, 3 men from the U.S. Army asked her for directions. As a token of gratitude, they invited the girl and claimed they would drive her home. The girl agreed, but after she got in the car, they held a knife to the girl's throat and drove to a remote field. The girl was brutally sexually assaulted. One of the men even took photos of them sexually assaulting the girl. Then, they drove the girl back to her home. This poor girl had no intention of keeping silent. On the contrary, she came up with a good idea. Before getting out of the car, she pretended that she was interested in a violent sexual life and asked them for their phone number, hoping to continue next time. After returning home, the girl first cried in her room to release her tension, then reported the attack to the police. Following the police's instructions, she lured one of the men, named Lonnie David Franklin Jr., to the train station. The police were hiding there. As soon as they spotted the man, they immediately rushed over and arrested him. As time moved into the 1980s, the Los Angeles Police Department, under public pressure, established a special task force to investigate a mysterious individual known as the South Side Slayer. From 1983 to the end of 1985, at least 13 sex workers were inexplicably stabbed and murdered. Due to the similarity of the victim group, they were all black women who had a long history of drug use and engaged in sex work. Before their deaths, they were sexually assaulted, then killed with a handgun or strangled with a rope, and finally dumped on the streets, alleys, or in garbage piles in South Los Angeles. So the detectives were convinced that these murders were committed by the same person. However, most of the victims were poor women, black women, drug users, and sex workers. Early on, almost no one cared about their lives. It was not until September 1985, when the death toll reached more than a dozen, that the LAPD described these cases at a press conference and asked the public for clues. In January 1986, the number of murders identified as committed by the South Side Slayer had risen to 15. The LAPD increased the number of detectives involved in the investigation of this case. However, there was no information about the killer. As a result, angry people formed a group called the Black Coalition Fighting Back Serial Murders. In March 1986, they collectively pressured the Los Angeles City Council, demanding that they value life and increase the reward for information leading to the killings from $10,000 to $25,000. By the end of 1986, more and more victims were being discovered. But conflicting modus operandi and suspect descriptions led investigators to question their initial belief that there was only one killer, and evidence indicated that there were multiple serial killers. In South Los Angeles at the time, at least 4 of whom were beginning their murders. In 1987, the Special Task Force investigating the South Side Slayer began to downsize because it had spent a lot of money and manpower without achieving results. In the following years, the police found that several murders committed by 5 serial killers were included in the South Side Slayer serial murder case. And in addition, some murders were found to have been committed individually by pimps or clients of the sex workers. However, the original killer was never found. While Lonnie was arrested by the police, he was charged with sexual assault and kidnapping. He was sentenced to 40 months in prison. Less than a year into his sentence, on July 24, 1975, Lonnie was discharged from the U.S. Army. After being released from prison, he worked as a sanitation worker in Los Angeles. For him, he was well acquainted with the locations of the city's alleys, garbage bins, and dumps. On August 10, 1985, the body of Deborah Jackson, the first victim of the South Side Slayer, was found in an alley. She was 29 years old and had been shot 3 times in the chest and sexually assaulted. In 1986, Lonnie got married to a woman, and they had 2 children together. In the eyes of his neighbors, Lonnie was a popular person. He had an outgoing personality and often interacted with his neighbors. He was also enthusiastic about his car, which was an orange car with a luxurious interior. In August 1986, the body of 34-year-old Henrietta Wright was discovered under an abandoned mattress. The following year, the remains of 23-year-old Barbara Ware, 26-year-old Bernita Sparks, and Mary Lowe were found. In 1988, the remains of 22-year-old Latrica Jefferson and 18-year-old Alicia Alexander were discovered. All of them were shot to death with a .25 caliber handgun. In November 1988, 30-year-old Enietra Washington was walking down the street on her way to a friend's house. A black man driving an orange Ford Pinto stopped next to her. He offered her a ride, but Washington refused. Then the man said, "That's the problem with you black women. People can't be good to you." Hearing this, she got into the car. The man then took out a pistol, pointed it at Washington's chest, and fired a shot. He also sexually assaulted her. Finally, he threw Washington out of the car, intending for her to bleed to death. Fortunately, Washington managed to get help and survived. She was taken to the hospital, where she described the man's appearance to the police, who then created a composite sketch of the attacker. In May 2007, 25-year-old Janisha Peters was murdered. Through DNA analysis of the evidence left by the killer, the police determined that the perpetrator of Peters' death was related to the South Side Slayer murders that had occurred more than 20 years earlier. In the same year, the Los Angeles Police Department re-established an investigative team to find the killer from that time. In early September 2008, Los Angeles officials announced that they would offer a reward of $500,000 to help capture the perpetrator. In February 2009, the police officially renamed the killer the Grim Sleeper. They also revealed a more alarming piece of information. As early as the 1980s, a man had reported seeing the killer discard a body and provided a detailed description of the killer's car and its license plate number. In March 2009, the only surviving victim of the attack, Washington, gave an interview. She stated that the killer appeared to be a black man in his early 30s. He looked neat, almost eerily so, wearing a black polo shirt and a pair of khaki pants. She also described the interior and exterior of the killer's car. In 2004, voters passed Proposition 69, which required that DNA be collected from all felons and individuals arrested for certain specific charges and entered into a database. This allowed the police to directly identify suspects through technology. Although investigators already had the Grim Sleeper's DNA, there was no record in the database, meaning the killer had not been arrested for other crimes, or if he had been arrested, it was not recorded for some reason. In 2010, the police tried again to enter the Grim Sleeper's DNA into the database. This time, the results were completely different. They found that the DNA of a criminal named Christopher Franklin partially matched that of the Grim Sleeper. Franklin was convicted of felony weapon and drug charges in 2008. He was too young, so the Grim Sleeper could not be him. However, the real identity of the Grim Sleeper must be related to Franklin. So the police set their sights on his father, Lonnie. To avoid alerting the suspect, they first dispatched a police officer disguised as a waiter at a restaurant where Lonnie ate. Then they collected Lonnie's used tableware, silverware, glass, and pizza to obtain his DNA. Eventually, the true identity of the Grim Sleeper was successfully confirmed as 57-year-old Lonnie. On July 7, 2010, Lonnie was arrested. He was charged with 10 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder, and multiple special circumstances of murder. On December 16th, the Los Angeles Police Department released 180 photos of women found in Lonnie's home. The police chief said, "These people are not suspects. We don't even know if they are victims. But we do know this. Lonnie Franklin's reign of terror in the city of Los Angeles, which spanned well over 2 decades, culminating with almost a dozen murder victims, certainly needs to be investigated further." In total, investigators found over 1,000 photos and several hundred hours of video in Lonnie's home. The images mainly show black women of a wide age range, from teenagers to middle-aged and older, often nude. Some of the victims appear to be beaten and bleeding, while others seem to be unconscious or dead. The police believe Lonnie took many of the photos, which date back up to 30 years. On February 16, 2016, the trial began. Lonnie was charged with 10 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. On May 5th, after nearly 3 months of trial and a day and a half of jury deliberation, he was found guilty of all charges. On May 12th, Lonnie's sentencing hearing began. During the hearing, prosecutors presented evidence related to 4 additional victims they believed were killed by Lonnie. These victims were identified after his arrest: Sharon Alicia Dismuke, Inez Warren, and Georgia Mae Thompson, whose identities were linked to unsolved missing persons cases dating back to 1976 and were considered potential Grim Sleeper victims by the task force. The 4th victim was Relania Morris, who was identified from photos found in Lonnie's home. Her body was never found, and prosecutors did not charge Lonnie with these murders, as they feared it would delay the trial. On June 6, 2016, a Los Angeles County jury sentenced Lonnie to death. On August 10th, the Superior Court sentenced Lonnie on each count and listed the names of the victims. On March 28, 2020, he was found dead in his cell. There were no signs of trauma on his body, and the cause of death and autopsy results were not publicly disclosed. In fact, the police missed an opportunity to apprehend Lonnie earlier. In 2003, he was convicted of a felony and was serving 3 years of supervised probation. In 2004, when voters passed Proposition 69, the police collected and cataloged thousands of DNA samples. During Lonnie's probation, his DNA should have been entered into the database, but it was not, as his probation officer failed to collect it between November 2004 and August 2005. 13 years ago, in the quiet town of New Albany, Indiana, a 75-year-old woman was murdered. It was not unusual for a murder to occur, but the brutality and bizarre nature of this case caused a great shock. The victim was named Christine Whitus, and she was born in Owsley County, Kentucky. Throughout her long life, she met a close friend with whom she shared a deep bond and experienced many things together. On October 10, 1957, this friend gave birth to a child named William Clyde Gibson III. Whitus treated this child as her own, providing him with meticulous care and support, and often giving him some pocket money. However, fate always takes unexpected turns. In 2012, William's mother passed away due to illness, which saddened Whitus deeply. As a friend of many years, she decided to go to William's house to offer him comfort and support. Upon her arrival, William made a shocking request to her, saying that he desired to have sexual relations with her. Whitus was surprised and angry at this request. She had always regarded William as her own son. How could she possibly accept such a demand? So she rejected him without hesitation. William, upon being rejected, strangled Whitus to death and sexually assaulted her with his fingers. He then dismembered Whitus's body, cutting off one of her breasts. In the end, he dragged Whitus's body to the garage of the house and casually discarded it in a corner, covering it with garbage bags that emitted a foul odor. Some people believe that criminals turn to a life of crime because they have experienced a tragic childhood. But this is not the case. When a child is unconditionally spoiled by their family, their inner self can become extremely sensitive. William was just like this. He never experienced any abuse or neglect from either of his parents. In fact, he was spoiled rotten. From a very young age, he began to exhibit strange behaviors. He struggled to interact with others, even at school. Because there were too many rules at school, he was very conflicted inside. Compared to communicating with his classmates, he preferred to stay at home with his mother. But because of this, every time he came to school, he was bullied and verbally abused by his peers. It wasn't until the 6th grade that William was able to defend himself. From this point on, he chose violence. He began to bully other children and was often punished by teachers for fighting and disciplinary issues in class. To intimidate his peers, he even fired a shotgun near their feet, resulting in one boy's eye being injured by flying debris. At the age of 13, William, like his father, started drinking alcohol. Later, he was arrested for stealing a motorcycle. Eventually, William dropped out of school and continued with his minor crimes, such as driving under the influence and reckless driving. After turning 18, William chose to enlist in the military, serving as a mechanic stationed in West Germany. During this time, he was good at marksmanship and grenade throwing, and was even awarded a badge for it. At this point, William became addicted to drugs and LSD, often mixing these substances with alcohol. In 1979, he was discharged for car theft and sentenced to serve 1 year at Fort Leavenworth. There, due to the lack of alcohol, he attempted suicide by cutting his wrists. On January 26, 1991, William had already been released from prison and had married a girl. That day, William was driving his pickup truck when he accidentally backed into another vehicle. He initially intended to get out of the car, but when he saw nearby police officers approaching to check the situation, he immediately sped away. The police, having seen this kind of thing before, got in their cars and gave chase, turning the highway into a scene of a pursuit. In the end, due to excessive speed, William lost control and crashed into a car, breaking the driver's ribs and suffering severe head injuries himself. 8 months later, William was charged with robbery and sexual assault because he had sexually violated a 21-year-old woman in a phone booth near Louisville Plaza in Kentucky. During the trial, the lawyer claimed that William suffered from a mental illness. As a result, the court approved an assessment of William's mental state by a psychologist. They concluded that William had an IQ of 79, and his subconscious refused to take responsibility for his own crimes, attributing the reasons for his offenses to alcohol. Since William did not suffer from any mental illness that could affect his judgment, he was deemed competent to stand trial and accepted a plea deal. Consequently, he was sentenced to 7 years in the Luther Luckett Correctional Facility in LaGrange. Learning of William's conviction, his wife chose to divorce him. In prison, William was informed that he needed to participate in a rehabilitation program for sex offenders, but he refused to take responsibility for his crimes. Seeing that William showed no signs of remorse, even though he was considered an obedient prisoner who rarely caused trouble and even obtained an Associate of Arts degree from Lindsey Wilson College, the prison authorities believed he was not eligible for a reduced sentence. On April 5, 1999, William was released from prison. Due to his sex crime, William was also added to the Indiana Sex and Violent Offender Registry. Later, William started dating a girl named Kelly Bailey, and the two moved into an apartment in Borden, Indiana. However, as William's drug habit worsened, Bailey left him in early 2000. A few months later, Bailey reported to the police that her ex-boyfriend William had used his car to stop hers while she was delivering newspapers, and he had brutally beaten her before fleeing the scene. Although the injuries on Bailey's face could prove the truth of her statement, due to lack of evidence, the case was dropped. In 2001, William was arrested for stealing a motorcycle and was sentenced to 3 years in prison. However, he was allowed to first receive treatment for his drug and alcohol addiction at Madison State Hospital. At the time, hospital staff claimed that William was not interested in treatment at all. He was also diagnosed with bipolar disorder, but no signs of mental illness were found in him. Then he was sent to Floyd County Jail to serve the remaining sentence until his release on March 12, 2002. On October 31, 2002, William was arrested for driving a truck under the influence of alcohol. At this time, William's arm was tattooed with a series of dates and an image of a knife. No one knew what it meant. After 4 days of alcohol withdrawal, William was examined by a psychiatrist from the prison. Although he complained of frequent headaches, stomach aches, insomnia, and hypochondria during the examination, the psychiatrist concluded that William was normal in all aspects, except for mild anxiety and signs of antisocial behavior. On January 7, 2003, a severely decomposed body was discovered in Clarksville. The victim showed obvious signs of abuse, with several stab wounds on the throat. Through dental records, the victim was identified as 44-year-old beautician Karen Sue Hodella from Port Orange, Florida. Investigators first considered her boyfriend as the suspect. However, during the interrogation, Hodella's boyfriend claimed that she had come to visit him in Jeffersonville in October 2002. The two had spent a few days in local bars, but around October 10th, Hodella left without saying goodbye and disappeared. In May 2003, William sued the prison, claiming that the prison staff improperly denied him access to medication for mental illness and kept him in a dirty environment. However, the lawsuit was dismissed by a federal judge who considered it to be baseless. William liked to hang out in bars and met many people there. On February 21, 2006, he stole a wallet and $300 from a female acquaintance's bag. Then her husband found William's car and arrested him on charges of theft. William was sentenced to 3 years in prison and was not released until 2009. After his release, William found a job where he was described as a diligent worker. He also received positive reviews from friends and neighbors for frequently attending local church activities and helping his sick mother. In late August 2011, he stopped participating in church activities because his mother fell ill and was sent to a nursing home. On January 18, 2012, his mother passed away at Floyd Memorial Hospital. Many neighbors believed that his mother's death had a significant psychological impact on William, as he became melancholic and stayed at home all day. On March 24th, William met 35-year-old Stephanie Marie Kirk at a bar in New Albany. They rode a motorcycle together and went to a motel where they spent the day using drugs and having sex. William then took Kirk back to his home, where they argued over some drugs. In a fit of anger, William strangled Kirk to death and sexually assaulted her corpse before burying her in the backyard. On April 19, 2012, the day after William killed Wittis, his sister came to his house. She wanted to get the car left by their mother, who had died a few months earlier. As soon as she entered the house, she went straight to the garage. The light in the garage was dim, and while checking the car, she noticed a pile of garbage in the corner with a mannequin inside. At first, she didn't think much of it, but when she got closer, she saw a pool of blood on the ground. The mannequin looked too realistic, like a human corpse. She immediately called the police and reported everything. Later that day, William was arrested for driving under the influence. The car he was driving belonged to Wittis. 5 days later, the victim was identified as Wittis, and the clues connected. William was charged with murder. A few days later, the tattoos on his arm were identified as a series of dates. After collecting information, the investigators found that the dates corresponded to the day Hodella was murdered. William then confessed to the murder and led the police to the place where he buried Kirk. On May 23rd, he was charged with 3 counts of murder. During the trial, the prosecutor presented an interview with investigators after William's arrest, in which he claimed that evil had overcome him and forced him to commit the murders. On October 25, 2013, William was found guilty of murdering Wittis in a jury trial. The jurors took less than 20 minutes to find William guilty of all charges. In the subsequent sentencing, he was sentenced to death. He told the judge that it was no big deal and that he deserved it. For the trials of the remaining 2 murder cases, William changed his plea. He waived his right to a speedy trial and chose to plead guilty to the murder of Hodella. As part of the plea deal, the evidence presented in this trial would not be used in subsequent trials as evidence or as a factor to aggravate his sentence. In the trial of the last murder case, William once again chose to plead guilty. He waived his right to a jury trial, but despite this, the prosecutor remained determined to seek the death penalty for William. On August 15, 2014, William was again sentenced to death. The judge stated publicly that this was the only appropriate sentence for such a brutal killing. After being imprisoned, William filed multiple appeals against his death sentence, but all were rejected by the Indiana Supreme Court. Later, William confessed to being responsible for an additional 30 murders, but there was no evidence to support these claims. In the mysterious 20th century, in Kansas, a state located in the Midwestern United States, some notorious serial killers also emerged on this vast land. Their crimes filled people with endless terror because the methods they used against their victims were extremely cruel. However, what is most chilling is that some missing people never reappeared, not even their remains. This means that no one knows what kind of torture they suffered, nor where they were buried by the murderer. For the families of the victims, this unknown is the most painful torment. They understand that their loved ones have likely met with misfortune, but deep in their hearts, there is still a faint glimmer of hope that their relatives might still be alive. This feeling of hovering between despair and hope constantly cuts at their souls. On the morning of January 27, 1977, in Leavenworth, Kansas, 72-year-old Hazel Meeker was sitting on the sofa in her home. For her, every day now consisted of lying in a rocking chair, reading the newspaper, and watering her flowers, enjoying the life of an elderly person. Just as she was about to rest, a boy broke into her house. Upon hearing the door open, the elderly woman felt an unknown sense of panic. Upon closer inspection, she recognized her neighbor's son, 16-year-old Richard Anthony Grissom, Jr. Meeker thought that perhaps the young boy had had a minor argument with his family and was looking for someone to talk to. In her impression, Richard was a very friendly, handsome, and intelligent child. However, she was unaware that the young man was secretly holding a railroad spike. Half an hour later, Richard left Meeker's house in a panic. He then broke into another house. Since the owner was not home, he carefully searched their rooms and took a handgun. Dozens of minutes later, Meeker's granddaughter visited her grandmother as usual. Upon opening the door, she found her grandmother lying on the ground with a pool of blood beneath her. Immediately, she contacted the police and reported what she had seen. An investigation was launched promptly. The investigators who arrived at the scene found a large number of disordered footprints near the house's entrance due to the snow. They followed the footprints to a trailer park, passing by a house that had been burglarized along the way, and then reached the railway tracks in the southern part of the town. Apparently, the perpetrator was trying to cover his tracks. After arriving at the trailer park, the investigators found Richard, who was trying to bury the handgun. Absolutely, they apprehended the person they believed to be the murderer. At the police station, the flustered Richard quickly confessed to the murder under police interrogation. 3 months passed quickly, and in April 1977, Richard was convicted in juvenile court and transferred to the Topeka Boys Industrial School. The purpose of this institution is to provide education and vocational training for boys under 16, helping them reform and reintegrate into society. 2 years later, in February 1979, Richard and 2 other teenagers escaped from there, but they were captured after only about a day on the run, during which they also broke into a house in Jefferson County. In 1980, after leaving the Topeka Boys Industrial School, Richard enrolled at Kansas State University. In September, he went to Manhattan, where he joined the track and field team. During practice, he earned the nickname Rockman because he almost fell every time he jumped. Due to his lack of running talent, Richard quit the track and field team after a month and took up squash, where he was regarded as a star player. In November 1982, a month before the final exams, Richard stole $190 from a resume service in Manhattan. 2 months later, he pleaded not guilty to the theft charge and was sentenced to 3 years of probation. After that, he drifted between Kansas City and Manhattan. In 1984, he stole a Mazda and was sentenced to serve time until June 1988, when he was paroled. In fact, Richard was an unexpected child born to an American soldier and a Korean woman during their time together. His biological parents directly sent him to an orphanage, where he stayed until 3 years later when Richard was adopted by an African-American couple and brought to Kansas. Over time, in the mid-1970s, they moved to Leavenworth. No one knows what happened during Richard's childhood, but some reports indicate that he was frequently abused by his adoptive father. In 1989, Richard began a relationship with Terry Renee Manis, a 25-year-old student at Butler Community College. On June 6, the two planned to start a romantic date. The next day, her neighbor found Manis lying naked on the floor of her apartment, covered in stab wounds. Later, the autopsy report revealed that her actual cause of death was strangulation. On June 8th, Richard leased a storage unit in southern Johnson County under the alias Randy Rodriguez. Over the past 2 years, Richard had become a house painter and maintenance worker, even securing contracts with large apartment complexes in the area. This gave him access to keys for hundreds of apartments. Then, in just over a week, 3 young women in Johnson County went missing. The first missing case was Joan Marie Butler, a 24-year-old who lived in Overland Park, Kansas, and worked for an advertising company. On June 18th, Butler told her family that she was going to visit a friend, but she never appeared in public again. On June 25th, Butler's rented car was found in an apartment complex, with a pool of blood inside. On June 26th, Teresa Brown and Christine Rush, both 22 years old, went missing. Brown was a cheerleader and prom queen from Camdenton High School in Missouri, working as a dental assistant and planning to become a dental hygienist. Rush was a high school graduate engaged in retail marketing. At the time, they lived in Trafalgar Square Apartments in Lenexa, Kansas. That day, Rush had taken a sick day for both herself and Brown, planning to throw a party because Brown was about to leave her. However, the next day, they were reported missing, just like Butler, and have not been seen since. While Butler was reported missing, investigators discovered that on the morning of the day after her disappearance, a man had withdrawn approximately $900 from her bank account. They immediately identified this mysterious man as a person of interest. Fortunately, he had not disguised himself in any way, so they easily found and identified him as 29-year-old Richard. However, they lacked direct evidence of kidnapping and could only charge him with theft. Since Richard had gone into hiding, the police had to issue a wanted alert to the public. In the meantime, friends of Brown and Rush saw the wanted notice and recognized Richard as the man who had attended their farewell party. Further investigation by the police revealed that on the day the 2 girls went missing, Richard had rented a second storage unit in Stanley with a woman claiming to be Brown. About a few hours later, bank surveillance cameras captured Rush withdrawing money from an ATM. In late June, law enforcement obtained a search warrant and searched Richard's Toyota vehicle, where they found the credit cards of Brown and Rush, as well as a 12-inch red knife. Additionally, witnesses living near Butler's apartment reported seeing a vehicle similar to Richard's parked outside their apartment building in the days following the disappearance. Police then searched Richard's 2 storage units and collected numerous hair strands from the floor, which were sent to the Johnson County Crime Laboratory for comparison. The results indicated that these hairs likely belonged to the missing women. Moreover, in the residence of Brown and Rush, the police found male DNA that matched Richard's DNA sample exactly. In early July, the FBI located Richard, who was in hiding in Texas, and dispatched 15 federal agents to arrest him. On July 7th, they conducted approximately 4.5 hours of surveillance at the American Airlines terminal in Dallas. At 9:45 a.m., they successfully spotted Richard and apprehended him. Richard was then taken to an interrogation room and subjected to an 8-hour interrogation by the FBI. During this time, he rarely answered questions and consistently requested to hire a lawyer. Investigations revealed that Richard had been staying at a motel in Corpus Christi during this period, so the police searched this residence but found no additional evidence. Although the whereabouts of the women were not discovered, the police had gathered sufficient evidence to determine that the 3 women had been killed, and therefore charged Richard with 3 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of aggravated kidnapping, 4 counts of aggravated robbery, 2 counts of aggravated burglary, 1 count of burglary, and 1 count of theft. Richard was then detained in a prison in Dallas, and in November he was extradited back to Kansas. In March 1990, the judge reduced Richard's robbery charges from 4 counts of aggravated robbery to 4 counts of simple robbery. On March 14th, he pleaded not guilty to the charges. In October, Richard went on trial, with the defense insisting on his innocence while the prosecution accused him of killing the 3 women. As evidence, the prosecutor called a genetics expert who testified that the blood found in the car likely belonged to a child of Butler's parents, meaning it was Butler's blood. On November 4th, after 12 hours of deliberation, the jury found Richard guilty on all counts. Consequently, on November 20th, he was sentenced to 4 life imprisonment terms. The reason he was not sentenced to death was due to the timing of the 1990 Kansas gubernatorial election. Republican Governor Mike Hayden, seeking re-election, used this case to emphasize the necessity of reinstating the death penalty. He argued that if Richard had been sentenced to death for the 1977 murder, he would not have been able to kill the other 3 women. However, this sparked significant controversy, as most people believed Richard could not be sentenced to death since he was still a minor at the time. Moreover, Hayden lost the election and the death penalty was not reinstated. In October 1998, it was discovered that Richard had joined an internet pen pal group specifically for incarcerated individuals. The victims' families expressed their disappointment at allowing such websites. Tim Butler, brother of Joan Butler, wrote to the website operators stating, "The monster Grissom forgot to mention his other hobbies, bludgeoning old ladies with railroad spikes and killing and torturing young women." As of 2025, Richard remains incarcerated and will not be eligible for parole until 2093. The whereabouts of the girls have still not been discovered, as Richard has refused to provide any information. He has also declined to offer details about the murder of Manus, for which he is also a primary suspect. In the 1980s, American society was rife with violence and crime, with murders, sexual assaults, robberies, and shootings occurring everywhere. On the afternoon of August 22, 1982, the sun was no longer scorching, and the air carried a hint of coolness. A boy was jogging on the Bat Cove Trail in Portland, Maine. This was not his first time doing so. He often came to this path for exercise, and his parents were aware of this. However, this day was different from usual, as 11-year-old Richard Stetson did not return home on time. Even after nightfall, his parents standing at the door did not see their son. Sensing something was wrong, his parents immediately called the police. The next day, a driver on Interstate 295 noticed a boy lying in the bushes at a bend, barely clothed. He reported this to the police, and officers on patrol nearby rushed to the scene. They found that the boy had clear marks of strangulation on his neck, his clothes were almost completely removed, and there were bite marks on his arm. After forensic examination, the boy was identified as the missing Richard, and the cause of death was determined to be stabbing. Investigators took over the case. Since no weapon was found at the crime scene, they had to rely on the bite marks on Richard's body and investigate those who were on the Bat Cove Trail at the time to find clues. As time went on, the investigation progressed slowly. Under immense public pressure, investigators focused on some pedophiles. Coincidentally, a suspect was present there that day, so they arrested him on charges of murder. Even though his teeth did not match the bite marks on the victim, he was still forcibly identified as the culprit. On September 18, 1983, a Sunday in Bellevue, Nebraska, a 13-year-old boy named Danny Joe Eberl, who worked for a newspaper to earn extra pocket money, disappeared after delivering only 3 of his 70 newspapers. Hours later, his father found his abandoned bicycle and the remaining 67 newspapers on the lawn in front of Danny's 4th customer's house, with no signs of struggle. Then Danny's brother reported a strange incident to the police. In recent days, Danny and he had been followed by a white man driving a brown car, which was an important clue. After 3 days of searching, Danny's body was found in a grassy area about 4 miles from where his bicycle was left. The crime scene was in disarray, and the look of terror on his face indicated that he had suffered unspeakable torture before his death. His underwear was pulled down, his hands and feet were tightly bound, his mouth was sealed with surgical tape, and he had 9 stab wounds. Investigators initially targeted pedophiles, even bringing in a hypnotist to help witnesses recall possibly forgotten memories. However, after questioning known pedophiles in the area, no evidence was found, and the investigation hit a dead end. A local bank announced a reward of $40,000 for information leading to the arrest of the killer. FBI profilers believed the perpetrator was likely a white, young man with sexual tendencies. A week after the crime, a young man was caught molesting 2 little boys, and the police considered him a major suspect. After his arrest, the young man pleaded not guilty, failed a polygraph test, and provided a false alibi. However, since he did not match the profile created by the FBI for the killer, he was released. On December 2nd, in a town 3 miles away from where Danny's body was found, 12-year-old Christopher Walden disappeared while walking to school. 2 days later, his body was discovered by a hunter 5 miles away from Papillion. The crime scene was gruesome. The little boy's throat was deeply slashed, almost decapitated, and there were stab wounds of varying depths on his body. Initially, investigators believed that the 2 cases were not committed by the same perpetrator because, this time, there were no signs of the victim being tied up, and the body was hidden more concealed. It was not until investigators interviewed local residents that several witnesses at the scene of Walden's disappearance reported seeing a white man get out of a brown car, apparently holding something in his hand, then approach a little boy, and shortly after they got into the car and left. With no leads, the two cases remained unsolved until January 11, 1984, when a kindergarten teacher in the area where the murders occurred provided the police and the FBI with the clues they needed. She reported that she had seen a young man driving around the area in a car, seemingly loitering or doing something unspecified. Given the recent murders, she wanted to record the vehicle's license plate. However, when she attempted to do so, the driver stopped in front of her and threatened her. They traced the license plate number and found that the car was not brown but was rented by an enlisted radar technician from Offutt Air Force Base. But after further investigation, they found that this man fit the FBI's initial profile of a white single male, similar to the composite sketch drawn from witness statements, and he also had a brown Chevrolet Nova sedan under repair. This man's name is John Joseph Yalbert IV. His story began on July 2, 1963, when he was born in Lawrence, Massachusetts. Unfortunately, his mother was an extremely controlling person who was very harsh towards her family. So, 6 years later, his father, unable to bear his wife's verbal control and abuse, chose to divorce. In 1974, 11-year-old John and his sister moved with their mother to a dilapidated apartment in Portland, Maine. His childhood was very tragic. He was tightly controlled by his mother and lacked fatherly love. Even though he missed his father, his mother supervised him constantly, not allowing him to visit his father. As a result, John gradually came to hate this woman who controlled his behavior. Due to his mother's excessive control, his personality became timid, sensitive, and shy, traits that made him extremely easy to be bullied by others. And indeed, this was the case. Although he had always been an excellent student who loved learning at school, he believed in his heart that he was born to be bullied and abused. Therefore, he was often victimized by his classmates. One teacher once said that John appeared to be like a little boy throughout his entire high school period because he did not know how to protect himself at all. In order to compensate for the feeling of being isolated, John tried to integrate into the collective by participating in group activities, playing the clarinet, and joining the track and field team. However, as time went on, his inner self gradually became twisted. At the age of 13, John accidentally stabbed a girl with a pencil. But when the girl cried out in pain, he experienced sexual arousal, a feeling he had never felt before. So, the next day, as he rode his bicycle past another girl, he deliberately slashed her with a razor blade. In another incident, he beat a boy and almost strangled him into unconsciousness. It was at this point that John's sadistic and homicidal fantasies developed to the point where he imagined murdering strangers on the street, or binding and gagging those who resisted him. Because he had been bullied during his adolescence, he took immense pleasure in this dominant physical and mental power and began to consider randomly stabbing or slashing others. In a later psychiatric report, John was described as saying that he derived joy from the despair of his victims, stating, "If you're going to do it, get it over with." In 1981, John graduated from high school at a school in Portland. The police then issued a search warrant. When they searched John's barracks, the investigators found a hunting knife and a rope that matched the one used to bind Danny. After collecting this as evidence, the FBI determined that this unusual rope was made for the U.S. military in South Korea. During the interrogation, John stated that he obtained it from the reconnaissance sergeant of the unit where he served as an assistant, and then he admitted to the murders of Danny and Walden. On January 12, 1984, John was charged with the murder of the two Nebraska boys. During the trial, a panel of 3 judges sentenced him to death on 2 counts. At the time, when an FBI profiler introduced the cases of the 2 boys during a training course at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, a police officer from Portland, Maine, noticed similarities to a case in his jurisdiction that occurred before John joined the Air Force. After his teeth were found to match the bite marks on Richard, it was confirmed that in addition to these 2 murders, John was also responsible for Richard's murder. Therefore, in 1990, he was also sentenced to life imprisonment in Maine for the murder of Richard after his teeth were found to match the bite marks. In 1995, John filed a habeas corpus petition challenging his death sentence. His lawyer argued that several psychiatric evaluations of John proved that he suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder and schizoid personality disorder, claiming that John's murders were caused by mental derangement. However, the investigators pointed out that John was in a clear state of mind when he committed the crimes, stating that he clearly exhibited sadistic behavior by torturing Danny and Walden. Then John was scheduled to be executed by electric chair on July 17, 1996. Before his execution, he made his final statement saying, "I just want to say that again, I am sorry for what I have done. I do not know if my death will change anything or if it will bring anyone peace. And I just ask the families of Danny Abril and Christopher Walden and Richard Stetson to please try to find some peace and ask the people of Nebraska to forgive me. That's all. At 12:29 a.m. on July 17, 1996, he was executed by electric chair. On a winter night in Los Angeles, January 6, 1987, a homeless man, as he usually did, was wandering the streets of Koreatown, searching for a place to shelter from the cold. Unbeknownst to him, tonight would be the end of his life. A young man named Joseph Martin Danks, armed with a sharp knife like a skilled hunter, hid in the hazy night and quietly approached the homeless man. Without hesitation, he stabbed him in the heart with the knife, instantly taking his life. Next day, the sun rose as usual, and the streets were filled with people. The body of this poor man was discovered, his face bearing an expression of terror, as if it were telling the story of that horrifying night. In January 1987, a serial killer emerged near Koreatown in Los Angeles, who crazily targeted homeless people and carried out a series of brutal murders. He usually stabbed his victims from behind with great force, and his methods were extremely brutal. The first victim was 40-year-old Christopher Michael Forsblade. On January 7th, his body was found on Vermont Avenue. The crime scene was gruesome. The homeless man's body lay on the ground, his heart stabbed and blood pooling around him. 7 days later, 2 new victims appeared. Their remains were discovered at noon and in the afternoon, respectively. One was 58-year-old Isaac Davis, killed on South Menlo Avenue. Then, in less than 3 hours, 55-year-old John Charles Coble was killed on West 9th Street. Autopsy reports showed that they died from stab wounds, with vital organs ruptured and bleeding to death. 2 days later, a homeless man, aged around 43 and whose identity was never confirmed, was brutally murdered on West 8th Street. The next day, 64-year-old Almond Lord was attacked on South Kenmore Avenue. The elderly man survived the assault because the multiple serial murders at the time had already heightened the vigilance of the local homeless population. He had been on guard, and when the assailant attacked him, he put up a fierce resistance, causing the attacker to flee. He also provided the police with a description of the suspect's appearance for a composite sketch during the subsequent investigation. On January 20th, 58-year-old James Lyons was attacked in Manhattan Plaza. Like Lord, he was prepared for an assault. Although he was stabbed, he also survived. A few hours later, another homeless man in his 50s was killed on Southwest Boulevard, and his identity was never confirmed. However, in this murder, a witness saw the assailant in the act. He chased the attacker for 5 blocks and then borrowed a phone from a passerby to call the police. The police responded swiftly, cornering the assailant in a dead-end alley. In the end, the attacker made no futile resistance. Just before being arrested, he wrapped the murder weapon, a kitchen knife, in a newspaper and threw it into a trash can, but it was eventually found by the police. After arriving at the police station, the killer's identity was confirmed as 25-year-old Joseph Martin Danks. He waived his Miranda rights, which means he had the right to remain silent and the right to have a lawyer present during questioning. He directly admitted to 6 counts of murder. In addition to his testimony, the main evidence proving Joseph's involvement in the murders was the kitchen knife he discarded, as the width and length of the blade matched the depth and shape of the victim's wounds. Furthermore, a 34-year-old man named Christopher John Regal was released by the police, as he had been the primary suspect in these murders before Joseph's arrest. According to Joseph's statement, his motive for the murders was personal animosity towards the homeless, whom he considered to be dirty and disgusting. And the start of his killing spree was triggered by a homeless man named Edwin Trujillo. He claimed that this homeless man caused the shelter to be overcrowded, preventing Joseph from being allowed to stay there overnight, although the police could not confirm whether this incident occurred. In March 1988, the prosecutor's office offered Joseph a plea deal, but he initially refused it. During the trial, Joseph was detained at the Men's Central Jail, where he exhibited symptoms of paranoia. He was keen on constructing conspiracy theories surrounding his detention, complaining that his prison food had been poisoned by unknown individuals. He firmly believed that the famous actor Burt Reynolds and television host Johnny Carson were in the same room with him, defecating in his food. He also accused the prison management of psychologically torturing him by playing music through the cameras in his cell. During a court hearing, Joseph even attacked his lawyer with a makeshift knife crafted from a toothbrush and a razor blade, causing minor injuries. In December of the same year, on the advice of his lawyer, Joseph accepted the plea deal in exchange for the withdrawal of the death penalty. According to the agreement, on December 23, 1988, he was found guilty of 6 murder charges and sentenced to life imprisonment, with no possibility of parole for 156 years. Due to his deteriorating mental health, Joseph was transferred to Atascadero State Hospital, where he received treatment from June 1989 to March 1990. During this period, after a psychiatric evaluation, Joseph was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, an antisocial personality disorder. He also underwent a neurological examination to determine if there were any suspected cysts in his brain, but the results did not reveal any abnormalities. After a period of treatment, his mental state improved, and on August 23, 1990, he was transferred out of the hospital to the California Correctional Institution in Tehachapi to continue serving his life sentence. Around 1 a.m. on September 21, 1990, Joseph was shouting loudly in his cell, claiming that he had killed his cellmate. A prison guard was alerted and went to check the cell, where he found the body of 67-year-old Walter Holt. That morning, during an interview about what had happened, Joseph stated that 3 hours after he was locked in the cell, Holt had fallen asleep, and he strangled Holt with a rope made from a bedsheet. He claimed that he killed the man because a divine voice had ordered him to do so. Obviously, this explanation was not credible to anyone, so Joseph was charged with first-degree murder. While awaiting trial, Joseph remained in prison, where he continued to engage in criminal activities. On November 12, 1991, a prison guard searched his cell and found a sharp plastic handle hidden in his mattress. On January 23, 1992, a prison guard conducted a strip search on several inmates, including Joseph. During the search, the guard forced the prisoners to take off their clothes. When he removed the handcuffs from Joseph and another inmate, Joseph used a piece of metal to stab the other prisoner in the head. On January 26th, another prison guard noticed smoke coming from Joseph's cell and immediately took him out to put out the fire. The cause of the fire was later determined to be Joseph setting his cell on fire with newspapers and magazines he had been collecting. On July 12th, during lunchtime, Joseph attacked a guard, beating him and attempting to splash a cup of hot coffee in his face. In early 1993, Joseph's trial for the murder of Holt began. During one of the court sessions, he attacked one of his lawyers, stabbing him with a sharp wire. On April 2, 1993, Joseph pleaded guilty to the murder charge and was subsequently sentenced to death. In his final statement, Joseph showed no remorse for his actions, claiming that he was doing God's work by killing the elderly man. He also threatened the judge and the prosecutor and told the jury members that he openly welcomed being executed. Joseph's mental condition was a cause for concern for everyone, but perhaps there was some explanation for it all. Joseph's story began on June 17, 1962, when he was born into a wealthy family in Bay City, Michigan. His mother was not his father's legal wife, but a nanny, and as a result, the innocent child was not highly regarded within the family. In fact, his birth was not valued by everyone. During her pregnancy, Joseph's mother continuously consumed alcohol, leading to his premature birth by 2 months. At birth, he weighed only 2 kilograms and had to spend 4 weeks in an incubator at the hospital. Even after returning home, he was not cared for by his parents, as the 2 irresponsible individuals continued to drink excessively after his birth. It was his half-sister and the hired housekeeper who took care of him. According to the housekeeper, on at least 2 occasions, he found Joseph crying and locked in a drawer by his mother. Additionally, there were reports of his parents giving him sedatives, causing him to be in a state of sleep for most of the time. Although his mother denied this, the couple's actions did not seem to convince people. In early 1964, his parents had a violent argument, during which his father beat his mother and broke her nose. This led to the angry mother leaving home with 2-year-old Joseph and living on her own. Over the next decade, Joseph endured a great deal of hardship. He witnessed his mother marrying a strange man, giving birth to 2 sons, and then constantly arguing with his stepfather, which led to the stepfather leaving home and abandoning the family. He also saw his mother being consoled by another man, and under the meticulous care of this man, she married him. In 1976, Joseph returned to Bay City with his mother and new stepfather, and then Joseph reconnected with his biological father and 2 half-brothers. At this point, they were already deeply in debt, having lost their house and jobs, and were living in a trailer, surviving by theft while using various anesthetics such as marijuana, LSD, and phencyclidine. A year later, 15-year-old Joseph was involved in 2 traffic accidents within just a few months, one of which resulted in a head injury. Although he successfully recovered after being discharged from the hospital, he showed signs of mental illness, which was not surprising. In fact, his half-brother also suffered from schizophrenia, as their biological father was both a drug user and an alcoholic, with declining memory. A year later, Joseph was arrested in Mexico on suspicion of drug possession. Although he was ultimately only fined administratively, his new stepfather directly prohibited him from entering the trailer and contacting his biological father and brothers. A wise decision, because soon after, his two half-brothers were arrested for drug trafficking. In the following year, Joseph dropped out of school and ran away from home. He began a months-long journey of homelessness, constantly hitchhiking between various cities. During this period, Joseph's mental state deteriorated rapidly, with symptoms of hypochondria and clinical delirium. He frequently moved furniture around the house and deliberately cut the electrical wires, claiming that someone was watching him through the television. He also accused his mother and other relatives of trying to poison him, so he refused to eat any food prepared by his family. He seemed to have a severe case of mysophobia, obsession with cleanliness, washing dishes, and tidying the room multiple times a day. In addition, he was plagued by auditory hallucinations, as he claimed to be communicating with his deceased grandparents. Even though his family wanted to help him, he refused any medical assistance, insisting that drug addiction was a common phenomenon in society. He was also convinced that President Ronald Reagan smoked 10,000 marijuana cigarettes a day. Due to unemployment, he relied on financial support from his mother, but he suspected that his mother and aunt were colluding to print counterfeit money and threatened to report them to the police. In his spare time, he hung out with local homeless people, and over time, he gradually stopped taking care of his appearance, becoming slovenly and unhygienic. In October 1982, Joseph appeared at an elementary school in New Jersey, dressed in tattered clothes, causing a panic. He was forcibly taken to the police station. After returning to Michigan, he again complained of experiencing hallucinations. Having committed several minor offenses, Joseph was involuntarily committed to a mental hospital for treatment. Although he managed to escape after 2 weeks, he was found in Florida after several days on the run and was sent back to the facility, where he received treatment until early 1984. He was then sent back to his mother. At this point, Joseph's first stepfather offered him a job, attempting to repair their relationship. However, starting in 1985, Joseph's mental state deteriorated again. He displayed misanthropic traits, refusing to accompany his stepfather to any fast food restaurants or other public places. And he demanded that food be delivered to him by truck and claimed that an unidentified malicious entity was tracking him. After a while, he left his stepfather and once again began hitchhiking across the country. In 1986, Joseph went to live with one of his half-brothers for several weeks. However, this brother had become a Jehovah's Witness after being released from prison 2 years prior, had gotten married, and had ceased all criminal activities, leading to arguments between the two, and Joseph eventually left. In June 1986, Joseph was arrested for illegally possessing a sawed-off shotgun. During his incarceration in the county jail, he exhibited signs of obsessive-compulsive disorder, constantly keeping his cell clean and washing his belongings multiple times a day. In September, Joseph pleaded guilty to an attempted theft charge and was sentenced to 5 years of probation. After his release, he left Michigan again and reappeared in Los Angeles, California by the end of 1986, marking the beginning of Joseph's murder spree. On April 2, 1993, after the final sentencing, Joseph was transferred to a death row cell at San Quentin State Prison. As time went on, his mental health continued to deteriorate. He often complained of hallucinations and pain caused by rats, but no traces of rats were found in his cell. Joseph also suffered from insomnia, frequently screaming at night and waking other prisoners from their sleep. He also often attacked prison guards, once pouring urine on a guard. Although his mental illness was known, he did not receive treatment until 2011. In 2004, Joseph's lawyer drafted an appeal, asking to overturn his death sentence and requesting a retrial. This was because during the second trial in 1993, 2 jurors sought advice from their parish clergy, a violation of the rules that juries should follow, as jurors are prohibited from discussing the case outside the courtroom. However, the appeal was rejected. In 2012, Joseph's family hired a lawyer to appeal his death sentence, asking for treatment for his mental disorder. However, the court did not make a final decision on this appeal. On March 13, 2019, the governor of California ordered a suspension of the death penalty in the state. This meant that although Joseph's death sentence remained valid due to the governor's order, he would not be executed. And his case and health continued to be monitored, especially since he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and antisocial personality disorder. On the night of February 17, 1970, in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, the tranquil air was tinged with an ominous foreboding. That evening, a bloody tragedy tore through the community, shattering its peace. A young doctor, Jeffrey Robert MacDonald, experienced a nightmarish assault in his own home. He suffered stab wounds to his chest, bruises on his forehead, and minor injuries to his limbs. However, compared to him, the fate of his pregnant wife and 2 young daughters was far more tragic. They were killed on the spot during the attack. The surviving husband claimed that a group of intruders had broken into his home, chanting, "Acid is groovy, kill the pigs," before launching a frenzied assault on his family. Yet, as the investigation deepened, the truth became increasingly murky. Jeffrey's account was riddled with inconsistencies. He, the only male in the house, had sustained the least severe injuries, while his defenseless wife and daughters suffered the most fatal blows. These incongruous details cast doubt on his story, and the mystery gradually pointed to a chilling possibility that the massacre was a cold-blooded murder orchestrated by Jeffrey himself. His image shifted from that of an innocent victim to a suspect who had meticulously planned the crime. His story shocked the entire United States and sparked decades of legal controversy and public debate. People have long questioned, was he the mastermind behind a calculated, cold-blooded murder, or was he truly an innocent victim? The story begins in the Jamaica neighborhood of Queens, New York, where on October 12, 1943, a couple welcomed their second child, Jeffrey. Despite their impoverished circumstances, the young boy did not succumb to despair. His father, though strict in his discipline, never resorted to physical abuse against his wife or children. It was precisely this environment that shaped Jeffrey's precocious character. During high school, he served as student council president and was voted by his peers as the most popular and most likely to succeed. However, his adolescence was not all glamour and accolades. At the end of 8th grade, a girl entered his life. It happened in the high school hallway, where 2 girls walked side by side, passing by Jeffrey. For some reason, her image lingered in his mind for days. 2 weeks later, Jeffrey sought her out, Colette Catherine Stevenson. They began talking and quickly formed a friendship. Their relationship progressed rapidly, and they started dating. One memorable moment was when Jeffrey and Colette sat on a balcony, holding hands while watching the movie Summer Place. That scene left a deep impression on them. Whenever the movie's theme song played on the radio, they would instinctively turn up the volume, as if the melody was a testament to their love. However, this youthful romance did not last long. Colette abruptly announced the end of their relationship. Jeffrey was heartbroken, but he soon moved on and began a new relationship with another girl. Jeffrey excelled in high school and earned a 3-year scholarship to Princeton University. In 1962, he enrolled at Princeton to pursue pre-med studies, where he demonstrated remarkable academic talent and potential. However, his personal life was far from stable. During his 2nd year of studies, after breaking up with his new girlfriend, Jeffrey reconnected with his former flame, Colette. She was a shy girl, harboring a slight fear of the world, and Jeffrey, with his confident demeanor, became her protector, much like a knight. Yet, he was a romantic at heart and often dated other girls. When he learned that Colette was pregnant with his child, he decided to marry her. On September 14, 1963, they tied the knot in New York City, with 100 guests in attendance. The reception was held at the Fifth Avenue Hotel, and the couple later honeymooned in Cape Cod. On April 18, 1964, their first daughter, Kimberly Catherine, was born. After completing his undergraduate studies at Princeton, Jeffrey moved with his family to Chicago in the summer of 1965 to attend Northwestern University Medical School. Colette, meanwhile, gave up her studies to focus entirely on their family. On May 8, 1967, their second child, Kristen Zhang, was born. In 1968, after graduating from medical school, they relocated to Bergenfield, New Jersey. Jeffrey completed a 1-year residency in thoracic surgery at New York's Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center. This period was grueling for both Jeffrey and Colette, as Jeffrey often worked 36-hour shifts, leaving him only 12 hours to rest at home, which severely limited his time with his family. After finishing his residency, Jeffrey and Colette vacationed in Aruba, and he subsequently decided to enlist in the military. On June 28, 1969, Jeffrey officially joined the U.S. Army and was sent to Fort Sam Houston in Texas for a 6-week basic medical training course for doctors. During this time, he volunteered to join the Army Special Forces, becoming a Green Beret physician. He was then assigned to Fort Moore in Georgia, where he completed airborne training. Although he initially feared deployment to Vietnam, he learned that, as a Special Forces doctor, the likelihood of being sent overseas was low. In August, Jeffrey was stationed at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, serving as a surgeon for the 3rd Special Forces Group. His wife and 2 daughters moved with him to the base, living at 544 Castle Drive, a housing area reserved for married officers, with security provided by military police. Here, Colette continued to pursue her academic dreams, aspiring to earn a bachelor's degree in English literature. Meanwhile, their two daughters began to develop distinct personalities. Kimberly was intelligent, shy, and feminine, while Kristen was a spirited tomboy who would even stand up for her sister if she was bullied. On December 10th, Jeffrey took on the role of preventive medical officer. By this time, Colette was pregnant with their third child, a boy due in July 1970. Jeffrey was filled with anticipation for the future. He even bought a Shetland pony as a Christmas surprise for his daughters and planned to move the family to a farm in Connecticut. Colette, feeling deeply content, wrote to a university acquaintance that her life had never been so normal or happy. She expressed excitement about the upcoming arrival of their son, believing it would make their family complete. In 1970, Jeffrey was promoted to captain and planned to pursue advanced medical training at Yale University after completing his term as a Green Beret physician. At this point, his career seemed to be on a smooth trajectory, and his family life was brimming with hope and promise. However, all of this came to an abrupt end on the night of February 17, 1970. A bloody tragedy shattered his fate and obliterated the future of his family. On the afternoon of February 16, 1970, Jeffrey took his two daughters to feed their pony. Around 5:45 p.m., they returned home. Jeffrey took a shower and changed into an old blue pajama set. After dinner, Colette left the house to attend a night class at the University of North Carolina in Fort Bragg. According to Jeffrey's account, he played a game with his daughters, letting them ride on his back. Around 7 p.m., he put Kristen to bed and then rested himself. After waking up, he watched Kimberly's favorite TV show, Laugh-In, with her. At 9:40 p.m., Colette returned home, and the couple sat together on the couch watching TV. Midway through a program, Colette decided to go to bed, while Jeffrey fell asleep on the living room couch. At 3:42 a.m., the Fort Bragg dispatcher received an emergency call. On the line, Jeffrey weakly cried out, "Help! 544 Castle Drive. Stabbing! Hurry!" The operator then heard the sound of the phone dropping. About 10 minutes later, military police arrived at the scene. They found the front door locked and the house dark. When they went around to the back, they noticed the screen door was unlocked and the rear door was open. Upon entering, they were met with a horrifying scene. In the master bedroom, Colette lay on her back, one eye open and one breast exposed. Her body bore the marks of repeated blows from a blunt object, with both arms broken. She had been stabbed 21 times in the chest with an ice pick and 16 times in the neck with a knife. Her trachea was severed in 2 places. Her blood-stained pajamas clung to her, and a paring knife lay beside her. Jeffrey was found lying face down next to her, his head resting on her chest and his arm draped around her neck. He says, "Check my kids. I heard my kids crying." 5-year-old Kimberly was found in her bed. Her head and body had been repeatedly struck with a blunt object, and she had been stabbed 8 to 10 times in the neck. Her skull was fractured, her cheekbone protruding through her skin, and her brain severely bruised, leading to her death shortly after the injuries were inflicted. 2-year-old Kristen lay in her bed with a bottle in her mouth. She had been stabbed 33 times in the chest, neck, hands, and back, and 15 times with an ice pick. Her heart bore 2 knife wounds. On the headboard of the marital bed, the word "pig" was written in Colette's blood, standing 8 inches tall. After receiving CPR, Jeffrey sat up and shouted, "Oh my God, look at my wife, I'm going to kill those damn acid heads." As he was carried out on a stretcher, he yelled, "Let me see my kids." After receiving treatment at Womack Army Medical Center, the findings of the medical staff deepened the mystery of the case. Although Jeffrey claimed to have engaged in a fierce struggle with 3 male intruders and 1 female intruder, his injuries were far less severe than those of his wife and children. He had some cuts, bruises, and nail scratches on his face and chest, but none of these wounds were life-threatening or required stitches. Additionally, he was diagnosed with a mild concussion and had a stab wound on his right torso, 5/8 of an inch deep, which caused a partial collapse of his lung. Despite this, Jeffrey was discharged from the hospital just 9 days later. During questioning by the Criminal Investigation Division, Jeffrey provided a detailed account of the events, as he claimed they had unfolded. He stated that around 2 a.m. on February 17th, after washing the dinner dishes, he decided to go to bed. Since Kristen had wet his bedside, he took her to his bed and fetched a blanket from her room. He then fell asleep on the living room couch. Later, he was awakened by the screams of Colette and Kimberly. Colette shouted, "Jeffrey! Jeffrey! Help me! Why are they doing this to me?" When he tried to help them, he was attacked by 3 male intruders, 1 black and 2 white men, one of whom wore lightweight gloves, possibly surgical gloves. A 4th intruder, a white woman with long blonde hair, wore knee-high boots with heels, a white floppy hat, and carried a lit candle. She chanted, "Acid is groovy, kill the pigs." The 3 men attacked him with a club and an ice pick, while the female intruder shouted, "Hit them again." During the struggle, his pajama top was pulled over his head and wrists, and he used the entangled garment to fend off the ice pick thrusts. However, he was eventually overpowered and knocked unconscious at the far end of the living room. When he regained consciousness, the intruders had left the house. He then attempted mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on each of his daughters, but to no avail. Finally, he found Colette, pulled a small paring knife from her chest, threw it to the floor, and tried to find her pulse, but it was futile. He then draped his pajama top over her and called for help. At the time, after receiving Jeffrey's emergency call, the military police immediately launched a search for the 4 intruders. However, they found no suspects matching Jeffrey's description. Investigators also discovered weapons outside the back door, an old hickory kitchen knife, an ice pick, and a 31-inch long piece of wood stained with blood. These items, all from Jeffrey's home, had been wiped clean of fingerprints. Yet, Jeffrey claimed he had never seen these items before. Army investigators quickly grew skeptical of Jeffrey's account, as there was little evidence to support his story. Despite his hand-to-hand combat training, there were almost no signs of a struggle in the living room, aside from an overturned coffee table and a fallen plant. Neighbors also reported hearing no sounds of a struggle or commotion, only Colette's screams. Furthermore, fibers from Jeffrey's torn pajama top were not found in the living room but were discovered beneath Colette's body and in the bedrooms of his 2 daughters. Fibers from the pajamas were also found under Kristen's fingernails, and a fragment of skin was found under Colette's fingernails, though this evidence was later lost. Beneath the headboard where the word "pig" was written, investigators found the tip of a blood-stained surgical glove, made of materials identical to the medical supplies stored in Jeffrey's home. Jeffrey claimed he had checked on each family member and attempted to rescue them, but no blood or fingerprints were found on either of the 2 phones. He also mentioned that the female intruder's boots were wet, with rainwater dripping from the intruders, but the only footprints at the scene were bare, bloodied footprints in Kristen's bedroom, leading from her bed to the door. By mid-March 1970, the Criminal Investigation Division received forensic test results on blood, hair, and fiber samples from 544 Castle Drive. These results further contradicted Jeffrey's account of his actions, deepening investigators' suspicions. Jeffrey's pajamas. Kimberly's blood was found on his pajamas, despite his claim that he was not wearing them while attempting to rescue her. This suggested he might have been wearing the pajamas during the attack and participated in the violence. Jeffrey's blood. His blood was found in significant amounts in only 2 places, in front of a kitchen cabinet containing rubber gloves and on the right side of the hallway bathroom sink. This indicated he might have engaged in some form of cleanup or concealment after the attack. Colette's blood. Investigators found her blood in Kristen's room, even though all 3 victims were discovered in separate rooms. This suggested Colette might have moved during the attack or that Jeffrey had staged the scene to cover his tracks. Kimberly's blood. Her blood and brain serum were found at the entrance to the master bedroom, indicating she might have entered the room upon hearing the commotion and was then attacked. However, investigators questioned why intruders would bother to take her back to her bedroom to continue the assault. Given that all 4 family members had different blood types, investigators were able to reconstruct the likely sequence of events under the assumption that there were no intruders and that Jeffrey was the perpetrator. The scenario they pieced together is as follows. Jeffrey and Colette likely had an argument in the master bedroom, possibly over Kristen's bedwetting or Jeffrey's infidelity. The argument escalated into a physical altercation, during which Colette may have struck Jeffrey on the forehead with a hairbrush. As the conflict intensified, their eldest daughter, Kimberly, likely heard the commotion and entered the master bedroom. She was then struck on the head, severely injuring her. Jeffrey carried the critically injured Kimberly back to her bedroom and stabbed her. Next, Jeffrey went to Kristen's room, intending to eliminate the last potential witness. However, Colette, regaining consciousness, stumbled into Kristen's bedroom in an attempt to protect her youngest daughter. In the end, Jeffrey killed both of them and carried Colette's body back to the master bedroom. He then put on surgical gloves from the kitchen cabinet, used Colette's blood to write the word pig on the headboard, and draped his torn pajama top over her body. He repeatedly stabbed her chest with an ice pick and discarded the weapon near the back door. Finally, Jeffrey retrieved a scalpel from the storage room, went into the bathroom, stood by the sink, and stabbed himself in the chest to create the illusion that he was also a victim. He then used the house phone to call for an ambulance and lay down next to Colette's body to wait for the military police to arrive. Investigators speculated that Jeffrey attempted to frame the crime by drawing inspiration from recent articles he had read about the Manson family murders. The Manson family was a cult led by Charles Manson, whose followers committed a series of violent crimes under his direction. On April 6, 1970, Army investigators formally interrogated Jeffrey, increasingly challenging his account and attempting to uncover the truth through forensic evidence and logical reasoning. At the start of the interrogation, Jeffrey once again detailed his version of events, insisting that he had been attacked by 4 intruders and had engaged in a fierce struggle with them. He described seeing the tops of some boots before losing consciousness and collapsing in the hallway due to a pneumothorax after the intruders left. He also mentioned that he had to convince doctors at the hospital to insert a chest tube because he was certain his lung had been punctured. However, the investigators were unconvinced. They directly confronted Jeffrey. "You didn't do this yourself, did you?" This question clearly struck a nerve, and Jeffrey immediately denied the accusation, attempting to prove his innocence by emphasizing his injuries. The investigators then shifted their focus to the crime scene and the forensic evidence. Jeffrey denied that any of the weapons came from his home, even though the wood found at the scene matched wood from Kimberly's closet. He also claimed he couldn't explain the discrepancies between the fiber and blood evidence and his account. One investigator then posed a critical question. Why were Jeffrey's injuries so much less severe than those of his wife and daughters? He pointed out that if 4 intruders had indeed carried out such a brutal attack, why would they leave Jeffrey, a potential witness, alive? He pressed, "When you were lying in the hallway, why didn't they take that club and hit you once or twice hard on the back of the head and finish you off? Why dish you off? You were face to face with them. They didn't know if you could identify them later. Why leave you alive?" Another investigator noted the lack of chaos and destruction inside the home. If 4 intruders had gone on a killing spree, they would have expected to see evidence such as broken furniture, shattered mirrors, and smashed walls. However, the only signs of a struggle were a top-heavy coffee table and a fallen plant. Jeffrey couldn't provide a reasonable explanation for this observation or for how Kimberly's blood and brain serum had been recovered from the master bedroom. As the interrogation progressed, Jeffrey gradually lost his composure. When the investigators listed more contradictions between his statements and the forensic evidence, he suddenly accused them of having no ideas and trying to frame him to maintain a 100% solve rate. The investigators calmly responded, "We have all these things here that indicate you were involved in this, not some people who came in from the outside, chose 544 Castle Drive, went up there, and luckily found your door open." When asked to take a polygraph test to verify his statements, Jeffrey initially agreed without hesitation. However, within 10 minutes of the interrogation ending, he called the investigators to inform them that he had changed his mind and would not undergo any polygraph testing. This move further deepened the investigators' suspicions of him. On the night of the same day, Jeffrey was relieved of his duties and placed under restrictions pending further investigation. The following day, he was assigned a military lawyer. However, at his mother's suggestion, he hired renowned civilian defense attorney Bernard Siegel on April 10th to represent him. Less than a month later, on May 1st, the Army formally charged Jeffrey with 3 counts of murder. That same day, Jeffrey wrote a letter to Colette's mother and stepfather, insisting on his innocence. In the letter, he emphasized that the Army would never admit their mistakes and speculated that Colette's soul might possess infinite patience and understanding regarding his current legal predicament. On July 6th, under the supervision of Colonel Warren Rock, a preliminary hearing under Article 32 was convened to determine whether there was sufficient evidence to proceed with charges against Jeffrey. The hearing lasted until September, during which Jeffrey's legal team adopted an aggressive strategy, attempting to expose the mistakes and unprofessional conduct of the Army's Criminal Investigation Division during the investigation. Siegel highlighted numerous instances of incompetence by the Criminal Investigation Division, accusing them of clumsily and unprofessionally trampling over the crime scene while examining the house, thereby erasing any potential evidence. He also pointed out that the Criminal Investigation Division had lost critical evidence, including a thread found under Kimberly's fingernails, Jeffrey's pajama pants, 4 torn tips of rubber surgical gloves, and a piece of skin found under one of Colette's fingernails. He further cited several examples of incompetence by the military, police, and first responders, including an ambulance driver who stole Jeffrey's wallet from the living room, and a pathologist who failed to obtain the children's fingerprints from the crime scene for comparison. The first witness to testify in Jeffrey's defense was military police officer Kenneth Mika. He testified that while responding to the emergency call on the night of the murders, he observed a blonde woman wearing a wide-brimmed hat standing at a corner about half a mile from Jeffrey's house. He noted that such a sighting was unusual given the late hour and the weather. He also testified that an ambulance driver at the crime scene had defied instructions by standing up a tilted flower pot. A colonel also testified that he personally visited the crime scene and overturned the coffee table, which hit the side of a rocking chair and came to rest on the edge of the chair. He further noted that if no wet footprints or mud belonging to the alleged intruders were found at the crime scene, it meant that the crime scene investigators had also failed to find any evidence, despite the fact that numerous military police and civilians had been walking around the house. In August, a key witness, William Posey, emerged. He claimed that the blonde woman described by Jeffrey might have been a local 17-year-old drug user and police informant named Helena Worrell Stokely. According to him, around 4 a.m. on the day of the murders, Helena was sitting in a car outside her apartment with 2 or 3 young men. He also claimed that Helena stopped wearing boots and floppy hats after February 17th and wore black clothing on the day of the funeral. She even told Posey that she couldn't remember what she had done on the day of the murders. Months later, Helena allegedly told Posey that she and her boyfriend couldn't get married until they went out and killed more people. Although Helena was located and questioned by the police, her responses were vague and contradictory. She recalled that on the night of February 16th, she had gone out for a drive with her boyfriend, Gregory Mitchell, in the early hours of the next morning, driving aimlessly. However, she claimed to have been under the influence of a hallucinogen to the extent that she couldn't be sure whether she had been at Jeffrey's house. Despite witnesses claiming that she had admitted to being involved in the murders and that her clothing on that day matched Jeffrey's description, she was not called to testify. During the hearing, Jeffrey testified for 3 days, and parts of his testimony contradicted what he had told investigators on April 6th. For example, he now claimed that he had actually moved Colette's body, finding her somewhat leaning against a chair, and then simply laid her flat on the floor. He also stated that, possibly due to his surgical background, he had rinsed his hands a bit in the bathroom while checking his injuries before seeking help. He further mentioned the type B blood found in the kitchen, testifying that he might have also washed his hands in the kitchen sink for some reason before calling emergency services. Additionally, Jeffrey said that on February 17th or 18th, he discovered 2 lumps on the back of his head, 2 or 3 puncture wounds on his upper left chest, other wounds on his right bicep, and about 10 ice pick wounds on his abdomen. However, none of these wounds were treated and none required surgery. This account contradicted medical reports in his previous descriptions. When questioned about his infidelity, Jeffrey admitted to 2 affairs but insisted that Colette had been unaware of both. He also claimed that their time at Fort Bragg had been the most fulfilling period of their marriage. Following Jeffrey's testimony, a clinical psychologist testified about the conclusions he had drawn from a series of tests he had conducted on Jeffrey. The expert noted that the tests revealed an abnormal lack of anxiety, depression, and anger in Jeffrey regarding the loss of his family. His report concluded that Jeffrey was capable of amassing a significant amount of denial or repression, to the point that the impact of recent events on his life had diminished. Furthermore, such an extreme psychological response could lead a person to portray themselves as both a victim and a martyr. On October 13th, the colonel issued a report recommending that the charges against Jeffrey be dismissed due to insufficient evidence to prove his guilt. He also noted that the nature of the murders led him to believe that the perpetrator was either mentally disturbed or under the influence of drugs. He recommended that civilian authorities further investigate Helena. Later that month, all charges were formally dismissed, although a new Criminal Investigation Division investigative team formed in February 1971 continued to search for the killer, with Jeffrey still considered a suspect. In December, Jeffrey was honorably discharged from the Army and returned to New York City. In July 1971, he moved to Long Beach, California, attempting to leave the past behind and distance himself from the memories of his deceased wife and daughters. He secured a job as an emergency room physician at St. Mary Medical Center and became a lecturer at the UCLA School of Medicine, the medical director of the Long Beach Grand Prix, and a speaker on topics related to identifying and treating child abuse. He also contributed to the development of the National Cardiopulmonary Resuscitation Training Program. Living in a $350,000 apartment in Huntington Beach, he led a promiscuous lifestyle until the late 1970s, when he entered a long-term relationship with a 22-year-old flight attendant named Candy Kramer. In the years following the dismissal of the murder charges, Jeffrey garnered significant emotional and public support. He also wrote to several magazines and newspapers, detailing his willingness to further publicize the background and legitimacy of his case. On December 15, 1970, he appeared on The Dick Cavett Show, complaining about the Army's investigation and their focus on him as a suspect, which he portrayed as reckless. During this appearance, he claimed to have sustained 23 injuries, some of which he described as potentially fatal. Jeffrey's stepfather, Alfred Kassab, initially believed in his son-in-law's innocence and testified in support of Jeffrey during the Army's Article 32 hearing alongside Colette's mother. However, by November 1970, Kassab grew suspicious due to Jeffrey's repeated unwillingness to provide him with a copy of the 2,000-page transcript from the hearing. Jeffrey deceived him by claiming that he and some Army colleagues had actually tracked down, tortured, and ultimately murdered one of the 4 alleged killers. Kassab's doubts intensified after Jeffrey's casual and dismissive demeanor on the Dick Cavett Show. He and his wife publicly turned against Jeffrey and began dedicating themselves to bringing him to justice. In February 1971, Kassab successfully obtained a copy of the Article 32 hearing records from the Army. After meticulously studying the documents, he realized that Jeffrey's account was inconsistent with the physical evidence and concluded that his narrative was nothing more than a web of lies, repeatedly contradicting the known facts of the case. Kassab also discovered that Jeffrey had begun dating a young woman employed at Fort Bragg just weeks after his family's murder and had rekindled a relationship with another woman. Collaborating with Colonel Kravenek and other Army investigators, Kassab visited the crime scene to compare the physical evidence with Jeffrey's testimony. This assessment ultimately convinced him of Jeffrey's guilt, and he resolved to dedicate his life to pursuing all legal avenues to bring Jeffrey to justice. In early 1972, Kassab filed a citizen's complaint with the U.S. Department of Justice, requesting the convening of a grand jury to indict Jeffrey for murder. However, since the murders occurred while Jeffrey was serving in the military and he had already been discharged, the complaint was declared moot. The FBI declined to take up the case. On April 30, 1974, Kassab, along with their attorney Richard Kahn and Criminal Investigation Division agent Peter Kearns, submitted a citizen's complaint to the Chief Judge of the U.S. District Court, requesting the convening of a grand jury to indict Jeffrey for murder. A month later, Justice Department prosecutors ruled that the case warranted prosecution. On August 12th, a grand jury convened before a U.S. District Judge in Raleigh, North Carolina, to hear the legal proceedings. 75 witnesses were called to testify, with Jeffrey being the first to take the stand. His testimony lasted 5 days, during which he admitted that, despite his public declaration after the 1970 dismissal of the murder charges to pursue all legal avenues and hire investigators, he had not actually done so. Nevertheless, he insisted that he had made efforts to identify the perpetrators and locate Helena. He also claimed that the fabricated information he provided to Kassab and certain media outlets was intended to placate his in-laws, and that he had sustained more stab and puncture wounds than were recorded in contemporary medical records. When prosecutors asked if he would submit to a polygraph or sodium amytal test to verify his account of events, Jeffrey read a statement prepared by his attorney, refusing the request. A surgeon testified that, aside from the lung injury, Jeffrey's other wounds were minor and would not have impaired his physical abilities. A psychiatrist testified that he found Jeffrey to be an extremely controlling individual, deeply reliant on others' perceptions of him. A chief of the chemistry division testified that Colette's pajamas had been heavily bloodstained before being torn, and that the tearing had occurred while the fabric was stationary, contradicting Jeffrey's claim that the pajamas were torn during a struggle against the attackers. On January 21, 1975, Jeffrey was recalled to testify before the grand jury. This time, when questioned about his infidelity or the forensic contradictions between his account and the physical evidence presented by the prosecution, he displayed noticeable arrogance and sarcasm. At one point, he shouted, "I don't know. I don't even know what nonsense you're trying to feed me. He also refused to discuss the results of a private polygraph test he had agreed to in 1970, the results of which had been handed over to his attorney, indicating that he needed to consult his lawyer before agreeing to this line of inquiry. After a brief recess, Jeffrey read a statement prepared by his attorney, denying the prosecution's request to discuss the results of his 1970 polygraph examination, arguing that it violated attorney-client privilege. He then addressed the jury directly, stating that 5 long years had passed since his family's murder and his efforts to rebuild his life, and that the questions posed by the prosecution were ones he had endured for those 5 years. On January 24th, the grand jury formally indicted Jeffrey on 3 counts of murder. Less than an hour later, he was arrested in California. On January 31st, his friends and colleagues raised $100,000 in bail to secure his release while awaiting the resolution of the charges. Although he was arraigned on May 23rd and pleaded not guilty to the murder charges, the legal proceedings were fraught with complications. On July 29th, the judge dismissed the defense's arguments regarding double jeopardy and the right to a speedy trial, allowing the trial date originally set for August 18, 1975 to proceed. However, the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled on August 15th to stay the proceedings, holding that the defendant was entitled to a speedy trial by January 23, 1976, and therefore ordered the indictment dismissed. Upon hearing this news, Jeffrey shed tears of relief, believing his ordeal was over. However, the government appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court, which on May 1, 1978, ruled that the Fourth Circuit had erred in dismissing the indictment on speedy trial grounds before the case had been tried. This decision allowed the case to proceed. Kasab welcomed this development, stating, "It's been a tremendous personal pressure knowing someone is running around who you are convinced killed your daughter and grandchildren." On July 16, 1979, Jeffrey stood trial in Raleigh, North Carolina, charged with 3 counts of murder. Judge Dupree presided over the trial, and Jeffrey pleaded not guilty to the charges. Although his attorneys were confident of an acquittal, a series of rulings during the trial worked against the defense. First, the judge refused to admit a 1979 psychiatric evaluation of Jeffrey as evidence, which suggested that someone with his personality and mindset was highly unlikely to have killed his family. The judge ruled that since his attorneys had not entered an insanity plea, he did not want the trial bogged down by conflicting psychiatric testimony from prosecution and defense witnesses. Second, the judge denied the defense's motion to exclude Jeffrey's pajamas as evidence, a significant blow to the defense as the bloodstains and fibers on the pajamas were among the prosecution's key pieces of evidence. On the first day of the trial, the judge allowed the prosecution to introduce as evidence the March 1970 issue of Esquire magazine found in Jeffrey's home, which contained a lengthy article about the Manson family murders. This evidence was intended to suggest that Jeffrey might have mimicked the Manson family's methods. However, the judge also denied the prosecution's request to introduce any part of the Article 32 transcript from Jeffrey's 1970 military hearing, ruling that since the current trial was a civilian one, and the Article 32 hearing included reports from military investigators suggesting Jeffrey had murdered his family in a drug-induced rage, such evidence was also prejudicial. On July 19th, Jeffrey's trial entered a critical phase, as both the prosecution and defense delivered their opening statements to the jury. The prosecution outlined its burden of proof in establishing Jeffrey's guilt, emphasizing that the murders were committed with malice. The prosecutor pointed out that the prosecution would prove Jeffrey's guilt through physical evidence and circumstantial evidence, urging jurors to listen to the testimony, examine the evidence presented, and draw their own conclusions. He concluded by stating, "We believe the physical evidence points to the fact that one person, not 2, 3, 4, or more, killed Colette, Kimberly, and Kristen. That person is the defendant." Throughout the trial, the prosecution's evidence and witness testimonies were more compelling, while the defense faced several unfavorable rulings. Despite this, the defense argued that the crime scene had been hopelessly compromised during the investigation, with potential evidence either destroyed, lost, or never collected. The defense also called a key witness, Helena, attempting to use her testimony to prove she was one of the intruders Jeffrey had described. However, Helena denied any involvement in the murders or knowledge of who might have committed them, stating she did not want to be a scapegoat. On August 23rd and 24th, Jeffrey took the stand as the final defense witness. His testimony was a pivotal moment in the trial, with both sides attempting to sway the jury through his statements. He first underwent questioning by his defense attorney, who sought to humanize Jeffrey in the eyes of the jury by having him describe his family, background, and lifestyle. Jeffrey then detailed the personalities of each family member, describing the family as close-knit. "We shared almost everything. We were all friends. Colette and I shared the process of raising our children. We shared our life experiences." He also claimed that the reason he had never remarried was that he could not forget his wife and children, thinking of them every day. He recounted his life in the years following their deaths, explaining that his decision to move to California was to distance himself from well-meaning people. He insisted that working up to 80 hours a week was easier than sitting and thinking about his family. He also presented several family photos and artifacts, attempting to evoke sympathy from the jury for his family life. The following day, the prosecution cross-examined Jeffrey. The prosecutor systematically listed the physical and circumstantial evidence from the crime scene, which contradicted Jeffrey's account of intruders attacking him and murdering his family, instead pointing to his own guilt. He often began each question with a phrase along the lines of, "Dr. MacDonald, if the jury finds from the evidence that..." On August 28th, both sides delivered their closing arguments to the jury. The prosecution went first, contrasting the injuries suffered by Colette, Kimberly, and Kristen with those sustained by Jeffrey, noting that Jeffrey's only serious injury was the pneumothorax wound to his chest. The prosecutor referenced Jeffrey's claim of a life-and-death struggle with the alleged intruders, but the evidence suggested the struggle occurred between a white male and a white female, the female being Colette and the male being Jeffrey. He then dismissed the character witnesses who had earlier testified that Jeffrey was a good husband and father, returning to the evidence. "If we convince you with the evidence that he did it, we don't have to prove he's the kind of person who could do this." He concluded his argument by stating, "I can only tell you from the physical evidence that things don't lie, but people can and do lie." The defense also delivered its closing argument, portraying Jeffrey as a loving husband and father and emphasizing that Jeffrey had consistently maintained that 4 intruders were responsible for the murders. They criticized the prosecution's case as a house built on sand and urged the jury to grant Jeffrey the peace he had sought for nearly a decade. In his final instructions to the jury, the judge informed them they had 3 options: to find Jeffrey not guilty, to find him guilty of first-degree murder, or to find him guilty of second-degree murder in each case. Shortly after 4 p.m. on August 29, 1979, the jury returned its verdict after 6.5 hours of deliberation. Jeffrey was convicted of 1 count of first-degree murder in the death of Kristen and 2 counts of second-degree murder in the deaths of Colette and Kimberly. Following the verdict, Kassab immediately called the family's attorney, thanking him for his years of relentless effort. He said, "Hi, Dick. I just got what I wanted, 3 life sentences. Thank you for everything you've done. We couldn't have done it without your help." Kassab and his wife also told the media, "This had to be done. Now we can rest." After 1980, there were several legal dramas, including instances where Jeffrey's convictions were overturned, only to be reinstated later. On February 23, 1970, Colette, Kimberly, and Kristen were laid to rest side by side at Washington Memorial Park in Suffolk County, Long Island. Each grave initially bore the MacDonald surname, which was later changed to Colette's maiden name, Stevenson. Jeffrey is currently serving a life sentence at a federal prison in Cumberland, Maryland. Despite having spent decades behind bars, he continues to maintain his innocence. Some of his supporters believe in his claims of innocence, viewing him as a potential victim of a miscarriage of justice. Jeffrey himself has never ceased his efforts to defend himself, continuing to seek exoneration through legal avenues. He has stated, "I won't come out and lie to the parole board just to make them let me rest. If I have to tell the parole board I killed my family to get out of here and go home, then I'll never go home." In 20th century Florida, there was a tranquil canal that connected Tampa Bay. A man named Oba Chandler lived there. Always wearing a smile and ready to help others, he left a friendly impression on his neighbors. But no one knows this man harbored a twisted and evil soul deep within. As dusk settled, he would always take his boat out to sea. To others, it seemed like a routine recreational activity. In reality, he was on the hunt for victims. It was a beautiful evening with warm sunshine. A mother and her 2 daughters came to Tampa Bay, their smiles as bright as the sun, completely unaware that danger was creeping up on them. Chandler, with his signature smile, invited them in a gentle voice to take a boat ride, saying he would show them the beautiful sunset over the sea. Without a second thought, the 3 of them accepted the invitation. As the boat pulled away from the shore and headed out to sea, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered. The demon revealed his sinister face. He quickly overpowered the three, tightly binding their wrists with ropes and taping their mouths shut. They struggled in terror, but it was all in vain. He then began to sexually assault them. The mother and daughters could only endure the terrible torment helplessly, their eyes filled with fear and despair. However, he didn't rush to end it. He reveled in their suffering. Finally, he stopped, but he didn't kill them immediately. Instead, he threw them alive into the sea, deliberately keeping them conscious so they could witness each other's agony until they sank beneath the waves. The story begins on October 11th, 1946, when a couple in Cincinnati, Ohio, welcomed their fourth child. From a young age, he was an extremely difficult child. He didn't think school was worth his time, so he frequently skipped classes, which led to his consistently failing grades. However, there might have been a reason for this. His father was extremely strict with the children, imposing rigid rules. For instance, he forbade his daughters from wearing revealing clothes and often punished the children with a leather razor strap. This continued until 1957, when he hanged himself in the basement. That day, Chandler's sister, Helen, discovered this horrifying reality. People were devastated by the man's death. They couldn't believe he had taken his own life and instead blamed his wife. After their father's death, Chandler and his siblings were no longer restrained. They became indulgent, and Chandler began associating with some delinquent youths. He frequently skipped school and stayed up late. At the age of 14, he was arrested for the first time for car theft, which was just the beginning of his 20 arrests before he turned 18. As an adult, Chandler was charged with a variety of crimes, including but not limited to possession of counterfeit money, burglary, kidnapping, and armed robbery. No one knew exactly when he began to exhibit predatory behavior, but when he was a teenager, he was arrested for masturbating while peeping at a woman. In one armed robbery, Chandler and his accomplices broke into a couple's home, holding guns to their heads. Besides robbing them, he had his accomplice tie up the man while he took the woman to the bedroom, forced her to strip down to her underwear, tied her up, and then slowly rubbed the barrel of the gun against her stomach. It was clear that he derived some incomprehensible sexual pleasure from this incident. Chandler was an incredibly charming man. With his thick, curly blonde hair, sharply defined jawline, and the aura of a rebellious young man, he never lacked female companionship. At the age of 16, he met Martha Lou Glass, a 14-year-old girl who was drawn to his demeanor. At that time, Chandler's life was in chaos, caught in a whirlpool of constant criminal activity. Martha, the innocent girl, was completely unaware of it all. Within 2 years of their relationship, she had given birth to 2 children. Perhaps she knew that Chandler was a free-spirited bird who could not be tamed, so she tried to tie him down with children, but things did not go as she wished. In the 3rd year of their relationship, Chandler left her and went to North Carolina to serve in the Marine Corps for a year. When he returned, everything had changed for Martha. She discovered that he was not just dating her, but several other girls at the same time, one of whom had given birth to his child. In 1969, he left Martha for good. He married another woman and, a few years later, moved to Minnesota to marry yet another. In the late 1980s, Chandler was 41 years old. Although his age had changed, his promiscuous nature remained the same. While engaged to one woman, he secretly dated another named Deborah Whiteman. Deborah was a good woman, prettier and younger. She didn't ask about his past or care what he did when she wasn't around. On May 14, 1988, Chandler married Deborah. Their life seemed smooth. In a short time, they had a daughter, bought a house, and a boat. Drifting on the open waters of the bay, Chandler had achieved the 3 things many middle-aged men wanted: to be alone, away from the demands of his wife and newborn child. However, when a criminal feels content, a truly chilling idea can be born. On May 14, 1989, in Madeira Beach, Florida, the sun was shining brightly. 2 young Canadian female tourists, Judy Blair and Barbara Mottram, met a man in a convenience store. He introduced himself as Dave Posno, claiming to own an aluminum company in Bradenton. His warm and charming smile put the 2 girls at ease. The next morning, Dave, who was actually Chandler, invited them to go out on his boat. Judy accepted the invitation while Barbara chose to stay on shore. The first outing was enjoyable. Chandler behaved politely, even gentlemanly. However, when he proposed taking them out again that evening to watch the sunset, things began to feel off. In the evening, Judy arrived at the dock alone, ready to board Chandler's boat. Chandler was clearly displeased that Barbara hadn't shown up, but he maintained a polite facade. At first, everything seemed normal. but as the boat left the shore, Chandler's behavior changed. He began to touch and hug Judy, trying to kiss her and telling her that he wanted to have sex. Judy refused him in terror. Chandler didn't stop. His eyes gleamed with a threatening light as he hissed in a low voice, "Is sex worth dying for?" Judy pleaded with him to spare her, telling him she was a virgin, but this only seemed to excite him more. He pinned her down and raped her on the boat's deck. Judy's cries and pleas for mercy were drowned out by the sound of the waves. She could only endure the terrible ordeal helplessly. Afterward, Chandler turned the boat around and began heading back to shore. On the way back, he seemed agitated, speaking quickly and trying to make small talk with Judy, but the traumatized Judy could hardly speak. She huddled in the corner of the boat, silently watching him. He didn't kill Judy, perhaps because Barbara hadn't appeared. He knew that if Judy died, she would recognize him. It was a stroke of luck, but also Judy's only chance of survival. The next day, Judy mustered the courage to report the rape to the Madeira Beach police. Although forensic evidence couldn't be collected, she provided a detailed description of the attacker's appearance and the process of the assault. On June 1st, 1989, 37-year-old Joan Rogers was on vacation in Orlando, Florida, with her 17-year-old daughter Michelle and her 14-year-old daughter Chris. They had been on a road trip to Florida since May 26th and were planning to return to their family farm in Wiles, Ohio. Because Michelle had been raped by her Uncle John and her father had been imprisoned for another rape, Joan decided to arrange this trip to help her family temporarily escape these painful memories. That afternoon on June 1st, Joan and her daughters got lost near the bay while looking for their way back to the motel. A seemingly friendly man approached them, introduced himself as Dave Posno, and offered to help. He took out a brochure, wrote down the directions to their motel, and then invited them to join him for a sunset cruise on his boat that evening. Joan and her daughters were intrigued by the offer and excitedly accepted. In the evening, Joan and her daughters met Chandler at the public boat launch as planned. The golden glow of the setting sun reflected on the water, masking the darkness that was about to unfold. As the boat moved away from the shore, Chandler revealed his true nature. He tied their wrists behind their backs with yellow ropes and taped their mouths shut. It is likely that he sexually assaulted them before tying ropes around their necks, with each rope's end attached to a 30-pound concrete block. His cruelty was not only in his violent acts, but also in the psychological torture he inflicted on his victims. He did not choose to kill them quickly. Instead, he deliberately made their exposed eyes see each other's torment, ensuring they felt the utmost pain in their final moments. Then, he threw them alive into the sea, where they struggled for hours before eventually drowning. On June 4th, they were found floating on the surface of Tampa Bay. Although they had been weighted down by the concrete blocks tied around their necks, the gas produced by decomposition caused their remains to rise to the surface after death. The mother and daughters were found face down, bound at the waist and below, with Michelle's hand partially freed from the ropes, but not enough to escape. Due to the hot weather, their remains had already decomposed significantly. A week later, Michelle's father reported their disappearance. The manager of the hotel where they had stayed also confirmed that their clients were 3 women, and their rooms showed no signs of occupancy. Based on fingerprints and dental records, the victims were identified as Joan, Michelle, and Chris. The initial police investigation was misdirected. They believed that there was more than one perpetrator, considering that Michelle's Uncle John and her father had criminal records. The possibility of a family-related crime seemed high, so the investigation focused primarily on these 2 individuals. However, the lead detective on the case came across the report of the Madeira Beach rape, which Judy had filed. They noticed too many similarities between the 2 cases. Being approached by a stranger on the shore, being invited onto a boat for an evening tour, and then being abused and sexually assaulted. When they investigated Dave Posno, they found no one by that name in the area. So they created a composite sketch based on Judy's description of the suspect and distributed it widely, hoping to gather more information. Meanwhile, Chandler's mood became increasingly irritable. After the police released the composite sketch, he disappeared without telling his wife where he was going. In fact, Chandler fled to Cincinnati, where he stayed in a seedy motel. He then contacted his daughter and told her that the Florida police were after him for sexually assaulting and murdering 3 women. His daughter later relayed this information to her mother, Deborah. In fact, Deborah had already seen the composite sketch in the news and thought it resembled her husband. However, when her daughter told her what Chandler had said, she was unwilling to believe that her husband could commit such heinous acts. She refused to accept the news. When Chandler returned home, Deborah eventually confronted him. She was extremely conflicted. She knew that her husband was most likely a rapist and murderer, but when she heard him deny it, she felt a sense of relief. Even though she understood that his denials were probably lies, she chose to believe him and never brought up the matter again. It had been a long time since the detectives released the composite sketch of the suspect. They had received hundreds of tips about the man in the sketch, but none of them were correct. Nearly 3 years after the crimes, they still couldn't even confirm the identity of the suspect. On November 27, 1990, a heinous murder took place at the Sawgrass Mills shopping center in Florida. Ivelisse Barrios Begueras, a 20-year-old young woman who worked at a sports store, was killed. At that time, he had spotted Ivelisse at the shopping center and began to follow her. He stalked her for 2 days, during which he secretly slashed her car tires. When she discovered the damage, he pretended to run into her by chance and offered to drive her home. Ivelisse had no idea that she had already fallen into a dangerous trap. After bringing Ivelisse back to his residence, he tied her up, sexually assaulted her, and then brutally strangled her. A few hours later, Ivelisse's body was found under the mailbox of a local residence. In 1991, Chandler became an informant for the U.S. Customs and the Tampa Police Department. Since he had always been on the fringes of criminal activity, he was a valuable source of information for the police. After the identities of Joan, Michelle, and Christ were confirmed, investigators found a Clearwater Beach brochure in their car during the search. It contained a handwritten route of their road trip. One of the routes to a motel had a very strange handwriting style that did not belong to any of the 3 women. It was particularly unique. With no other options, investigators pinned their hopes on the handwriting. They believed that the route was drawn by the suspect, so they put up a billboard on the highway in Tampa, displaying a copy of the strange handwriting, hoping that someone would recognize it and provide new clues. It wasn't until May 1992 that a woman contacted the St. Petersburg Police Department. She told them that she recognized the handwriting as that of a contractor she had hired, whose name was Alba Chandler. The woman still had receipts for the work he had done for her. Without a doubt, after comparison, it was the same handwriting. Judy, the surviving victim, also identified Chandler from a lineup of photos. On September 24th, Chandler was arrested at a gas station near his home on Interstate 75 in Volusia County, Florida. His fingerprints were tested and proved to be a match. Since Joan had written a description of the suspect's boat in the brochure before her death, investigators wanted to examine Chandler's boat, but it was long gone. Chandler had sold it 3 months after the murders. On November 10, 1992, Chandler was indicted by a grand jury in Pinellas County, Florida, on 3 counts of first-degree murder. His trial began on September 19, 1994. Throughout the entire trial, he maintained his innocence. In his testimony, he claimed that he did indeed meet Joan, Michelle, and Christ and gave them directions to the motel, but he never saw them again except on the news. The prosecution questioned why his boat was not at home that night, and the police had evidence that 3 calls to shore were made from his boat during the time of the murders. Chandler admitted that he was in Tampa Bay that night, but he was alone, fishing. He said he got home late because his engine wouldn't start, possibly due to a fuel line leak. He claimed he called the Coast Guard and the Florida Marine Patrol, and he flagged down a patrol boat, but both were too busy to help. He said he had to use tape to secure the ropes to get back to shore safely. However, evidence showed that there were no records of him making distress calls to the Coast Guard or Marine Patrol that night, and no Coast Guard vessels assisted him the next morning. A boat mechanic who testified for the prosecution debunked Chandler's story. His explanation for repairing the alleged fuel leak was implausible because his boat's fuel lines were positioned upward. Any leak would spray fuel into the air, not into the boat. Even if fuel did get inside the boat, it would dissolve the adhesive Chandler claimed he used to fix the leak. Under the prosecutor's questioning, Chandler said he couldn't remember because it had been too long. Judy also stood as a witness to accuse Chandler. Despite the severe psychological trauma and the additional pain of reliving the events, she detailed everything she had experienced to prove that Chandler was the man who sexually assaulted her and murdered Joan, Michelle, and Christ. Chandler's coworker testified that on June 1st, the day of the murders, Chandler bragged to him that he had a date with 3 women that night and stayed out late. The next morning, he looked noticeably tired and disheveled at work. Chandler's daughter said that at the end of 1989, her father suddenly showed up in Cincinnati and told her that he was on the run from Florida police because he had killed 3 women. Ultimately, Chandler was found guilty of murder and sentenced to death on November 4, 1994. In Florida's death row, he continued to maintain his innocence and sought legal appeals. Over time, he admitted to the Madeira Beach rape but claimed that the sex was consensual and that the victim had changed her mind during the act. Since he had already been sentenced to death, prosecutors, considering the victim's emotional well-being, did not charge him with rape. Chandler's wife, Deborah, also filed for divorce and did not allow her ex-husband to see photos of her or their children. In 2008, Chandler was placed on Florida's execution list. In fact, he was also rated as one of Florida's most notorious criminals. Reviewers said that when he sat there staring at you with that foolish smile on his face, it would make your skin crawl and tense up your entire body. The judge who presided over the trial described Chandler in an interview as a soulless man, saying that in terms of the facts and the unredeemable defendant, this was the worst case she had ever handled. On October 10, 2011, the governor signed Chandler's death warrant, with his execution scheduled for 4 p.m. on November 15, 2011. Chandler's lawyer said that Chandler had asked him not to file any frivolous appeals to save his life. He said that Chandler did not put much pressure on him to run around at the last minute looking for some miraculous way out. He would not make a fuss, nor would he lament the legal system. What he told me was, if I could find some legitimate way to prevent his execution, he hoped I would do what I could. Time quickly passed, and at 4:08 p.m. on November 15, 2011, Chandler was executed by lethal injection at Florida State Prison in Rayford. He refused to make any final statements, but left a written statement for the prison officials saying, "You are killing an innocent man today." The governor says that Chandler had killed 3 women. So he reviewed different cases, and it made sense to do so. There was never a time when this was the right case. Nevertheless, there were some people who always believed in Chandler. Chandler had many children, and one of his daughters said, "I believe they did execute an innocent man. I don't think my father could have committed such heinous crimes all by himself. There must have been more than one person involved. The fingerprints did prove that he had met them and given them directions, but that doesn't mean he killed them. I think the prosecution's evidence was very weak." One of Chandler's sons said, "I truly believe that the media had already tried and convicted him long before he went to court. The media could almost convict anyone, so I think he did not receive a fair trial." However, another of Chandler's daughters said that her father was a monster and that he got what he deserved. After Chandler's death, he was described as the loneliest person in the loneliest place on earth, the death row cell. On a chilly winter night at the end of the 20th century, a young soldier in military uniform stood by a California highway, trying to hitch a ride. As time passed, an old car slowly approached. The driver was Randy Stephen Kraft, who sat behind the wheel with an imperceptible smile on the corner of his mouth. His gaze through the windshield was fixed on the young soldier, waving his hand incessantly. He knew that tonight he had found his prey. After the car slowly pulled over and stopped, the soldier got into the vehicle. Unbeknownst to him, he had stepped into a hell from which there was no turning back. Initially, the atmosphere inside the car was relatively calm, with the two occasionally chatting about various topics. Until, after he drank the alcohol handed to him by Randy, everything turned strange. Sensing the changes in his body, the soldier realized something was amiss. His voice trembled as he tried to say something, but before he could utter a word, his body became heavy and his consciousness gradually blurred. He attempted to struggle, but it was too late, as Randy's hands had already tightly clasped around his neck. When night fell again, another silent specter haunted that highway, yet the Freeway Killer's murders were still going on. This story began on March 19, 1945, when Randy was born in Long Beach, California. His family led a simple life. His father worked at an aircraft factory, and due to the great financial pressure, his mother also took on several part-time jobs to help support the family. Although he did not have much parental companionship, Randy was doted on by his 3 older sisters, even though he was just a tag-along little brother. In 1948, they moved to Orange County. Their house was originally a small wooden building designated for female army soldiers, which was later converted into a 3-bedroom house. It was here that Randy attended the local elementary school. In order to help him integrate and to offer her assistance, his mother joined the Parent-Teacher Association and became a member of it. During his adolescence, Randy developed a strong interest in politics. He became a staunch Republican, aspiring to be a U.S. Senator. Shortly after entering Westminster High School, Randy was regarded by those around him as a pleasant and intelligent student who often achieved A-level grades. Occasionally, he would go on dates with girls, but some classmates and teachers at that time suspected that Randy was homosexual. Later, Randy said that he had known he was gay since high school, but initially kept his sexual orientation a secret. On June 13, 1963, Randy graduated. That fall, he entered Claremont Men's College in Claremont, California. Shortly after enrollment, Randy joined the Reserve Officers Training Corps and regularly attended demonstrations in support of the Vietnam War. He also participated in the campaign rally for Republican presidential candidate Barry Goldwater in 1964. He later claimed that these actions were just an imitation of his parents' political views, rather than his own. In the same year, Randy began his first known homosexual relationship. He worked as a bartender at a Garden Grove cocktail lounge that catered to gay clients. He also frequently went to Laguna Beach and Huntington Beach to have casual sex with some men. During those days, Randy tried to reveal his sexual orientation to his parents. He often brought a series of male friends to meet his family. However, Randy's parents and sisters turned a blind eye to his homosexual identity. In 1966, Randy solicited a prostitute in Huntington Beach, who turned out to be an undercover police officer. He was arrested and charged with lewd conduct. However, since he had no prior criminal record, no charges were filed. The following year, Randy's political beliefs underwent a fundamental shift. He became a supporter of liberal views and registered as a Democrat. Soon after, he became an organizer for the Democratic Party, tirelessly campaigning for Robert Kennedy's election and even receiving a personal letter from the senator thanking him for his efforts. By his senior year, Randy had become a lackadaisical student. He indulged in alcohol and drugs and often gambled and played poker with other students all night long. Due to his lack of study in his final year, Randy failed to graduate from Claremont College in June 1967. He was forced to retake a course in econometrics, which delayed his graduation by 8 months. It was not until February 1968 that Randy finally graduated from Claremont Men's College with a Bachelor of Arts degree in economics. 4 months after graduation, Randy joined the U.S. Air Force. He was sent to Texas for basic training and then stationed at Edwards Air Force Base in Southern California. His job was to supervise the painting of test aircraft. During his service, Randy was promoted to the rank of first pilot. In the same year, he came out as gay to his family. In a letter to a friend, he described his father's furious reaction. Although his mother was more understanding, she still seemed somewhat disapproving. Eventually, Randy's family accepted his sexual orientation. He believed that he still maintained close contact with his parents and 3 sisters, but his siblings pointed out that after he revealed his sexual orientation to them, he began to distance himself from his family. Randy also disclosed his sexual orientation to his superiors, and then he was discharged after only 13 months of service. His discharge was officially listed as being for medical reasons. In response, he sought legal advice from a lawyer to question the reasons for his discharge, but to no avail. After being discharged from the military, Randy moved back to his parents' home and found a job as a bartender. In March 1970, Randy met a 13-year-old boy named Joseph Alwyn Fancher in Huntington Beach. The boy told Randy that he had run away from home and had nowhere to live, so Randy invited the young man to his apartment. He promised Fancher that he could live with him and even offered to arrange sexual encounters with a woman he claimed to know. Fancher agreed and accompanied Randy to his apartment in Belmont Shore. There, Fancher was drugged, beaten, and sexually assaulted multiple times. Several hours later, after Randy left for work, Fancher managed to flee the apartment. A passerby, shocked by his drugged and disheveled state, called an ambulance. At the hospital, Fancher told the police that Randy had drugged and beaten him. Due to shame and fear that no one would believe him, he did not disclose to his parents or the police that he had been sexually assaulted. With the cooperation of Randy's roommate, the police searched the apartment. However, since Fancher confessed to the police that he had voluntarily taken the pills offered to him and the police had conducted the search without a warrant, no charges were filed against Randy. In 1971, Randy met Jeff Graves, a student from Minnesota who was 4 years his junior, and began a relationship with him. During the period from 1971 to 1983, Randy was suspected of murdering as many as 67 people, almost all of whom were men aged around 13 to 35. The majority of the victims were members of the Marine Corps. This was because Randy was a homosexual, and his motives for committing these crimes were closely related to sexual abuse and sexual gratification, so he tended to target young, physically strong males. The reason why Randy was able to successfully murder some men who were stronger than him was that he never engaged in direct confrontation with them. He usually first used alcohol or other drugs to leave the victims completely defenseless. According to forensic identification, the remains of most of the victims contained high concentrations of alcohol and sedatives, which meant that they had lost consciousness long before they were abused and killed. His modus operandi was typically to look for young, strong hitchhikers on the highway, then offer them alcohol or water laced with sedatives. When they fell into a deep sleep, he would tie them up and then torture and sexually abuse them, burning their chests, faces, and genitals with fire. His final method of execution was also extremely horrific. He would castrate, strangle, or dismember them. And finally, he would dump their remains beside the highway or take them back to his home. On October 5, 1971, the naked body of a 30-year-old man named Wayne Joseph Duquette was found near Ortega Highway. He was a bartender at the Stable, a gay bar in nearby Sunset Beach. He was last seen on September 20th. Because his body was completely decomposed, the forensic doctor could not detect any signs of injury. So initially, his cause of death was listed as acute alcohol poisoning due to high blood alcohol content. However, in Randy's diary, the word stable was written. So investigators believe that Wayne was his first victim. 15 months later, a 20-year-old Marine named Edward Daniel Moore was murdered. He was last seen leaving the military camp on December 24, 1972. In the early morning of 2 days later, his body was found beside the highway. The autopsy showed that his wrists and ankles had been tied up, and then his face had been struck by the murderer with a blunt object. There were also large areas of abrasions on his body, which meant that he had been pushed out of a moving vehicle. This was strange, as it suggested that there was another accomplice at the crime scene. However, to this day, the other accomplice has not been identified, and this has also been the source of much debate. On April 14th, the body of 17-year-old Kevin Clark Bailey was found beside a road in Huntington Beach. Before his death, he had been castrated and anally raped. On July 28th, 2 victims were murdered. An unidentified young man, whose dismembered body was found in Wilmington on April 22nd, and a 20-year-old man named Ronnie Jean Vibe, whose strangled body was dumped beside the ramp of the 405 freeway on July 30th, 2 days after he went missing. A 23-year-old bisexual art student named Vincent Cruz Mestas. On December 29th, his body was found in the San Bernardino Mountains. Like the previous several victims, the murderer's methods were extremely brutal, and Mestas' missing hands have still not been found to this day. In November 1974, police found 5 more victims beside major roads in Southern California, 3 of whom were confirmed to be related to the same murderer, as their causes of death were almost identical. 20-year-old Malcolm Eugene Little and 19-year-old James Dale Reeves had foreign objects inserted into their remains, and the body of 18-year-old Marine Roger Edward Dickerson had bite marks, which were very similar to those of the previous several victims. On January 3, 1975, a 17-year-old high school student named John William Laris was murdered. He was last seen boarding a bus in Long Beach. The day after his disappearance, his body was found dumped in Sunset Beach. The cause of his death was strangulation, and foreign objects had been forcibly inserted into his body. There were clear drag marks at the initial discovery site of the corpse, indicating that the perpetrator was not alone but accompanied by another person. 2 weeks after this murder, on January 17th, the body of a 21-year-old man named Craig Jonatis was found discarded in a parking lot, and the cause of death was also strangulation. By January 1975, a total of 14 victims were suspected by the police to be connected to the same killer. Their remains had been discovered discarded in 4 different counties over the past 3 years. All the victims were white males with similar physical characteristics. On January 24th, homicide investigators from multiple jurisdictions in Southern California gathered in Orange County to discuss the progress of their manhunt for the unidentified killer. The FBI presented a profile of the murderer to the investigators, describing him as a methodical and organized lust killer with above-average intelligence who showed indifference to the interests and welfare of society. Some investigators also believed that the murders were not the work of a single individual but involved 1 or more people with a military background. This was because residue of tissues was found in the nostrils of 2 victims, a procedure commonly used by the military to prevent post-mortem washing of remains. At this point, the investigators still did not have any concrete suspects. On the evening of March 29th, 2 young men, Keith Crotwell and Kent May, got into a stranger's Ford Mustang in a Long Beach parking lot. They drove around aimlessly in the Belmont Shore and Seal Beach areas, with the driver even giving them beer. May later recalled that he felt very nervous when he noticed his body becoming rigid after consuming alcohol. When the car pulled into a parking lot, the driver leaned over, opened the passenger door, pushed the unconscious May onto the ground, and then sped away from the scene. People present noticed Crotwell sitting in the passenger seat, his head resting against the driver. On May 8th, Crotwell's skull was found on a pier near the Long Beach Pier, and the rest of his body was discovered 6 months later. Upon hearing of Crotwell's death, May and two of Crotwell's friends were shocked. They immediately suspected that the driver from that time was the killer, a patron who frequently visited a gay bar in Belmont Shore. They searched the nearby community for the Ford Mustang and found the vehicle within a 1-mile radius, noting down its license plate number and passing the information on to the police. After an investigation, the authorities identified Randy as a suspect, as the car was registered in his name. On May 19th, the police called Randy to question him about Crotwell's kidnapping and murder. Initially, Randy denied having ever seen Crotwell and May, which puzzled the police, as witnesses had already confirmed the encounter and the vehicle had been located. Consequently, they summoned Randy to the police station for further interrogation. Once in the interrogation room, Randy admitted that around March 29th, he had met the two young men in a Long Beach parking lot and persuaded them to drink alcohol and take sedatives while driving. He then dropped May off at the parking lot but continued to wander around with Crotwell. They subsequently drove down a side road, but the car broke down, so he parked it on the side of the road. Crotwell chose to stay in the car while he walked to a gas station to call for a tow truck. When he returned, Crotwell had vanished. Randy's roommate corroborated his account, as Randy had called him that day to say his car was stranded on the side of the road. However, the investigators still did not believe Randy's story. In the following week, 2 detectives attempted to file murder charges against Randy, but the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office refused, citing the coroner's conclusion from the autopsy of the remains found so far that Crotwell had died of accidental drowning. On December 31st, a 22-year-old boy named Mark Hall was kidnapped in San Juan Capistrano. His death was the most agonizing among all the victims. His body was tied to a tree, and he suffered from being anally raped and castrated. In addition, his chest, scrotum, nose, eyes, and cheeks were burned, and there were many wounds on his legs caused by broken bottles. Most importantly, the forensic doctor was able to determine that he was still alive for most of the time he was being tortured. In 1976, Randy ended his relationship with Graves. Shortly after, he began a relationship with a 19-year-old bakery apprentice named Jeff Seelig, and then they moved to Laguna Hills. Although neither of them was inclined towards monogamy, they considered their relationship to be permanent. Seelig later told investigators that he and Randy would often ask hitchhikers for sex, and if they were willing, they would go back to their apartment with Seelig and Randy. On December 10, 1976, 19-year-old Paul Joseph Fuchs went missing. His body was never found, but his name was clearly recorded in Randy's diary. He was last seen outside a gay bar called Ripples in Long Beach, where Randy was a regular customer. On January 3, 1978, investigators held another meeting. They believed that there was more than one killer, but the identity of the perpetrator still could not be confirmed. July of the previous year was an important turning point. Fortunately, Patrick Kearney was arrested, and he confessed to the murders of 28 boys and young men, many of whom were dissected and discarded in garbage bags beside highways in Southern California. Unfortunately, although Patrick was arrested, his method of murder was completely different from that of some other victims, which meant that the perpetrator that the investigators were still pursuing remained at large. On April 16th, an 18-year-old Marine named Scott Michael Hughes was kidnapped. His body contained a large amount of sedatives, and the cause of his death was manual strangulation. Since a shoelace was missing from his shoes, investigators suspected that he was strangled with a shoelace. In addition to him, 5 other victims were murdered in the same way that year. On June 16, 1979, a new victim was found again. A 20-year-old Marine named Donnie Harold Kreisel was thrown onto the highway from a moving vehicle. His death was listed as acute alcohol poisoning, although he had very severe burns and signs of being tied up and tortured. On August 29th, the dismembered body of a 21-year-old British tourist named Keith Anthony Jackson was found in 2 garbage bags and a cardboard box behind a Union 76 gas station in Long Beach. 2 weeks later, the body of 19-year-old Gregory Wallace Jolly was discovered, with his head, legs, and genitals severed. On November 24th, a 15-year-old boy named Jeffrey Sayre from Santa Ana was kidnapped and murdered. He was last seen at a bus stop in Westminster after returning home from a date with his girlfriend. On February 18, 1980, the decapitated body of a 19-year-old Marine named Mark Allen Marsh was found near the Temescal Highway. He was last seen hitchhiking to Buena Park. In the summer of 1980, Randy went on a long business trip to Oregon. During this trip, he stayed in a small town near Portland. Before he returned to California, several victims were found in the area. The first victim was a 17-year-old Denver youth named Michael Sean O'Fallon, who had been hitchhiking alone across the United States and Canada. On July 17th, he was murdered, and his body was dumped 10 miles south of Salem. His body contained high concentrations of alcohol and sedatives. On September 3rd, the body of 19-year-old Marine Robert Loggins, who was tied up, was found in a garbage bag near the El Toro Marine Corps Air Station. He was last seen near the Pacific Coast Highway on August 23rd. Photos and negatives found by investigators showed Loggins in Randy's living room, sitting on the sofa in neat clothes, looking drunk, and his body was posed in various nude erotic positions in the photos. On April 10, 1981, a 17-year-old youth named Michael Crook was kidnapped while hitchhiking from Kent, Washington to Bakersfield, California. His body was found beside Interstate 5 near Goshen, Oregon. The autopsy report showed that his head had suffered 31 blunt force strikes, and after death, his body was subjected to anal rape and severe beating. At the time of this murder, Randy was sent to Oregon by his employer, and coincidentally, Randy was receiving treatment for a foot contusion at a nearby hospital on the day the body was found. 4 months later, the body of 17-year-old sex worker Christopher Allen Williams, who was dressed in tattered clothes, was found in the San Bernardino Mountains. His body contained phenobarbital and benzodiazepines, and when found, tissues were deep in his nostrils. The cause of death was suffocation by his own mucus. On July 29th, after residents of Echo Park complained about a foul smell coming from the direction of the Hollywood Freeway, an employee found the decomposing body of 14-year-old Raymond Davis from Pittsburgh, California, dumped beside the ramp. His body was hidden under leaves and soil. He was last seen in Echo Park on June 17th, looking for his missing dog. The young man's wrists were tied behind his back, almost the same as the way the victims died 2 years ago. Just 40 feet away from his body, the same employee also found the body of 16-year-old Robert Avila, who had been missing since July 21st, and his body also showed obvious signs of decomposition. On November 1st, 24-year-old Arne Mikkel Lane from Modesto went missing. He was hitchhiking to Orange County to look for a job, and his body was not found until 2 years later. On December 3rd, a 29-year-old man named Anthony Jose Severa went missing while hitchhiking to Medford. His body was found 2 weeks later. Before the murder, he was strangled, anally raped, and violated with foreign objects. At that time, Randy was on a business trip in Oregon and happened to end his trip on the same day Severa died. On December 4th, Randy drove from Portland to Seattle to visit friends, and someone happened to see him wearing a military jacket with Severa's name on it. The next day, Randy left Seattle and flew to Michigan. 2 days later, Randy met Dennis Alt and Christopher Schoenborn at a seminar in the Amway Grand Plaza Hotel. At midnight, someone also saw Randy talking with the couple in the hotel's reception area. A few days later, their remains were found in an open area near the hotel. Both victims were given alcohol and sedatives before being anally raped and murdered, and they were arranged in sexually suggestive poses. 24-year-old Alt died of suffocation, and 20-year-old Schoenborn was strangled with a belt. The day before these two victims were found, on December 8th, Randy traveled from Michigan to Portland. Within 24 hours of his return to Oregon, a 19-year-old hitchhiker named Lance Taggs was killed. Lance was last seen hitchhiking from Tigard to a relative's home in Los Angeles on the same day, and his body was found the next day, dumped on a rural road in Clackamas County. At this point, investigators noticed that in the murders that occurred in Oregon, when the remains of young men were found dumped near public transportation, their blood contained alcohol and drugs. They speculated that the murderer lived in another state, so the Oregon investigators relayed the details of the murders to police in other states, described the modus operandi of the killer they were looking for, and asked police departments with unsolved young male murder cases with similar characteristics in their files to provide feedback. The counties in Southern California responded quickly because they found that the killing pattern of this unidentified murderer was the same as the one they were pursuing. So they determined that these murders were all committed by the same killer. On January 27, 1983, a 21-year-old hitchhiker named Eric Church was kidnapped and murdered. He was last seen hitchhiking from Orange County to Sacramento the day before he was murdered. The autopsy concluded that he had consumed a large amount of alcohol and sedatives, and he was anally raped. The rope marks on his wrists indicated that he had resisted before his death. He died of ligature strangulation and multiple blunt force strikes to the side of the skull. On February 12th, 18-year-old Jeffrey Allen Nelson and 20-year-old Roger James DeVoe were murdered. The two young men were last seen outside a friend named Bryce Wilson's house shortly after midnight, when they told Wilson they were going to buy something to eat. Nelson's body was found beside a ramp near the Garden Grove Freeway just a few hours after he and Roger were last seen. The next day, Roger's body was found, dumped on a hillside near Baldy Mountain in San Bernardino County. At 1:10 a.m. on May 14th, two California Highway Patrol officers observed a Toyota making an illegal lane change on an interstate highway in Orange County. Suspecting the driver of driving under the influence, they signaled for the vehicle to stop. The driver then slowed down, parked the car, and exited the vehicle, discarding a beer bottle on the sidewalk. The officers administered a field sobriety test, which the driver failed, leading to Randy's arrest for driving while intoxicated. Meanwhile, another officer approached the vehicle and noticed a young man slumped in the passenger seat with his eyes closed. Several empty muscled head beer bottles and an opened bottle of lorazepam tablets were scattered around his feet. The officer attempted to wake the man but received no response. When he tried to rouse him by shaking his arm, he noticed the man's low body temperature. As he prepared to check for a pulse, he observed that the man was already dead, with clear ligature marks on his neck. The man's jeans were unzipped, exposing his genitals, and his hands were bound with a shoelace, bearing wrist injuries. He was later identified as 25-year-old Marine Corps Air Station El Toro-based Marine Terry Lee Gambrell, who had been strangled. Randy was then arrested. He was initially charged with driving under the influence, with further charges pending the investigators' subsequent inquiries. In the car's back seat, investigators discovered a belt, as well as alcohol, sedatives, various prescription drugs, and stimulants. There were also significant blood stains on the car's leather seats and carpeting. Under the carpet, they found an envelope containing more than 50 photographs of young men in pornographic poses, either asleep or deceased. In the trunk, they also found a diary with a list of 61 coded symbols. Subsequently, investigators conducted a further search of Randy's home, where they found clothing and personal items belonging to many of the young men murdered over the past decade. They also deciphered the symbols, which were believed to refer to each of Randy's victims, such as the initials of their names or the locations where the victims were last seen. On May 16th, Randy was formally charged with murder. In September, investigators interviewed over 700 witnesses and collected more than 250 pieces of physical evidence, which implicated him in 15 additional homicides committed between December 1972 and February 1983. On September 8th, Randy was formally charged with 15 counts of murder, as well as 2 counts of sodomy and 1 count of castration. On September 26, 1988, Randy's trial began in Orange County, where he was prosecuted by the judge. During the trial, nearly 160 witnesses were called to testify on behalf of the prosecution, and over 1,000 pieces of evidence were introduced. These included physical evidence such as blood stains, hair, and fiber evidence found in Randy's Long Beach residence and his vehicle, fingerprints discovered on glass shards at the crime scenes, and photographs and negatives of the victims found in Randy's car. Other evidence presented included work and travel records, as well as gas receipts that placed Randy at specific locations where the victims were kidnapped or discarded, along with a large number of personal items belonging to the various murder victims. Randy's defense primarily consisted of extraneous statements and alternative suspects. His attorneys argued that most of the evidence was circumstantial and attempted to portray Randy as an articulate, diligent, and upright member of the community. They did not deny that the 16 individuals were victims, but claimed that they were victims of someone else, not Randy. The defense also pointed out that investigators initially believed several of the 16 victims were killed by 2 other serial killers and argued that there was no concrete evidence proving Randy had killed any of the victims. The trial lasted a total of 13 months. On April 29, 1989, the closing arguments began, which lasted for 3 days. The prosecution again listed all the physical evidence and circumstantial evidence pointing to Randy's guilt. The defense argued about the circumstantial case presented by the prosecution, namely that all the murders were connected, and accused the prosecution of covering up the truth. Then the jury deliberated for 11 days before reaching a verdict. On May 12th, Randy was convicted of 16 counts of murder, 1 count of sodomy, and 1 count of castration. On June 5th, the same jury reconvened for the penalty phase of the trial, where they needed to hear further testimony from both the prosecution and the defense regarding Randy's punishment. This phase of the trial lasted until August. It was during this time that the prosecution presented evidence of several additional murders committed by Randy in Oregon and Michigan, and they were convinced that Randy was also responsible for these crimes. The defense refuted the prosecution's claims, calling them highly speculative and not based on reality. They also introduced testimony related to a PET scan conducted on Randy, claiming that the scan showed abnormalities in his frontal lobe, which reduced his ability to control his emotions and impulses. The prosecution dismissed this testimony, telling the jury that there was nothing wrong with Randy's mind. He simply enjoyed killing for sexual gratification. They added that the fact that his family and friends found it hard to believe he had committed any murders only showed what a good salesman he was. On August 11th, the jury handed down a death sentence. 3 months later, on November 29th, the judge formally sentenced Randy to death, saying, "To have something like this take place in our society, I think I've sent 8 or 9 individuals to their death in my courtroom before. I can take all those aggravating circumstances in those other cases and they don't match Mr. Kraft's record. I just can't comment. If anyone ever deserved the death penalty, he's got it coming." On August 9th, 2000, the California Supreme Court upheld the original verdict. As of 2025, Randy remains in the death row cell at San Quentin State Prison, and he continues to deny responsibility for any of the murders he was convicted of or suspected of committing. In the early 20th century, a widow in her 60s sat in the living room of her boarding house as usual. In her hand was a tattered prayer book, ready to pray for herself. This woman ran the boarding house alone. In the past, she had made a living by renting out rooms. Although her life was not affluent, she always tried her best to create a cozy home for her tenants. On that evening, a young man named Earl Leonard Nelson arrived at her door. He claimed to be a devout Christian looking for a quiet place to rest. His appearance was gentle and polite, which put the woman at ease. She welcomed him warmly, as she did with other tenants, showing him around the rooms and explaining the rules of the house in detail. Nelson behaved respectfully during the tour, and his demeanor convinced the woman that he would be an ideal tenant. However, she had no idea that this seemingly pious young man harbored dark impulses within, nor could she imagine that this night would be her last. As dusk fell and the entire boarding house fell silent, she sat alone in the living room, preparing to begin her evening prayers once again. She had no idea that her new tenant had a nickname, the Gorilla Killer, and that she was about to become another victim of his brutal murders. The tragedy began on May 12, 1897, when Nelson was born in San Francisco, California. If life were to improve after hitting rock bottom, then for Nelson, his entire life was one of misfortune. It is said that his father was a drunkard and his mother a sex worker. Within just 2 years of his birth, both of them died of syphilis. Nelson's grandparents, devout Pentecostals, then took on the responsibility of raising their daughter's child. However, their age and personalities were not well suited to caring for a young boy. They lived a strict Puritan lifestyle, constantly suppressing their own emotions and feelings. For Nelson, a natural troublemaker, this stern family atmosphere was sheer torment. As a result, Nelson exhibited self-loathing and other pathological behaviors from a young age. At the age of 7, he was expelled from school for misbehavior. His teachers complained that the boy constantly talked to invisible people and frequently referenced a large beast from the Bible. He also had a habit of peeking at female family members undressing. So Nelson was described by everyone as a psychotic child. Even his own grandmother thought so. She noted that Nelson would sometimes go to school in freshly cleaned clothes, only to return home in tattered garments, as if he had exchanged clothes with a homeless person. When Nelson was 10 years old, he was involved in an accident with a streetcar while riding his bicycle. Blood gushed from one of his temples, and after the doctor's best efforts, they believed he would not survive. Strangely, however, he awoke from a coma just a few days later, but the accident haunted him for the rest of his life. He suffered from frequent headaches and memory loss, and began to exhibit unstable behavior. As Nelson entered his teenage years and puberty, his curiosity about women grew stronger. He frequently visited the brothels and bars in San Francisco's Barbary Coast red light district and contracted a sexually transmitted disease. His mental illness also worsened. He often subjected his family members to bizarre physical acts, such as walking on his hands or attempting to lift heavy objects with his teeth. Nelson had suffered a head injury that led to a decrease in his intelligence and significant memory loss. In 1918, a Navy psychiatrist indicated that Nelson was living in a constitutional psychopathic state, which means he had congenital psychopathy. This implied that he had difficulties in cognition and behavioral control, making his criminal activities almost inevitable. At the age of 18, Nelson went to a rural area in Plumas County, where he broke into a cabin, thinking it was abandoned, and took it over. For this offense, he was sentenced to 2 years in San Quentin State Prison. Although he was paroled after a year, over the next 2 years, Nelson was frequently arrested for minor thefts and burglaries. At the end of 1917, Nelson enlisted in the military but deserted after 6 weeks. This became a pattern for him as he repeatedly joined different branches of the military under various names and then deserted. In 1918, at the age of 21, Nelson joined the U.S. Navy. During a military training session, his bizarre and unstable behavior led to his admission to Napa State Mental Hospital. After observation, one psychiatrist concluded that Nelson did not exhibit violence, homicidal tendencies, or destructiveness. Another psychiatrist noted that Nelson had hallucinations and other paranoid delusions. Nelson often claimed to see people that others could not see, hear music that others could not hear, and sometimes believed that someone was poisoning him. He also heard strange and terrifying voices urging him to commit suicide. The poor man, Nelson, stated that if he were imprisoned, he would surely take some sharp object and cut the veins in his wrists. This psychiatrist also mentioned that Nelson experienced severe headaches during their conversations and had fainted on multiple occasions. During his confinement, Nelson attempted to escape several times until the staff eventually stopped searching for him. In 1919, Nelson was officially discharged from the U.S. Navy, and his hospital records were closed with a note indicating that his condition had improved after treatment. After escaping, Nelson found a job as a janitor at St. Mary's Hospital. This job required no skills or qualifications. It was here that he met Mary Martin, a 60-year-old administrator. The two began dating and reportedly got married, but the marriage was short-lived. Nelson turned the woman's life into a living hell with his strange jealousy and anger, bizarre sexual demands, religious delusions, and increasingly violent behavior. This led to their separation after just 6 months of cohabitation. Later, Martin recalled various strange behaviors she had witnessed while living with Nelson, including his long absences from home and unusual bathing habits, such as pouring water over his toes. On May 19, 1921, Nelson posed as a plumber and entered a residence on Pacific Avenue in San Francisco, where he attempted to molest a 12-year-old girl. However, the girl was very clever. She screamed frantically, trying to alert her brother to call for help, which caused Nelson to flee in fear. He was arrested a few hours later while riding a handcart. At the subsequent hearing, Nelson was identified as a dangerous individual and was sent back to Napa State Mental Hospital. There, he attempted to escape twice before being discharged in 1925. In 1926, Nelson began his horrific spree of murders. His first known victim was Clara Newman, a 60-year-old wealthy landlady living in San Francisco. On February 20th, he posed as a new tenant named Roger Wilson and entered her boarding house at 2037 Pierce Street. Once inside, Nelson strangled her, raped her corpse, and hid her body in an empty room in the house. Just a month later, on March 2nd, his second victim emerged. In San Jose, near San Francisco, 63-year-old Laura Beale was strangled to death in her home. His criminal actions then became more frequent. On June 26th, he strangled 63-year-old Lillian Mary in San Francisco and raped her corpse. 2 weeks later, he continued his crimes in California. In Santa Barbara, 325 miles south of San Francisco, 53-year-old Ollie Russell was strangled with a rope in her boarding house. The autopsy confirmed that she had been sexually assaulted after death. The similarities in the modus operandi to the San Francisco murders led the police to suspect a connection between these cases. On August 16th, Mary Nisbet, a 52-year-old apartment building owner in Oakland, was found dead in the bathroom of an empty apartment by her husband. She had been strangled and raped. Initially, local law enforcement questioned whether Nisbet's husband was involved in her death, but he was soon cleared of suspicion. Later, witnesses told the police that they had seen a smiling stranger lurking outside her apartment building on the day of Nisbet's murder. Others who claimed to have seen Nelson at various boarding houses described him as a dark, stocky man with long arms and large hands. Because of this, newspapers began to call him the Dark Strangler and the Gorilla Killer. In the fall, Nelson moved to Portland, Oregon. On October 19th, he raped and murdered 35-year-old landlady Beata Withers, the first of several victims he would kill in Portland. Her body was discovered by her teenage son, hidden under clothes in a steamer trunk in her attic. The next day, 59-year-old Virginia Grant was murdered in a vacant property on East 22nd Street, with her body concealed behind a basement furnace in her home. On October 21st, landlady Mabel Fluke disappeared from her home in Portland. A few days later, her body was found in the attic, strangled with a scarf. After committing 3 murders in Portland, Nelson briefly returned to San Francisco and raped and murdered 56-year-old widow Willie Anna Edmonds on November 18th. Initially, the police were reluctant to attribute the crime to the Dark Strangler. However, a few days after the murder, a friend of Edmonds told the police that she had visited Edmonds' home on the day of the murder and found her in the living room talking to a strange man about a business deal involving the sale of her house. The woman's description of the unknown man matched that of the gorilla killer. On November 19th, a 28-year-old pregnant woman near Burlingame, California, was attacked while showing her house to a man posing as a potential buyer. She survived the assault and described the man as about 5 feet 8 inches tall, well-dressed, and articulate. The woman later told reporters that although she had not felt threatened initially, she recalled that the man had commented on the intricate details of the house, especially the ceilings. "I now realize that he was trying to get me to look up at the ceiling so he could slip behind me and grab my throat," she said. On November 29th, Nelson murdered and raped Blanche Myers at her home in Portland. During the investigation, police found a fingerprint on Myers' iron bedpost. Although fingerprint technology was still in its early stages at the time, this discovery was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. The Portland murders also sparked a public frenzy, with the Oregonian reporting that the 3rd floor of the Portland Police Department had turned into a veritable madhouse, with officers receiving hundreds of calls and reports of suspicious individuals. A local woman claimed that a suspicious man had stayed at her boarding house for a few days after Thanksgiving under the name Adrian Harris. She said that on the day Myers was murdered, the man had told her and other residents that he was leaving to take a train to Vancouver and would not be back. She found this suspicious because he had already paid for several days' rent in advance. Before leaving, he had also given her and another boarder jewelry as a gift. The police later confirmed that the jewelry belonged to Florence Monks, a wealthy widow who had been murdered and raped in Seattle on November 23rd. To prevent further murders, law enforcement agencies in California and Oregon issued public safety announcements to citizens. In the San Francisco Bay Area, elderly women were advised to take precautions when renting out rooms and inviting strangers into their homes. Meanwhile, the Portland Police Department issued the following statement to the public: "Do not show your house or rooms for rent when you are alone. If necessary, ask the police to accompany you. Such crimes should be prevented. They could have been avoided if women had been more careful." I do not want to unduly alarm the people of Portland, but there is no denying that the situation is serious. In late November, Nelson left Portland and continued his killing spree, moving eastward and traveling by hitchhiking or sneaking onto trains. His criminal trail stretched from the West Coast to the Midwest and East Coast of the United States. On December 23rd, the body of 41-year-old Amira Berard was found in her home in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Her body was garlanded with a shirt. Initially, local police ruled her death as a suicide, as Berard had recently been discharged from a mental hospital. However, subsequent findings of signs of sexual assault led to the reversal of this decision, and the case was reclassified as a murder. On December 27, 23-year-old Bonnie Pace was strangled and raped in her home in Kansas City, Missouri. Her body was discovered by her husband in an upstairs room. Just 1 day later, on December 28th, 28-year-old Germania Harpen and her 8-month-old son were found murdered in their home in Kansas City. Both had been strangled, her son with a diaper, and Germania had been raped after death. They were discovered by her husband when he returned home from work that evening. On April 27, 1927, Nelson murdered and raped 53-year-old landlady Mary McConnell in Philadelphia. Several pieces of jewelry were also stolen from her residence. The next day, Nelson attempted to sell one of her gold watches to a pawnbroker, but was refused. On May 27th, Nelson arrived in Buffalo, New York, where he rented a room from 53-year-old Jenny Randolph under the name Charles Harrison. 3 days later, Jenny was found strangled and raped, her body stuffed under her bed. Jenny's brother had encountered Harrison, describing him as appearing about 33 years old, short and stout, with dark complexion and black hair combed back. Boarders at Jenny's house later positively identified Nelson as Charles Harrison. On June 1st in Detroit, Michigan, boarding house manager Fannie Mae and boarder Maureen Atorthy were found murdered in the boarding house under May's supervision. Their remains were discovered by the building's owner, Leonard Sink. May had been strangled with a wire cut from a table lamp. Police determined that the wire had been cut while the electricity was still running, as the knife used to cut it showed obvious signs of burning and a notched blade. On June 3rd, he murdered 27-year-old Mary Cecilia Sitzma in Chicago, Illinois. Sitzma was found by her husband on the floor of their home, strangled with an electrical cord. On June 8th, a series of shocking murders occurred in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. 14-year-old Lola Cowan mysteriously disappeared after leaving home to sell artificial flowers door to door. Just 2 days later, on June 10th, another local woman also vanished. That evening, her husband discovered her body while kneeling beside his son's bed for evening prayers. She had been raped, strangled, and showed signs of being struck with a claw hammer. Upon investigation, police found that several items were missing from her home, including a set of riding reins, her gold wedding ring, a family Bible, and a $10 bill. Additionally, a knife with burn marks and scratches was left at the scene, matching the knife used to cut the lamp wire in May's murder the previous week. This discovery led police to realize the connection between the cases. The next day, a local Winnipeg jeweler unknowingly purchased a gold ring for $3.50 Canadian dollars from a man who later turned out to be Nelson. The ring was confirmed to be the woman's wedding ring. Stolen clothes from her home were also found being sold at a second-hand store nearby. Both the jeweler and the clothing store owner positively identified the man who had sold the items as Nelson. A barber who owned a shop next to the second-hand store also provided a crucial lead to the police. He said that on the afternoon of June 10th, he had given a shave, haircut, and massage to a man who closely resembled Nelson. While cutting the man's hair, he noticed dried blood and scratches on his scalp. When he inquired about the source of these marks, the man became agitated and demanded that he not touch his hair. On June 12th, Winnipeg police conducted a city-wide search of rooming houses. While searching the boarding house at 133 Smith Street, where Nelson had recently resided, police discovered a decomposing body under the bed in Nelson's room. It was the missing Cowan, whose body had been dismembered in a manner reminiscent of Jack the Ripper's victims. Her clothes and personal items were also missing. After the discovery of Cowan's body, the Winnipeg City Council offered a reward of $1,500 Canadian dollars for information leading to the conviction of the perpetrator. This reward subsequently became a matter of controversy, with several individuals coming forward with information about Nelson's whereabouts, including a driver who claimed to have transported Nelson from Emerson to Winnipeg on the day Cowan disappeared. In June 1927, while investigating the Winnipeg murders, Canadian police suspected that Nelson might have fled to the United States. To locate him quickly, they sent detailed descriptions of him to police departments and post offices across the United States. During this period, reports surfaced of sightings of a man matching Nelson's description in Regina, Saskatchewan, and in Boissavin, Manitoba. On June 14th, a man identifying himself as Mike Mofsky was arrested by customs officers in the small town of Wauwunessa, on the border between Manitoba and Minnesota. This man's appearance closely matched Nelson's description, but he managed to escape the next day. Just 2 days later, on June 16th, in the border town of Killinick, Manitoba, only 12 miles from the North Dakota border, officers arrested a man named Vigil Wilson, who also fit Nelson's description. Reportedly, the man was so calm and cooperative during his arrest that officers even doubted they had the right person. Nelson was detained in a local jail, but he managed to escape that very night. However, fate was not on his side. He attempted to flee by train, but the next morning he was formally arrested again by an officer from the Crystal City Police Department on a railway line 47 miles east of Wauwunessa. He was then taken to the Rupert Street Police Station in Winnipeg, where he was photographed, fingerprinted, measured, and prepared for identification. Nearly 4,000 spectators waited outside the station, hoping to catch a glimpse of the suspect. The photographs taken by the Winnipeg police were quickly sent to police departments across the United States, leading to positive identifications by witnesses in Illinois and California, who claimed that the man matched the same unidentified renter they had encountered. Despite Nelson's insistence that his name was Vigil Wilson, fingerprints forwarded from the San Francisco Police Department to Winnipeg confirmed that his identity matched the one from his previous arrests. Nelson's fingerprints also matched those found at multiple crime scenes, and his teeth matched the marks found on the victims. Initially, he confessed to the crimes, candidly telling reporters, "I only kill my ladies on Saturday nights." However, he later retracted his confession, claiming innocence. Shortly after his arrest, in an interview with the Manitoba Free Press, he said, "I am charged with 2 murders, but I am not the one who committed them." When asked about the individuals in the United States and Canada who positively identified him as the perpetrator, he simply replied, "They are all mistaken." Despite attempts by law enforcement agencies in both the United States and Canada to extract a confession, Nelson refused to admit to any of the murders he was suspected of or charged with. Nelson's trial began on November 1st, 1927, at the Winnipeg courthouse. His former wife, Martin, testified against him, describing him as a man who was absolutely insane. In addition, over 60 witnesses from both Canada and the United States testified that they had seen Nelson at the crime scenes, or could link him to the stolen property from the victims' homes. During the trial, a prison guard noted that Nelson was particularly fascinated by a passage from the book of Proverbs, which reads, "My son, give me thine heart, and let thine eyes observe my ways. For a whore is a deep ditch, and a strange woman is a narrow pit. She also lieth in wait as for a prey, and increaseth the transgressors among men." On November 5th, the closing arguments were completed, and after 40 minutes of deliberation, the jury unanimously found Nelson guilty of murder and sentenced him to death. Nelson maintained his innocence throughout the trial, but he was unable to counter the evidence presented by the police. However, his attorney never gave up on him. He submitted a 30-page document to the Minister of Justice, pleading for leniency for Nelson on the grounds of his mental derangement and congenital psychopathy. Nelson's personal history had also been unfairly presented to the jury by the media, meaning that the jurors were not impartial. They might have been predisposed to believe Nelson was guilty. These documents included 20 affidavits from people who had known Nelson all their lives, swearing that they could fully understand Nelson's character and state of mind. They unreservedly and without exaggeration believed that Nelson had been mentally unsound for a long period of time. Despite the numerous affidavits, the appeal was denied, and Nelson's execution was not stayed. At 7:30 a.m. on January 13, 1928, at Vaughan Street Jail in Winnipeg, Nelson was hanged. His last words were, "I forgive those who have wronged me." 45 years ago, on a quiet Sunday morning in Ann Arbor, Michigan, a horrifying assault took place on Page Street. A lively high school girl, who had just broken up with her boyfriend, was feeling down. After leaving the skating rink with her friends, she chose to walk home alone. Her boyfriend, driving by, found her and offered her a ride home, but instead of forgiveness, he was met with a firm rejection. It was 3:45 in the morning. After the boy left, the street was deserted and silent, with only the dim glow of streetlights illuminating the dark road. The girl walked on, still grieving over her lost love. She does not know. A shadowy figure was trailing her. An hour later, just steps away from her home, a pair of hands dragged her into the darkness. Her mouth was muffled, and despite her struggles, it was futile. A cold blade pierced her chest, abruptly ending her young life. This man was known as the Sunday Morning Slasher, one of the most deadly serial killers in American history, a demon hidden beneath an ordinary appearance. His name was Carl Eugene Watts. From 1974 to 1982, 8 years, the shadow of this man's terror loomed over Michigan and Texas. Dozens of young and beautiful women lost their lives at his hands. They were stabbed, strangled, or even drowned in water. However, for him, murder seemed like nothing more than completing a task. After his arrest, he claimed that these women had evil eyes, and he was merely trying to release their souls. This twisted logic is almost impossible to comprehend, and because of it, his story is one steeped in pure evil. On November 7, 1953, Carl was born in Killeen, Texas. His parents' marriage was far from ideal, and they divorced when Carl was just 2 years old. He lived with his mother, who, in his eyes, was like a superhero. She took care of his daily needs and supported the family financially. However, this did not last long. When Carl was 9, his mother remarried and had 2 daughters with her new husband. He disliked this man deeply, feeling that he had stolen his mother away. So he became insecure, constantly fearing he would lose his mother's love. His fears were soon realized. Worried that Carl's presence might disrupt her new family, his mother sent him to live with his grandparents in a remote rural area. He was a highly adaptable child and seemed unaffected by the separation from his mother. Instead, he focused on hunting in the deep woods with his grandfather. During these hunting trips, his favorite activity was skinning the rabbits they caught. Perhaps this was an early sign of his mental instability. In fact, a year earlier, Carl had contracted meningitis, which nearly killed him. He was rushed to the hospital and underwent a spinal tap. This illness often affects the brain, and Carl was no exception. After recovering, his personality changed dramatically. He went from being lively to becoming shy, quiet, introverted, and suffering from poor concentration and memory. Prolonged insomnia also led to frequent strange dreams. In these dreams, he would encounter demonic figures that resembled ordinary human women. He would fight and kill them in his sleep. In interviews, Carl admitted that he enjoyed tormenting and killing young girls in his dreams. His teenage years, Carl had become completely obsessed with his dreams. He even began stalking and attempting to abduct girls in real life. Rumors suggest that he killed his first victim before the age of 15. On June 29th of that year, while working part-time as a newspaper delivery boy in Detroit, he knocked on the door of 26-year-old Joan Gave's apartment. Without warning, he violently assaulted her and then calmly walked away as if nothing had happened. After being arrested by the police, he was sent to a psychiatric hospital for treatment. During an evaluation, a doctor asked if his strange dreams and nightmarish hallucinations bothered him. Carl, sitting in a chair, replied, "I feel fine. Those are not nightmares. I enjoy them." As for the assault on Gave, he simply said, "I just felt like hitting someone." Carl had a very low IQ and suffered from paranoia, likely due to the effects of meningitis. Before the age of 8, his academic performance was decent, but by 16, he could only read at a 4th grade level. As a result, he was often bullied and humiliated by his classmates at school. Psychiatrists later noted that while Carl appeared intelligent on the surface, he was actually highly impulsive. He seemed to harbor a desire to attack anyone and had an intense urge to kill. In 1973, Carl graduated from high school at the age of 19. Despite his poor academic performance and occasional drug use, he managed to secure a football scholarship at Lane College in Jackson, Tennessee. He aspired to become a football player and even a boxing star, so he trained daily, using exercise as an outlet for his pent-up anger. However, this did not last long. Just 3 months after receiving the scholarship, Carl was expelled from the school. He was accused of stalking and assaulting women, suffered a leg injury, and was widely suspected of being involved in a violent murder. Although there was not enough evidence to convict him, these factors contributed to his expulsion. After leaving school, Carl spent some time in Houston, Texas, and then worked as a mechanic at a wheel manufacturing plant in Detroit for a year, until he resigned. In 1974, he enrolled at Western Michigan University, and it was around this time that a series of terrifying assaults and murders began. His first confirmed murder occurred in 1974. Unlike many serial killers, his crimes were not sexually motivated. His attacks were purely acts of violence and killing. He operated across multiple jurisdictions and states, with most of his victims being slender, attractive white women between the ages of 14 and 44. Due to the relatively independent judicial systems across U.S. states and limited information sharing and collaboration between police departments, many of his murders were difficult to link together. Even with the advent of DNA testing, the absence of sexual assault in his crimes meant that investigators rarely connected the cases to him. There are rumors that Carl began killing as early as 1972. The body of 20-year-old Zameda Tomes was discovered in a deserted field in Taylor, Michigan. She had 45 stab wounds, but her case contradicted Carl's known modus operandi, as she was abducted and taken elsewhere before being murdered. On October 25, 1974, at 10:45 a.m., Carl knocked on the door of 23-year-old Lenore Nizaki's apartment. He called out for Charles, the name of one of his siblings. When the girl opened the door, she told him that Charles did not live there, but offered to take a message. As she turned to get a piece of paper, Carl seized the opportunity to attack her, choking her unconscious but not killing her. Nizaki later reported the assault to the police, but they were unable to identify her attacker. On October 30th, a 20-year-old student at Western Michigan University, Gloria Steele, was tortured and killed. She was found with a ruptured windpipe and 33 stab wounds to her chest. The only witness, Diane Williams, reported seeing a black man wandering the apartment building, calling out for Charles. When the man saw Gloria, he grabbed her, pushed her into her apartment, and dragged her inside. As the two struggled, Williams' phone rang, and she picked it up, screaming for help. She later saw the man enter a tan-colored car. The police arrested over a dozen suspects, and Williams identified Carl as the attacker. At the time, Carl was already facing assault and battery charges in another location. Due to his mental illness, he was sent to a psychiatric hospital for treatment. When questioned about Gloria's murder, Carl admitted to being in the area the day before, but denied any involvement in her death. During a search of his residence, Detroit police found some wood carving tools, but no evidence linking him to Gloria's murder. As a result, he was sentenced to only 1 year in prison. His psychological evaluation classified him as extremely dangerous, lacking remorse for his crimes, irritable, careless, emotionally detached, and highly likely to reoffend. In 1976, Carl was released from prison and returned to live with his mother and stepfather. In 1979, he impregnated a childhood friend, but after the child was born, Carl broke up with her and soon married another woman. It was during this period that Carl's behavior became increasingly bizarre. He would frequently rearrange furniture, hack at plants with knives, and dump trash on the floor for no apparent reason. Most disturbingly, after having sex or intimate contact with his wife, he would abruptly leave and disappear for hours. His wife, unable to tolerate his erratic behavior and feeling a lack of security in the relationship, filed for divorce after just 6 months of marriage. Coincidentally, between 1979 and 1980, the same period when Carl's strange behavior escalated, 5 women in the Detroit area were attacked and killed by the same assailant. The media dubbed him the Sunday Morning Slasher because all the attacks occurred around 4 a.m. on Sundays. On October 31, 1979, a 44-year-old Detroit journalist, Jean Clyde, was attacked and killed while walking home after a doctor's appointment. She was murdered near her home in Grosse Pointe Farms, a suburban area along a major road, in the early hours of the morning. She suffered 11 stab wounds and died instantly. Due to insufficient evidence, police were unable to identify a suspect. Initially, detectives suspected her husband, but Carl later confessed to this murder. On April 20, 1980, a 17-year-old high school student, Shirley Small from Ann Arbor, Michigan, was stabbed twice in the heart and killed outside her home. She had recently broken up with her boyfriend and was emotionally vulnerable. She was murdered at 4:45 a.m. On July 13th, 26-year-old Glenda Richmond was similarly attacked in front of her summer cottage in the Ann Arbor area. She suffered 28 stab wounds to her chest. In both cases, there was insufficient evidence to convict anyone, but the murders bore the hallmarks of Carl's methods. On July 31st, 28-year-old Lily Marlene Dunn was last seen around 3 a.m. on Agnes Street in Southgate, Michigan. She had left her home at 6:30 p.m. to go bowling and then visited a bar on Ford Road in Dearborn, Michigan. Around 2:30 a.m., she returned home. As she parked her car in the garage, she was attacked, thrown into a light-colored car, and never seen again. Police believe she may have been one of Carl's victims. It is also believed that Carl killed 34-year-old Malik Haddad on September 21, 1979. Her body was found in Allen Park, Michigan, but her head was missing and has never been recovered. On September 14th, University of Michigan graduate student Rebecca Huff was found dead outside her home with approximately 50 stab wounds. Her case was the first murder directly attributed to Carl. On November 1st, a 30-year-old woman left a Halloween party and noticed a black man in a hooded sweatshirt following her. As she approached her house and took out her keys, the man ran toward her, muttering strange things. Terrified, she screamed to attract attention and managed to run inside her house, slamming the door shut just before he could grab her. After calling the police, she identified Carl from a lineup of suspect photos but was uncertain due to the darkness at the time. Canadian police also believe that Carl crossed the border into Windsor, Ontario, where, on October 6, 1980, he attacked a 20-year-old woman named Sandra Delp. Although she survived, she was left with lifelong physical disabilities, including partial paralysis, muscle weakness, and difficulty eating or moving her head. She requires constant assistance and was left disfigured due to facial injuries. In fact, by July 1980, police had formed a special task force to investigate the Sunday Morning Slasher cases. Carl was among the suspects and was placed under surveillance. In November, police secretly installed a tracking device on his car. In the early hours of November 15th, 2 police officers patrolling near Ann Arbor noticed a suspicious man following a woman walking home. Realizing she was being followed, the woman tried to hide to lose her pursuer. The officers stopped the man, who turned out to be Carl, and detained him for having an expired license plate and a suspended driver's license. Upon searching his car, they found a backpack containing wood carving tools and several screwdrivers. Most importantly, they discovered a dictionary belonging to Rebecca Huff, who had been murdered on September 14th. However, this evidence alone was not enough to charge Carl with her murder, so they could not arrest him outright. In the spring of 1981, Carl moved to Columbus, Texas, where he worked for an oil company. He then relocated to the Houston area, which became his new hunting ground. In Houston, Carl carried out a series of violent attacks against women. June Reynolds, who was pregnant at the time, was forcibly dragged into the backseat of her car by Carl and nearly killed. Lucia DiStefano and Karen Koslicki were harassed by a man on the highway while driving home from work. Although they escaped, the experience left them deeply traumatized. On April 14, 1982, Cheryl Cibola was attacked by Carl. As she tried to leave a parking lot, she noticed Carl following her in her rearview mirror. She quickly parked in front of the Houston post office and confronted Carl, shouting and waving her arms to threaten him into leaving. Carl initially seemed ready to attack, but after a few moments of hesitation, drove away, passing Cheryl with a mocking smirk on his face. On April 16th, Carrie Mae Jefferson was approached by Carl outside her home after returning from work. He choked her unconscious, threw her into the trunk of her car, drove to White Oak Bayou, killed her, and buried her body. He then returned her car to her street in an attempt to cover his tracks. After this series of attacks, Cheryl angrily demanded, "Where are the federal police? These women and their families deserve compensation from the Houston government or the state of Texas." On May 23rd, the 20-year-old Michelle Mayday was attacked in her Houston apartment. Carl broke in, filled her bathtub with water, and drowned her. Later that day, Carl continued his spree, attacking 18-year-old Melinda Aguilar and 21-year-old Lori Lister. When Lister returned home from work, he ambushed her in the stairwell of her apartment, choking her unconscious. He then entered the apartment and attacked Aguilar, who cleverly pretended to lose consciousness while planning her escape. Carl took Lister to the bathroom, intending to drown her in the bathtub. Meanwhile, Aguilar, left unattended, quietly escaped through a window. She did not scream, knowing Carl would flee if he heard her. However, Carl noticed Aguilar was missing while waiting for the tub to fill and quickly fled, leaving Lister alive. Police later captured Carl, and during his detention, investigators linked him to several recent murders. Yet, the same problem persisted. There was not enough evidence to charge him with murder. After the attacks on Lister and Aguilar, Harris County prosecutors struck a plea deal with Carl. In exchange for a full confession and immunity from murder charges, Carl would only be charged with burglary with intent to commit murder, carrying a 60-year prison sentence. If he behaved well in prison, he could even be eligible for parole. Carl accepted the deal and led police to the graves of 3 victims. He confessed to attacking 19 women and murdering 13 of them, including the murder of 44-year-old Jean in Detroit. However, he denied involvement in the deaths of Richard, Shirley, or Huff. Michigan authorities refused to participate in the plea deal, reserving the right to charge Carl with murder in their state. Based on Carl's confessions, dozens of other murders and assaults were attributed to him, but due to the plea agreement, he faced no additional charges. In 1982, Carl was sentenced to 60 years in prison. However, shortly after he began serving his sentence, the Texas Court of Appeals ruled that the bathtub and water he used during the attack on Lori Lister could not be explicitly classified as deadly weapons. As a result, his crime was reclassified as a nonviolent felony. Under Texas law at the time, nonviolent felons could earn good time credits, allowing them to reduce their sentence by 3 days for every day served if they exhibited good behavior. This meant Carl could be released as early as 2006, as he was considered a model prisoner and eligible for maximum sentence reduction. When the public learned of this, outrage erupted. Protests against the perceived injustice of the law intensified, leading Texas to amend its laws and abolish the good time credit system. However, due to constitutional protections against retroactive application of new laws, Carl remained eligible for early release under the old rules. In 2004, Michigan's Attorney General made a national television appeal, urging victims and anyone with evidence to come forward. His goal was to convict Carl of murder in Michigan to ensure he would not be released in 2 years. The call spread quickly, and soon a man named Joseph Foy came forward. He claimed to have witnessed a man matching Carl's description murder Helen Dutcher, a 36-year-old woman who was stabbed 12 times on December 1, 1979. Joseph identified Carl as the killer, describing him as evil and emotionless. Although Carl had immunity from prosecution for the 13 murders he confessed to, he had no such agreement in Michigan. This allowed Michigan authorities to pursue murder charges against him. On November 17, 2004, after hearing Joseph's testimony, a jury found Carl guilty. On December 7th, he was sentenced to life in prison. 2 days later, Michigan prosecutors took further action, charging him with the murder of Gloria Steele. On July 25, 2007, the trial began in Kalamazoo, Michigan. The very next day, the jury delivered a guilty verdict. On September 13th, Carl was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He was initially held at a maximum security prison in Ionia, Michigan, but was later transferred to a hospital due to his rapidly declining health. Just 8 days after his life sentence, on September 21st, Carl died of prostate cancer. At the end of the 20th century, on a pitch-black night in an unremarkable house in Houston, Texas, a chilling and heinous bloody murder was quietly brewing. Dean Arnold Quarles was about to carry out evil atrocities on 2 teenagers he had lured to his home. This man, known as the Candyman by the community residents because he often gave out free candy to children, had won people's trust in this way. On this terrible night, there was also the presence of another victim, a boy named Elmer Wayne Henley, who was one of Quarles' criminal accomplices. Although this teenager had already been involved in multiple criminal activities with Quarles, this time he felt sympathy and pity for one of the victims, and as a result, he was also tied up. However, through a series of pleas and promises, Henley was untied, but on the condition that he had to participate in the torture and murder of the victims. As the killing was about to begin, at this decisive moment, a surge of defiance rose from deep within Henley's heart. He couldn't bear to watch more innocent teenagers get hurt, so he seized Quarles' pistol and fired several shots at the devil without hesitation. On December 24, 1939, Quarles was born into an ordinary family from Fort Wayne, Indiana. His home was filled with frequent arguments because his father and mother had completely different ideas about raising children. The father was very strict with the kids, while the mother obviously favored and protected them. It's easy to imagine that growing up in such a family, the children would feel confused and contradictory. So, Quarles' mother decided to divorce. She wanted to get the children away from this environment, so she sold the house and moved to Memphis, Tennessee with young Quarles and his brother living in a trailer. Perhaps Quarles' mother still believed in that man, and she didn't want the 2 children to lack fatherly love. Not long after the divorce, she remarried Quarles' father and moved together to Pasadena, a suburb of Houston, Texas. However, this marriage didn't last long either. A few years later, the couple divorced again, and the mother still obtained custody of the 2 sons. Despite this, the 2 boys still maintained regular contact with their father. The discord between their parents led to Quarles being introverted and serious from a young age, rarely interacting with other children. But he had a tender heart and was extremely sensitive to any form of criticism or rejection. This is also the reason why some unhappy families choose not to separate, because children really need a childhood filled with parental love. In 1953, after Quarles' parents divorced for the second time, his mother married a traveling clock salesman, and then the family moved to the small town of Victoria, Texas. His half-sister was also born. Here, Quarles' mother and his stepfather started a small family candy company, which was initially operated out of the garage. Quarles went to school while participating in the company's daily operations. He and his brother were in charge of operating the candy-making machines and packaging the products. Their stepfather was responsible for sales, often going to Houston to sell most of the products. From 1954 to 1958, Quarles attended Victoria High School. At school, he was regarded as a well-behaved student with satisfactory grades. Although he was still a bit introverted, according to his classmates' memories, he occasionally went on dates with girls. In the summer of 1958, Quarles graduated from high school. Shortly after, he and his family moved to the northern suburbs of Houston because it was closer to the main market for their candy business. They also opened a store called Pecan Prince at their new home, a name derived from the brand of their family products. In 1960, Quarles moved to Yoder, Indiana, to live with his grandmother. There, he established a close relationship with a local girl, but for some unknown reason, he turned down her marriage proposal. After living in Indiana for nearly 2 years, in 1962, he returned to Houston to continue helping with the family's candy business. In 1963, Quarles' mother divorced his stepfather, and then they set up a new candy company named Quarles Candy Company. Quarles was appointed vice president of the new family business, while his brother was appointed secretary and treasurer. That same year, a teenage male employee complained to Quarles' mother, alleging that Quarles had made sexual advances towards him. To prevent the spread of gossip, she fired the teenage. On August 10, 1964, Quarles was drafted into the U.S. Army. He was assigned to Fort Polk, Louisiana, for basic training, and then sent to Fort Benning, Georgia, for radio repairman training. Eventually, he was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas, According to official military records, Coral's service in the Army was unblemished. However, he did not enjoy military service and applied for early discharge, citing the need for his family business. The Army approved his request, and after serving for 10 months, he was discharged on June 11, 1965. Because the Coral Candy Company, created by his mother, and Pecan Prince, his former stepfather's business, had been in constant competition, Coral immediately threw himself into the candy business upon his return, facing the growing public demand for his family's products. In fact, it was during his military service that Coral first realized he was homosexual, and he also experienced his first homosexual encounter there. After returning to Houston, Coral's behavior changed subtly. He often spent time with teenage boys. That same year, Coral Candy Company moved across the street from Helms Elementary School. Coral became known for giving out free candy to local children, especially teenage boys, a practice that earned him the nicknames the Candyman and the Pied Piper. He also installed a pool table behind the candy factory, where employees and local young people would gather. It was noted that he frequently flirted with several teenage male employees there. In 1967, Coral met 12-year-old David Owen Brooks, a 6th grade student and one of the many children he gave candy to for free. Brooks often interacted with Coral and the various teenage boys who gathered behind the candy factory, and he regularly went on trips to the beaches of South Texas with different young people. Later, Brooks said that he was drawn to Coral because he was the first adult male who didn't mock his appearance, and Coral would give him money whenever he needed cash. Brooks also had a very poor family environment, with his parents frequently arguing. Coincidentally, during this period, Coral treated him like the father he had imagined, and as a result, Brooks developed unusual feelings for Coral. Starting in 1969, the two gradually developed a sexual relationship. In 1968, after the failure of Coral's mother's third marriage, she and his half-sister closed down Coral Candy Company and moved together to Colorado. Although his mother often talked to Coral on the phone, the two never met again. At this time, Coral, having received training as a radio repairman in the Army, found a job as an electrician in Houston. On September 25, 1970, an 18-year-old college freshman named Jeffrey Connon disappeared while hitchhiking with another University of Texas student to his parents' home in Houston. 3 years later, on August 10, 1973, his naked body was found under a boulder in Mustang Island Beach. According to the medical examiner's speculation, Connon died of human strangulation and asphyxiation caused by a rag gag in his mouth. At the scene of the burial, Connon's hands and feet were tightly bound with nylon rope. Shortly after Connon's disappearance on December 13th, Brooks lured two 14-year-old boys, James Glass and Danny Yates, away from a religious gathering in Houston Heights to Coral's apartment in Yorktown. The two young men were tied to Coral's torture board, and Coral intended to sexually assault them. Initially, Brooks discovered and stopped him, then Coral promised to give Brooks a car in exchange for his silence. Brooks agreed, and the two young men were subsequently sexually assaulted, strangled, and buried in a boat shed rented by Coral on November 17th. Brooks received a green Chevrolet Corvette, and then Coral threatened Brooks, saying that since he had killed the two young men, Brooks had become his accomplice in murder, and if anyone told the police, he would also be arrested. However, Coral then made another offer to Brooks, saying he would pay him some money, but the condition was that Brooks had to continuously lure other boys to his apartment. On January 30th, 1971, Brooks and Coral encountered two young boys, Donald and Jerry Waldrop. Initially, they were driven by their father to a friend's house to plan the formation of a bowling league. After finding out their friend was not home, they began walking back. However, the story ended with the two young men being lured into Coral's van and taken to the apartment he was renting, where they were raped and strangled. Between March and May of the same year, Coral kidnapped and murdered 3 victims living in Houston Heights, burying their remains behind the boat shed. Brooks was involved in each kidnapping. One of the victims was 15-year-old Randall Harvey, last seen by his family on the afternoon of March 9th as he rode his bicycle to Oak Forest, where he worked part-time as a gas station attendant. Harvey was taken to Coral's apartment and shot in the head, killing him. The other 2 victims, 13-year-old David Hilligius and 16-year-old Gregory Malley Winkle, were kidnapped and killed together on the afternoon of May 29th. After learning of their sons' disappearances, Winkle's mother and David's parents frantically searched for the boys, even printing reward posters offering money to anyone who provided information on the boys' whereabouts. One of Coral's criminal accomplices, 15-year-old Elmer Wayne Henley, initially volunteered to distribute these posters, trying to reassure the distraught parents that the boys' disappearance might have another explanation rather than them truly being missing. On August 17th, Coral and Brooks met Brooks' 17-year-old acquaintance Reuben Watson Haney while returning home from a movie theater in Houston. Brooks persuaded Haney to attend a housewarming party at Coral's new residence on San Felipe Street, which he had moved to the previous month. Haney agreed, was taken to Coral's home, strangled, and buried in the boat shed. In September, Coral moved to an apartment on Columbia Street. Brooks later stated that at this address, he had assisted Coral in kidnapping and murdering 2 unidentified young men. In the winter of 1971, Brooks met Henley and introduced him to Coral. Henley was originally lured to Coral's residence as an intended victim. However, Coral apparently thought the young man would make a good accomplice, so he also made Henley the same offer he had made to Brooks, $200 for any boy he could lure to his apartment, while telling Henley that he worked for a white slavery gang. Henley later said that for the first few months he ignored this tempting offer but still maintained an acquaintance with Coral, gradually beginning to see him as a brotherly figure because he admired Coral's work ethic and considered him a man worth confiding in. In early 1972, due to Henley and his family's poor financial situation, Henley accepted Coral's offer. His first participation in a kidnapping occurred in late February or early March, when he met a boy on the street, promising to take him to smoke marijuana and luring him to Coral's house. At this point, he had no idea that the boy would be sold to a slave gang, but in reality, the unidentified boy became Coral's prey. On March 24th, Henley, along with Brooks and Coral, encountered his 18-year-old acquaintance, Frank Aguirre. He called Aguirre over to Coral's van, inviting the young man to drink beer and smoke marijuana with the 3 of them at Coral's apartment. Aguirre agreed, and they smoked marijuana together. However, suddenly, he noticed a pair of handcuffs left on the table by Coral and felt something was wrong. Aguirre wanted to run away, but it was already too late. Coral pushed him onto the table and cuffed his hands behind his back. At this point, Henley realized that Coral's intention was definitely not to sell Aguirre to a slave gang. But when he heard Coral admit to having raped, tortured, and killed the previous victims he had assisted in kidnapping, he understood that he had already stepped into an abyss from which there was no turning back. On April 20th, Henley assisted Brooks and Coral in kidnapping another young man, 17-year-old Mark Scott, who was one of Coral's intended victims because he had deceived Coral in a previous deal. They forcibly grabbed Scott, who was very tenacious. Even after being abused for several hours, the young man still tried to stab Coral with a knife. But eventually, when he saw Henley pointing a gun at him, Scott realized he could no longer resist. He gave up struggling and resigned himself to his fate. Initially, Henley did participate in the murders as an uninformed party. But as multiple murders occurred, his psychology became twisted. He gradually became curious about how much patience humans could have, so he was by no means a victim who was always forced to participate in the murders. Before June 26th, Henley also assisted Brooks and Coral in kidnapping and murdering 2 young men named Billy Balch and Johnny Dellum. According to Brooks' testimony, both young men were tied to Coral's bed. After being tortured and sexually assaulted, Balch was strangled to death by Henley, while Dellum was shot to death by him with a pistol. During Coral's residence on Schuler Street, he, along with Brooks and Henley, lured a 19-year-old young man named William Lettinger to their residence. The young man was initially tied to hooks on the wall and then to a plywood board, where he suffered torture and abuse at the hands of Coral. Brooks later claimed that after he persuaded Coral to release Lettinger, the next time he entered the house, Henley knocked him unconscious. Coral then tied Brooks to the bed and repeatedly assaulted the young man before finally releasing him. In the summer of 1972, Coral killed 2 victims. The first victim was 17-year-old Stephen Sickman, who was last seen leaving a party in Heights shortly before midnight on July 19th. The young man was brutally beaten in the chest with a blunt object, then strangled and buried in the boat shed. Around August 21st, 19-year-old Roy Button was kidnapped on his way to work as an assistant at a shoe store in Houston. His mouth was taped shut, and he was shot twice in the head before being buried in the boat shed. It wasn't until 2011 that they were identified as Coral's victims. On October 3rd, Brooks and Henley encountered 2 young men, Wally J. Simonet and Richard Hembree, who were walking home. They were lured into Brooks' car and taken to Coral's apartment. That night, Simonet secretly called his mother's house and shouted the word "Mom" into the receiver before the call was disconnected. The next morning, Henley accidentally shot Hembree in the mouth, with the bullet exiting through his neck. A few hours later, both young men were strangled and subsequently buried in a mass grave. Sometime in November, 18-year-old Willard Branch disappeared while hitchhiking from Mount Pleasant to Houston, and his body was buried in the boat shed. On November 11th, 19-year-old Richard Kepner disappeared on his way to a phone booth. He was strangled and buried on High Island Beach. Between March and November 1972, at least 10 teenagers aged between 13 and 19 were murdered, with 5 buried on Mustang Island Beach and 5 in the boat shed. On January 20th, 1973, Coro moved to Wirt Road in the Spring Branch area of Houston. Within 2 weeks of moving into this address, he killed 17-year-old Joseph Lyles. On March 1st, Coro moved out of this apartment and briefly stayed in an apartment on South Post Oak Road before moving to the address 2020 Lamar Drive, which his father had vacated in Pasadena. Between February 1st and June 4th, Coro had no known victims killed. Records show that he suffered from hydrocele in early 1973, which may have been the reason for his inactivity during this period. Additionally, around the time of Lyle's murder, Henley went to Florida with his uncle, a long-distance truck driver, and moved to Mount Pleasant, apparently to distance himself from Coro. Perhaps at this point, he had already begun to have thoughts of rebellion, but after so many murders, he could no longer return to normal life in society. Starting in June, Coro's killing frequency increased sharply. Henley and Brooks later testified that the brutality of the murders he committed while living on Lamar Drive had increased. Henley later compared Coro's escalation to being like bloodthirsty, and added that he and Brooks would instinctively know when Coro announced he needed a new boy, because Coro would become restless, smoke, and make fidgeting movements. On June 4th, Coro and Henley kidnapped 15-year-old William Ray Lawrence. The teenager was last seen by his father on the street. After 3 days of abuse and torture, Lawrence was strangled and then buried in Lake Sam Rayburn. 2 weeks later, 20-year-old Raymond Stanley Blackburn was kidnapped, strangled, and buried in the same place. On July 6th, Henley started school, where he met 15-year-old Homer Louis Garcia. The next day, Garcia called his mother, saying he was going to spend the night with a friend. Instead, he was shot and bled to death in Coro's bathtub and was buried in Lake Sam Rayburn. 5 days later, 17-year-old John Sellers from Orange County was tied up, shot, and buried on High Island Beach. In July 1973, Brooks married his pregnant fiancée, and Henley temporarily became Coro's only accomplice. Between July 19th and 25th, he assisted in the kidnapping and murder of 3 young men. Henley claimed that these were the only 3 kidnappings that occurred after he became Coro's accomplice in which Brooks did not participate. On August 3rd, Coro killed his last victim, 13-year-old James Stanton Dramala from South Houston. The boy was kidnapped while riding his bicycle. In Coro's home, he was tied to a torture board, raped, tortured, and strangled with a rope, and then buried in the boat shed. Brooks later described Dramala as a blonde, blue-eyed little boy, and he even bought him a pizza. On the evening of August 7th, the whole story came to an end. Henley invited 20-year-old Timothy Cordell Kelly to a party hosted by Coro. Since Kelly also knew Coro, he accepted the invitation. Brooks was not present at the time. After the party started, Coro did not make a move but drank and smoked marijuana with the 2 of them. Then Henley and Kelly left, promising to return soon. They drove back to Henley's home together. After getting out of the car, Henley heard a commotion coming from the home of his 15-year-old friend Rhonda Louise Williams, so he walked towards her house. Williams was bandaging her sprained ankle at the time, and she was being beaten by her drunk father. Then Henley invited Williams to rest at Coro's home. Around 3 a.m. on August 8th, the 3 young people returned to the apartment, but Coro was very angry because he did not allow girls in his apartment at all. Coro told Henley in private that he had ruined everything, and Henley explained that Williams had argued with her father that night and did not want to go home. Then Coro became a bit silent. He offered beer and marijuana to the 3 of them, but he did not touch it himself. About 2 hours later, the 3 young people passed out. When Henley woke up again, he found himself lying on the ground with his wrists cuffed, his mouth taped shut, and his ankles tied together. The other 2 young people were in the same condition, and Kelly's clothes had been stripped off. Then Coro noticed Henley was awake, so he removed the tape from Henley's mouth. Henley protested in vain, accusing Coro of his actions, but Coro was unmoved. He once again expressed his anger at Henley for bringing the girl back and said he planned to kill all 3 of them after assaulting and torturing Kelly. Coro said, "Man, you brought this girl here," and then shouted, "I'm going to kill all of you, but first I'm going to have some fun." Next, Coro dragged Henley to the kitchen, pressed a pistol against Henley's abdomen, and threatened to shoot him. Henley tried to calm Coro down, promising that if Coro released him, he would participate in the torture and murder of Williams and Kelly. After about 30 minutes, Coral agreed. He untied Henley's restraints and then took Williams and Kelly to his bedroom, tying them to both sides of the torture board. Then Coral handed Henley a hunting knife and ordered him to cut off Williams's clothes, saying that while he would rape and kill Kelly, Henley also had to do the same to Williams. So Henley began to cut off Williams's clothes, and Coral took off his clothes and started to torture Kelly. At this point, both victims had woken up. Kelly began to twist and shout, and Williams raised her head and asked, "Is this real?" Henley replied, "Yes." Williams continued to ask, "What are you going to do?" Then Henley asked Coral if he could take Williams to another room. At this point, he already had the idea of releasing his friend, but Coral ignored him. So he grabbed Coral's pistol and said, "Dean, you've gone far enough. I can't go on anymore. I can't let you kill all my friends." Coral approached Henley and said, "Kill me, you won't do it." But facing the threatening approach, Henley chose to shoot, hitting Coral in the forehead. However, the bullet did not fully penetrate his skull, so Coral continued to charge at Henley. Henley fired 2 more shots, hitting Coral in the left shoulder. Feeling the pain, Coral turned and ran out, hitting the corridor wall. Henley then fired 3 more shots at Coral's waist and shoulder, and he slowly fell to the floor, dead on the spot. At 8:24 a.m. on August 8th, Henley called the Pasadena Police Department. He told the operator on the phone, "You'd better come over now. I just killed a man. The address is 2020 Lamar Drive." A few minutes later, a patrol car arrived. Williams and Kelly were sitting by the roadside crying, while Henley was staring blankly across the street. After seeing the police, he told the officer that he was the one who made the call and indicated that the body was inside the house. The officer then confiscated the pistol, put the 3 young men into the patrol car, and went into the house. After finding Coral's body in the hallway, he returned to the car and took the 3 to the police station. Kelly later told the detective that before the police arrived, Henley had said to him, "If you guys weren't my friends, I could have gotten $200. During his detention, when initially questioned about Coral's killing, Henley recounted the events of the previous night and that morning, explaining that he had fired the shots in self-defense. The statements of Kelly and Williams corroborated his account, and the detective questioning Henley also believed that he had acted in self-defense. Henley went on to say that for nearly 3 years, he and Brooks had been helping Coral kidnap teenage boys for him to rape and murder, some of whom were their own friends. He said that initially, he thought the boys he kidnapped would be sold to an organization in Dallas for homosexual acts, sodomy, and perhaps later murder, but he soon realized that Coral was killing the kidnapped victims. The police were initially skeptical of Henley's claims, considering the only victim in the case to be Coral, attributing it to drug-induced violent behavior. However, Henley was very insistent. When he recalled the names of 3 boys, Coble, Hillegiest, and Jones, and said that he and Brooks had kidnapped them for Coral, the police found his story plausible, as these 3 teenagers were all listed as missing. In addition, the floor of Coral's room was covered with thick plastic sheeting. The police also found a torture board with handcuffs tied to 2 corners and nylon rope tied to the other 2 corners, as well as a large hunting knife. There was a roll of the same type of transparent plastic on the floor, a portable radio mounted on a pair of dry batteries with the volume turned up, an electric motor connected to loose wires, 8 pairs of handcuffs, thin glass tubes, and long ropes. Coral's van also gave a similar impression. The rear windows of the van were sealed with blue curtains. In the back of the vehicle, the police found a coil of rope, a beige carpet stained with dirt, and a wooden box with air holes drilled in the side. The rear of the van had a pegboard wall with several rings and hooks, and a wooden box was also found in the backyard. There were several strands of human hair in this crate. At the request of the police, Henley agreed to accompany them to Coral's boat shed in southwestern Houston, where he claimed several victims' remains could be found. Inside the boat shed, the police discovered a partially stripped stolen Chevrolet Camaro, a child's bicycle, a large iron drum, water containers, 2 bags of lime, 2 shovels, a damaged rake, and a large plastic bag filled with teenagers' clothing. It was here that they found a large number of victims. Accompanied by his father, Brooks went to the Houston Police Department on the evening of August 8th and made a statement denying any knowledge or involvement in the murders. However, he admitted to knowing that Coral had raped and killed 2 teenagers in 1970, and he mentioned the names of 2 young men, Reuben Haney and Mark Scott, who had been seen with Coral before their disappearance. On the morning of August 9th, Henley provided a full written statement detailing the process of him and Brooks' involvement with Coral in the kidnapping and murder of many young men. In this confession, Henley admitted to personally killing about 9 young men and assisting Coral in strangling the others. He said that there were only 3 murder cases in which Brooks did not assist them. That afternoon, Henley accompanied the police to Sam Rayburn Lake, where he, Brooks, and Coral had buried 4 victims killed that year. 2 more remains were found in shallow, lime-soaked graves near a dirt road. Inside a lakeside cabin, the police discovered a second plywood torture board, rolls of plastic sheeting, shovels, and a bag of lime. On the evening of August 9th, Brooks confessed to the full extent of his crimes, admitting to participating in several murders and assisting in several burials, although he continued to deny direct involvement in the killings. When talking about the torture board used by Coral to restrain and torture the victims, Brooks said, "Once they were on the board, they were as good as dead. It was all over. All that was left was screaming and crying." Speaking of the actual murders, he stated that witnessing the victims' deaths did not bother him, adding, "I've seen it so many times." And then he agreed to accompany the police to locate the victims' remains. At that time, in terms of the number of victims, this killing spree was the worst serial murder case in the United States, although this record was broken a few years later. The victims' families first levied severe criticism at the police department because after the boys went missing, the police only listed them as runaways, not missing persons. They believed that the boys were not considered worth any significant investigation. If the police had launched an investigation early on and established a special task force, there would not have been so many victims. On August 13th, a grand jury in Harris County convened and heard testimonies from Williams and Kelly, as well as from a victim released by Brooks, Ridinger. They recounted their experiences, and investigators also testified at the hearing, detailing the various statements and confessions provided by Henley and Brooks in the days following Coral's death, as well as the assistance in overseeing the excavation of the victims' remains. After listening to more than 6 hours of testimony, the grand jury indicted Henley on 3 counts of murder and Brooks on 1 count of murder on August 14th. The bail for each defendant was set at $100,000. Henley was not charged in connection with Coral's death, and the prosecutor ruled that Coral's death was in self-defense. On July 1st, 1974, Henley went on trial in San Antonio, charged with 6 counts of murder committed between March 1972 and July 1973. Following the advice of his defense attorney, Henley did not testify in court. His lawyer cross-examined several witnesses but did not call any witnesses or experts to testify in his defense, as it was deemed unhelpful. The prosecution called 24 witnesses, including Kelly and Ridinger, and presented 82 pieces of evidence, including Coral's torture board and one of the boxes used to transport the victims. Other incriminating testimonies came from officers who read Henley's written statements. On July 15, 1974, both attorneys presented their closing arguments to the jury. The prosecution sought a life sentence, while the defense argued for an acquittal. In the closing arguments submitted to the jury, the district attorney apologized for not being able to sentence the perpetrators to death and added that this case was the most extreme example of inhumanity he had ever seen. The jury deliberated for 92 minutes before finding Henley guilty of all 6 murder charges. On August 8th, the judge sentenced Henley to a total of 594 years in prison to be served consecutively. He was transferred to Huntsville Prison to begin his sentence formally. On February 27, 1975, Brooks went on trial, charged with 4 counts of murder committed between December 1970 and June 1973, but ultimately only charged with the murder of 15-year-old Lawrence in June 1973. His defense attorney argued that his client had not committed any murders and attempted to portray Coral and Henley as the active participants in the actual killings. The assistant district attorney flatly rejected the defense's arguments, telling the jury, "This defendant was involved in this killing from the very beginning, this killing spree. He tells you that if it weren't for an accident, he was a cheerleader. That's what he tells you about his role. You know he was involved." Brooks' trial lasted less than a week, and the jury reached a verdict in just 90 minutes. On March 4, 1975, he was found guilty of murdering Lawrence and sentenced to life in prison. At the sentencing, Brooks showed no emotion, although his wife burst into tears. Henley is serving a life sentence at the Mark Stiles Unit in Jefferson County, Texas. Since July 1980, his consecutive parole applications have been denied, and he will next be eligible for parole in October of this year. Brooks was serving a life sentence at the Terrell Unit near Rocheron, Texas. On May 28, 2020, he died of complications related to COVID-19 at a Galveston hospital at the age of 65. Eileen Wuornos became a name that struck fear across America in the late 20th century. Her criminal career spanned just 1 year, from 1989 to 1990. But in that short time, she carried out a series of chilling murders on the roads of Florida. Her method was simple yet highly deceptive. She'd stand by the road acting like she needed a ride and lure in some unsuspecting guy with a car. Sitting in the car, she'd chat with them, making them feel relaxed. When they got to a secluded spot, she'd pull out a gun and shoot them coldly. Then she'd ditch them on the side of the road or in the woods and drive off in their cars. Most of her victims were regular, middle-class guys who probably never thought that the seemingly helpless woman they picked up would turn out to be a killer. During her trial, she claimed she acted in self-defense, saying those men had tried to rape and harm her. Just before her execution, in what seemed like a moment of madness, she left behind a cryptic statement. "I would just like to say I'm sailing with the Rock, and I'll be back like Independence Day with Jesus, June 6th, like the movie, big mothership and all. I'll be back." Eileen was born in Rochester, Michigan, on February 29, 1956, into a life of hardship. Just 2 months before she was born, her mom divorced her dad. After the divorce, Eileen and her brother were left to live with their mother in a tiny, run-down room, and their mom was just 16, had no steady job, and could not really take of them. In January 1960, as Eileen approached her 4th birthday, instead of receiving a gift, she was suddenly abandoned by her mother without warning. The 2 children were handed over to their maternal grandparents, a Finnish-American couple who legally adopted them, but this new home was far from a safe haven. Her grandparents were heavy drinkers, and their days were consumed by alcohol and arguments, and they often resorted to violence against the children. Eileen's childhood was marked by abuse and sexual assault. Her grandfather frequently subjected her to physical and sexual abuse, even forcing her to undress before beating her. But in 1992, her uncle claimed that her grandfather had never abused her. Some experts think that Eileen's criminal behavior was linked to her psychopathic personality and psychological trauma. She was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and antisocial personality disorder, both of which are largely rooted in the sexual abuse she endured as a child and her later involvement in sex work. When Eileen was 11, she started doing sexual things with boys at school in exchange for cigarettes. Even more shockingly, her own brother was involved, having sexual contact with her. That same year, her father was sentenced to life in prison for kidnapping and sexually assaulting a 7-year-old girl. Although she had never met him, her father's crimes only added to the chaos and brokenness of her childhood. In 1970, at the age of 14, Eileen became pregnant after a long period of sexual abuse by family and friends. Just a year earlier, her father had killed himself in prison because he was mentally unstable. On March 23, 1971, she gave birth to a boy at a welfare facility. The father's identity was unknown, and the child was eventually put up for adoption. For this kid, leaving this shattered family was likely the best outcome. A few months later, Eileen's grandmother passed away from liver failure caused by years of heavy drinking. And her grandfather kicked her out of the house, forcing her to drop out of school and begin a life of homelessness. She ended up wandering the woods near her hometown, surviving by continuing to engage in sex work. This cycle of homelessness and desperation pushed her further into a life of crime. On May 27, 1974, at the age of 18, Eileen was arrested in Jefferson County, Colorado, on charges including drunk driving, disorderly conduct, and firing a gun from a moving vehicle. Later, she faced additional charges for failing to appear in court. By this time, her temper had grown increasingly volatile. 2 years later, Eileen hitchhiked to Florida, where she met 69-year-old Louis Gratz Fell, the president of a yacht club. They quickly married, and their wedding even made the local newspaper. She was after his money, while he was drawn to her youthful energy. However, their happiness was short-lived. Just a few weeks later, Eileen was arrested for assaulting someone in a bar and beating Fell with a cane. Fell obtained a restraining order against her. After returning to Michigan, Eileen was arrested again on July 14, 1976, at the Bunny Club in Mansalona, for throwing a cue ball at a bartender's head and causing a disturbance. On July 17th, her biological brother died of esophageal cancer. As the beneficiary of his life insurance, she received $10,000. 4 days later, Fell filed for divorce, citing the restraining order. For Eileen, $10,000 was a significant sum of money, but as the saying goes, people often lose wealth that exceeds their ability to manage it, and Eileen was no exception. Within 2 months, she had squandered the entire amount on luxury items and a new car, which she later destroyed. In 1978, at the age of 22, Eileen shot herself in the abdomen in an attempt to end her life, but once again, she survived. In fact, between the ages of 14 and 22, she had attempted suicide 6 times, each time without success. On May 20th, 1981, Eileen was arrested in Edgewater, Florida, for armed robbery of a convenience store. She stole $35 and 2 packs of cigarettes. Then she was sentenced to prison on May 4th, 1982, and was released on June 30th, 1983. A year after her release, Eileen was arrested again for attempting to pass a forged check at a bank in Key West. On November 30th, 1985, she was named a suspect in a revolver and ammunition theft case in Pasco County. By this point, her criminal activities were escalating, ranging from sex work and assault to armed robbery, fraud, and gun theft. On January 4th, 1986, Eileen was arrested in Miami for car theft, resisting arrest, and obstruction of justice. Police also found a .38 caliber revolver and a box of ammunition in the stolen car. On June 2nd, a Volusia County deputy sheriff detained her for questioning after a male companion accused her of pulling a gun on him in his car and demanding $200. Police later discovered a .22 pistol under the passenger seat where she had been sitting. In 1986, 30-year-old Eileen met 24-year-old Tyria Moore, a motel maid, at a gay bar called Zodiac in Daytona Beach. Eileen fell deeply in love with her, and the two quickly moved in together. She continued to engage in sex work to support them both. On July 4th, 1987, Daytona Beach police detained Eileen and Moore at a bar for allegedly assaulting someone with a beer bottle. On March 12, 1988, Eileen accused a Daytona Beach bus driver of assaulting her, claiming he had pushed her off the bus after a confrontation. Moore was a witness to the incident. In this era, American society was mostly negative towards homosexuality, especially lesbians, who were often labeled as morally corrupt or mentally unbalanced. For Eileen and Moore, this was an insurmountable societal barrier. During her trial, Eileen once said, "This is a love beyond words. No earthly language can describe what I feel for Moore." Even up to her execution, she maintained that she loved Moore. In just 1 year, Eileen murdered 7 men, all of whom were drivers between the ages of 40 and 65. During her trial, she said, "I did what I did, but I'm the one being executed. They violently raped me, and I had to beg for my life." However, only the families of the victims truly knew what kind of men their fathers or husbands had been. Richard Charles Mallory, 51-year-old, was the owner of an electronics store in Clearwater, Florida, and Eileen's first victim. On November 30th, 1989, Mallory encountered Eileen and tragically lost his life. She claimed that he drove her to a remote area where he beat, raped, and sexually assaulted her. Eileen insisted that she killed him in self-defense. It's worth noting that Mallory had previously been convicted of attempted rape in Maryland. 2 days after the murder, a deputy sheriff in Volusia County discovered Mallory's car. On December 13th, his body was found in a wooded area several miles away. The autopsy revealed that he had been shot multiple times, with 2 bullets striking his left lung, which was the direct cause of his death. David Andrew Spears, 47-year-old, was a construction worker from Winter Garden, Florida. On May 19, 1990, he was reported missing. 2 weeks later, his body was discovered along a highway in Citrus County, a scene that was both shocking and grim. The autopsy revealed that Spears had been shot 6 times, all from a .22 caliber handgun, which directly caused his death. Charles Edmund Carskadden, 40-year-old, worked part-time as a rodeo cowboy. He went missing on May 31st, 1990, after meeting Eileen. A few days later, his body was found in Pasco County, Florida. The autopsy showed he'd been shot 9 times, all from a .22 caliber gun. What was really disturbing was that his body was wrapped in an electric blanket and was already badly decomposed. Witnesses also said they saw Eileen driving his car, and she'd sold a gun confirmed to be his to a local pawn shop. Peter Abraham Seams, 65-year-old, was a retired sailor. In June 1990, he left Jupiter, Florida, planning to drive to Arkansas, but he never arrived. On July 4th, 1990, his car was found in Orange Springs, Florida. Despite a huge search, his body was never found. Troy Eugene Burris, 50-year-old, was a sausage salesman from Ocala, Florida. He disappeared on July 31st, 1990. A few days later, his body was found in the woods along State Road 19 in Marion County, Florida. The autopsy showed he'd been shot twice, and that's what killed him. Charles Richard Humphreys, 56-year-old, was a retired Air Force major who'd also worked as a child abuse investigator and police chief. He went missing on September 11, 1990, after meeting Eileen. His body was found the next day in Marion County, Florida. The autopsy showed he'd been shot 7 times in the head and chest. His car was later found in Sewanee County. Walter Gino Antonio, 61-year-old, was a truck driver, security guard, and part-time cop. On November 19, 1990, his body was found near a logging road in Dixie County, Florida. He was almost naked, and the autopsy showed he'd been shot 4 times. 5 days later, his car was found in Brevard County. His murder was the last in Eileen's string of killings. On July 4, 1990, Eileen and Moore were involved in a car accident while driving Siems's vehicle. Although they abandoned the car at the scene, a woman witnessed the incident. Unsure of what had happened but aware of the news reports about Siems's murder and his missing car, she reported what she saw to the police. Later, investigators discovered some of the victim's belongings at a pawn shop. The receipt found there had fingerprints that matched those left in Siems's car. Coincidentally, Eileen had a prior criminal record in Florida, and her fingerprints were already in the police database. Since Siems was the 4th victim in this series of murders, the police concluded that Eileen, who had been driving his car, couldn't possibly be uninvolved in the case. On January 9, 1991, Eileen was arrested at the Last Resort Biker Bar in Volusia County. At the time, the police had issued a warrant under the name Lori Grody, one of the aliases Eileen used to hide her true identity. She frequently used different fake names to avoid being tracked by law enforcement, so when she was arrested under this name, she was completely caught off guard, thinking it was only for a minor charge. The next day, the police located Moore in Pennsylvania. They pressured her, warning that she could receive immunity from prosecution if she cooperated with the investigation and provided testimony. She then returned to Florida with the police. Before the trial began, she was placed in a motel. Because Eileen was deeply in love with her, when Moore followed the police's instructions and pleaded with Eileen to help clear her name, Eileen confessed to the murders just 3 days later. In November, something completely unexpected happened. A 44-year-old woman named Arlene Prail legally adopted Eileen through formal proceedings. She was a horse farm owner and a devout Christian. In January 1991, she had seen Eileen's photo in the newspaper and felt a powerful sense of purpose. She believed it was God's calling and decided to help this woman who had been cast aside by society. Prail stated that she wanted to give Eileen a sense of family warmth and show her that someone truly cared. She firmly believed Eileen was misunderstood. On January 14, 1992, Eileen went on trial for the murder of Mallory. Typically, past criminal records aren't admissible in criminal trials. But under Florida's Williams rule, the prosecution was allowed to introduce evidence related to her other crimes to demonstrate a pattern of unlawful behavior. 2 weeks later, with Moore's testimony aiding the case, Eileen was convicted of Mallory's murder. During sentencing, defense psychiatrists testified that she was mentally unstable, diagnosing her with borderline personality disorder and antisocial personality disorder. 4 days later, she was sentenced to death in the Mallory case. In fact, Eileen's defense team had worked tirelessly during the trial to present evidence showing that Mallory had previously been convicted of attempted rape in Maryland and had served time in a maximum security correctional facility for sex offenders. They argued that Mallory, the victim, had strong antisocial tendencies and tried hard to exonerate Eileen. However, the judge rejected these arguments as evidence and denied their request for a retrial. Eileen told the judge, "I want to admit to you that Mallory did violently rape me, as I said, but the others did not, they just wanted to." Over the next year, Eileen was sentenced to death 5 times for the murders of Humphreys, Burris, Spears, Charles, and Antonio. Since Siems's body was never found, Eileen was ultimately sentenced to death 6 times in total. She was then held in the Women's Death Row Unit at Broward Correctional Institution under the Florida Department of Corrections before being transferred to Florida State Prison to await execution. In 1996, Eileen's appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court was denied. 5 years later, in a petition to the Florida Supreme Court, she stated her intention to fire her legal counsel and terminate all pending appeals. She wrote, "I killed those men, robbed them, and was as cold as ice. I'd do it again. There's no chance of keeping me alive or anything because I'd kill again. I have hate crawling through my system. I'm one of those people who hates human life. I'd kill again." She also said, "I'm so sick of hearing she's crazy. I've been evaluated so many times. I'm sane, I'm rational, and I'm trying to tell the truth on a person who hates human life intensely, and I'd kill again." She claimed that all 7 men had either raped or attempted to rape her while she was working as a prostitute, but she later withdrew her self-defense claims, stating she killed them to rob them and avoid leaving witnesses. She explained that she withdrew the self-defense argument because she had already spent 10 years in prison and couldn't bear it any longer. She wanted to die. Although her lawyers argued that she wasn't mentally competent to make such a request, Eileen insisted she knew what she was doing, and a court-appointed panel of psychiatrists supported her claim. On October 9, 2002, Eileen was executed by lethal injection. She declined a last meal, opting only for a cup of coffee. Her final words were, "I would just like to say I'm sailing with the rock and I'll be back like Independence Day with Jesus, June 6th, like the movie, big mothership and all. I'll be back." At 9:47 a.m. Eastern Time, Eileen was pronounced dead. She was the second woman executed in Florida and the 10th in the United States since the Supreme Court reinstated the death penalty in 1976. After her death, Eileen's body was cremated, and her ashes were scattered under a tree in her hometown in Michigan by a childhood friend. In the spring of 1937, Lester Warfel Brocklehurst Jr., along with his girlfriend Bernice Felton, went on a gripping crime spree for 6 short weeks that seemed to become their crime spree as they traveled across state lines, leaving behind a trail of shocking crimes, dozens of armed robberies, and at least 3 murders. And because their behavior was so insane, they were also known as the crime tourist. Facing the heavy sentence of death, Lester learned that his girlfriend had been acquitted. His heart became incredibly complicated. In the last moments of his life, he slowly lowered his head and fell into a deep thought. No one knew what he was thinking. Before he was executed, he said, "The only thing that brought me down to this was a slight love affair with a girl. I do not want her to get the chair, but she is just as guilty as me." Peoria, Illinois is a city of hundreds of thousands of people known for its beautiful surroundings and clean air, but it has an alarmingly high crime rate. According to statistics, there are approximately 43 crimes per 1,000 residents, and on average, 1 out of every 23 residents is likely to be the victim of a violent crime or robbery. There was also a serial killer born here decades ago named Lester, but he's not as well known. On a typical Sunday in January 1914, a couple welcomed their second child, Lester, into the world. They already had an older daughter, so they had a lot of experience with raising and educating kids. Maybe it was a job change or a search for a new place to live, but 6 months after Lester was born, the family moved to Galesburg, 48 miles away. There, Lester finished elementary school. In 1921, Lester's parents became Mormons. 5 years later, they moved again, this time because Lester's father found work as an interior decorator in Dallas. In Dallas, Lester continued his high school education, but for reasons unknown, the family relocated again, this time back to Illinois, settling in the village of Marquand, just 21 miles from Galesburg. While he was there, Lester finished high school. To gain more work experience, he joined his father's painting and interior decorating company, which had relocated from Dallas. During high school, he tried out theater and public speaking, but he got hurt trying to pole vault. That injury kept him from playing on the track and field team and from working in jobs that needed a lot of physical strength. So he decided to try some office work. After a few months, he went back to Galesburg and kept studying at a local Sunday school. He was elected president of the Mormon Young Men's Mutual Improvement Association, which is a big community service and leadership role. It looked like Lester's life was moving in a positive direction. He worked hard and was active in his community. But even though he seemed to have it all together on the outside, on the inside, it was a whole other story. No one really knows what made him turn to crime, but it seems like his relationship with Bernice was a big turning point. It was like a spark that set off changes in his life, making him stray from the path of success he was on before. In 1934, Lester's family went to the Missionary Conference in Illinois. It was a pretty religious event, but it had an artistic vibe going on too. They had all kinds of competitions, like musical performances, plays, and public speaking. Lester entered the public speaking contest, and it was during this contest that he met the girl who would influence his life, 15-year-old Bernice, who was in the dramatic performance. The two met during the conference and quickly fell in love. This was during the Great Depression, when money was tight for everyone. Even though their families weren't poor, they couldn't see each other very often because their families lived 165 miles apart. That's a long way to go just to visit, but Lester was in love with Bernice, and he couldn't stand the thought of being apart. So every 2 weeks, he'd buy a bus ticket and travel a few hours to see her. Even on the days he couldn't see her, he'd write letters to keep the connection going. Money was always an issue for Lester. Whether it was buying tickets or paying for daily expenses, it was a lot of pressure. By January 1935, Lester and his dad had a big argument about money. The young and impulsive Lester decided to run away from home. He hitchhiked and started on a journey to Chicago. In Chicago, Lester's life took a wild turn when he bought a gun, robbed a candy store, and then 2 women on the street, taking their purses. The 3 robberies only netted him about $12. The next day, he went to the bank with his dad's check and tried to take out $20 from the account, but the bank staff found the check to be worthless, and after realizing that fraud may have been committed, they called the police out of suspicion. The cops arrested Lester, but they didn't realize he was the suspect in 3 robberies. Lester was in a state of extreme panic and nervousness, and he mistakenly thought the police had come for him because of the robberies. He confessed to committing the robberies without direct questioning from the police. A few days later, Lester's parents and some friends got to Chicago, hoping to protect the young man and pleading with the judge for leniency. But the judge didn't listen, and instead set bail for Lester at up to $20,000, a price that was way out of their reach. In the end, Lester was convicted of armed robbery in Chicago and sentenced to 2 years in prison. He started his sentence at Joliet State Prison, but a few weeks later, he was moved to another prison in Pontiac, Illinois. While he was there, he had to follow a bunch of rules. He could visit 1 person in the prison once a month and send 2 letters to people outside the prison. At first, Lester shared these opportunities with his parents and Bernice. But as time went on, Lester decided to send both letters to Bernice, and she always wrote back 1 letter a week. Those letters were a big deal for Lester. They helped him deal with the monotony of prison life and gave him some much-needed support. But Bernice's support didn't stop there. She asked her dad to help him out, and he did. With her dad's help, Lester got parole after serving just over a year in prison. Bernice's parents had a lot of faith in Lester. They not only defended him legally, but also let him live in their home. While on parole, Lester found a job at a department store, and since his income was low, he also got an apprenticeship at a printing company, using his wages to pay for room and board. Despite the challenges, Lester and Bernice grew close. And for a man, if he truly loved a woman, he wanted nothing more than to marry her. Lester hoped to be married to Bernice in a Mormon temple in Salt Lake City. But the Great Depression made that seem impossible. The printing press cut his pay to $10 a week, and the gap between his dream and reality got wider when he found out his girlfriend was pregnant. That put more financial and psychological pressure on him. Maybe it was these real-life pressures and dilemmas that finally led them to go on a crime spree across 18 states on March 31st, 1937, with robbery as the motive. On March 31st, 1937, a young man named Lester was trying to hitch a ride to his destination. A 45-year-old tailor named John Albin Thinder saw him and stopped his car to ask about his destination. When he found out where he was going, John decided to give Lester a ride. On the way, John tried to break the silence, hoping to make the ride more enjoyable. But Lester was unusually quiet, looking straight ahead with his hands in his pockets, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, and not responding much to John. As they entered the suburbs, Lester pulled out a .38 revolver and pointed it at John's head. John was so terrified that he only followed Lester's orders to drive to a more remote rural area. Eventually, they pulled off onto a deserted lane where they wouldn't be bothered. Lester told John to stop the car and walk towards a bush. John could tell that the young man probably wanted to end his life, but he didn't have the courage to fight back. He could only pray that Lester would have mercy. He fell to the ground, put his hands on his head, and waited for his fate to be decided. After a few minutes, he heard a gunshot. After the killing, Lester calmly returned to his car, got into the driver's seat, started the vehicle, drove to pick up his girlfriend Bernice, and then the 2 of them drove together in the direction of Salt Lake City. In that city sat the Mormon temple where they dreamed of getting married and starting a new life. Lester and Bernice had only $42 on them at the time, which was nowhere near enough money to get married. It made it very difficult to even pay for gas and food on the trip, so they stopped along the way. When they ran out of money, they would rob passersby who tried to hitchhike. At night, they would spend the night in tourist camps along the highway. One time, Lester robbed a guy at gunpoint at a gas station. He took a big risk of getting arrested and spending hours there, only to end up with a few bucks. When Lester and Bernice arrived in Salt Lake City, they went together to the Mormon temple in hopes of getting married, but they were denied entry due to lack of references. In desperation, they traveled to Dallas to visit friends in the area, where Lester tried to find a job as a store clerk, but jobs were scarce, and his requests for employment were denied. So, after a few days, they continued their journey as if on a honeymoon. On April 29th, Lester and Bernice rolled into Fort Worth with hardly any cash. For once, Lester pulled out his gun and picked a grocery store to rob. But he only got a few bucks before he was back on the street, looking for another place to rob. Jack Griffith, 48-year-old, the owner of a local tavern, is a very kind-hearted man. And after witnessing the robbery on the street, he decides to follow Lester in an attempt to take down his license plate number so he can call the police. But he doesn't realize he's following too closely, and Lester spots him. A close-range confrontation leaves Griffith shot in the abdomen and collapsing in a pool of blood, and Lester quickly drives away. Lester and Bernice's next stop was Little Rock, Arkansas, where the police already had their license plate number because of the shooting and robbery in Fort Worth. To avoid getting arrested, they left the car they had stolen from John and dressed up as hitchhikers. They walked to Memphis, Tennessee. There, they met 57-year-old Victor A. Gates, a rich landowner who was driving a new car to Lone Oak, Arkansas. Lester hit up Gates for a ride, but he actually had his pistol ready. When Gates couldn't defend himself, he shot and killed him and dumped his body in a ditch. Before leaving the scene, he searched Gates for his money, watch, and shirt. At this point, Lester and Bernice, a pair of outlaws, were moving from place to place, leaving behind a criminal record of about 40 robberies and holdups, but no other known murders were recorded. After robbing a Philadelphia bakery, they arrived in Dutchess County, NY, the 18th state on their 6-week crime spree. A few miles north of the state line, New York State Trooper Joseph Hunt noticed a car with only one license plate, which made him suspicious. He decided to check it out and gave the car a chase in his police car for 10 minutes until it pulled over. Hunt went to the driver's window and asked for his license. The driver kept fumbling around in his clothes, so Hunt looked in the back seat and saw blood on the seats and a gun. Then, in a light-hearted tone, he asked, "You do realize that you have blood all over your car, don't you?" Pretending to look for his license, Lester, as he had done with the robberies years earlier, replied, "Yes, and I've committed a couple of murders as well." Eventually, Lester and Bernice were arrested on the spot, and Hunt took them to the police station for more questioning. During the interrogation, Lester admitted that he was the fugitive who had been robbing various establishments over the past few weeks and confessed to the 3 murders. 2 days after his arrest, Lester was taken into custody in Poughkeepsie, while officials from Illinois, Texas, Arkansas, New York, and the federal government talked about which jurisdiction would be responsible for holding and subsequently charging Lester with murder. Lester kept fainting during his interrogation, so the prison doctor had to sedate him. The prison doctor later told the press that Lester's fainting spells were caused by extreme euphoria. While Lester was in the cell, Sergeant Paul Johnson of the Rockford Police Department interviewed him. Johnson wanted to find out if the young man had been involved in the February 12th murder of a gas station operator in the small town of Rockton, near Rockford. The operator had been killed by the same type of gun that Lester had used. Ultimately, the decision was made by then-Governor Herbert H. Lemon of New York to extradite Lester to Arkansas to be placed in the hands of prosecutor George Harche because Arkansas had the strongest case against him. Lester didn't object, saying he wanted to put an end to it all, and he was told he'd face the electric chair no matter what. The prosecutor said he'd sentence Lester and Bernice to death. Bernice's dad tried to save his daughter by telling the press that his daughter had been tricked. He said Lester had no money, so he promised to marry her if she went with him. Lester and Bernice's trial was set for June 14th in Lone Oak, Arkansas, and in the time leading up to it, both men were under close surveillance to prevent them from choosing to commit suicide. In fact, they said that if one of them killed himself, the other would do the same. Even though they were held in separate cells, they were still allowed to share meals, the only contact allowed between them. 20 days before the trial was set to begin, Lester's attorneys told the judge they wanted to ask the Supreme Court to delay the trial, and they had already asked for and been denied a 30-day extension. The day before the trial, Lester and Bernice got into a heated argument after Bernice was allowed to appear as a witness against him. At the trial, Lester's lawyer tried to use insanity as a defense, but the prosecution showed that the State Hospital for Neurological Diseases had confirmed that Lester was conscious during the crime. In the end, Lester was convicted of murder and sentenced to death by electric chair. When he heard this, Lester fainted from fear, and his father was devastated. The next day, Bernice's trial began, and after 80 minutes of deliberation, she was found not guilty of the murder charge. The public was outraged, and many believed that Bernice was not innocent and should at least be considered an accomplice. The streets were filled with angry chants calling for Bernice and her father to be attacked if they were seen. Although Bernice was acquitted, She was still sentenced to 5 years in prison for transporting a victim's stolen car from Arkansas to Tennessee, the harshest penalty for the crime. After that, there were appeals to the Supreme Court to reduce Lester's sentence and remove his death sentence, but on November 30th, those appeals were rejected. When he heard this news, Lester was unusually calm. He said that no matter what was said, it wouldn't help him at all. But on March 2nd, 1938, even though there wasn't much hope, Lester's lawyer didn't give up. He joined with 2 doctors and more than 50 residents to sign a petition saying that Lester was mentally ill and unfit to be executed. They argued that it would be unlawful to execute a mentally ill person, but the court rejected the petition. On March 18th, he was taken to the execution chamber, and before the execution, he gave a 12-minute speech. It was basically a confession about his crimes, but he got super angry about Bernice's extramarital affair at the end. He said, "The only thing that brought me down to this was a slight love affair with a girl. I do not want her to get the chair, but she is just as guilty as me." After serving 5 years, Bernice married another man in 1948 and had her first son in Baltimore, but the boy died in an automobile accident at the age of 16. But she got through it and married again, and had 8 kids. That marriage didn't last though, and she ended up dying in 2007